Good evening or afternoon, depending where you are. Hopefully, everybody is having a good day. Welcome back to another Canadian weather live stream. Today, we are focusing on the prairies. The highest threat for severe weather is out in Alberta, so we are going to jump right into this. We have a few storms already kind of ongoing, so I'm going to walk everybody through what's unfolding right now, and then we'll look at what the outlooks are like for the areas across the prairies. So let me jump right into it here. We do have watches out, so all of the thin yellow line is your severe thunderstorm watch area, and the thin red box around the west side of Edmonton to the north and kind of southwest, that is your tornado watch area. We do already have several storms that are severe warned. One west of Edmonton at this point along Highway 16, just kind of south of Mayerthorpe. That has a little bit of hail on it. Winds are not too concerning, but this got going fairly quickly, so I'll just show you what's unfolded here. So you can see how that initiated in the last few scans, and we have a couple of storms moved over to, let me just take a look here, southeast of Grand Prairie. There's been a bit of a hailmaker out that way, trucking along across Highway 40 and then coming up towards 43. Easterly track on it, but a little bit northeasterly at this point. So all of these are severe warned. The storm that has the most intensity right now would be our storm southeast of Grand Prairie, and that has some decent hail on it at this point. Has had a little bit of rotation on it, but right now still not concerning at this point, but we are monitoring it. So this would be probably loony-sized hail, maybe a little bit smaller on this scan. Small little storm just to the east of Grand Prairie, probably again a loony or smaller, and heavy precipitation on our storm here over 43 just to the northwest of Sturgeon Lake. That has a little couple pixels of pink, so smaller grape-sized hail or smaller on that, but very heavy rain with that dark red that is ongoing. So that's we're early into this, and things are definitely rocking and rolling here quickly. So we'll keep an eye on all these storms coming up to see what they're going to do. Unfortunately, Edmonton, even rain at this point is a problem for you guys, just with how saturated the system for Edmonton is. We've seen 4 storms in the last month that have overwhelmed things and caused flooding, and it's not good again, just from the rain aspect possibilities for Edmonton. We'll keep our fingers crossed, but now is your time to be prepared. If you are anywhere where you have prone to flooding, I would be prepared at this point because there is the potential for storms today throughout a large area. Just going to see, I think Strathmore is back online. It was down this afternoon for a little bit, the radar that's east of Calgary, so it does look like that is live right now. And let me read out our thunderstorm watches and our tornado watch. So I'll pull that up first. We'll look at the tornado watch. It's good for another 5 hours, and what they're saying, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes may develop today. The greatest risk for tornadoes will be between 4 and 8 p.m. So we just got into that window at 4:25 p.m. and so we are carrying for about 4 hours here, obviously plus minus, but at this point nothing on the board just yet because storms are just getting going at this point. So any thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes will be accompanied by hail up to the size of baseballs and torrential rain. So those are the parameters that they're showing here. Your tornado watch extends just to the east of Edson, up through Whitecourt, Swan Hills area, through to Athabasca, and Lac La Biche is just to the east of the perimeter of our tornado watch. If you are even if you're outside of this and you're close, obviously have your head on a swivel today as far as weather is concerned. Stay weather aware. Tornadoes don't care, again, about imaginary lines that humans make up, so you do need to pay attention to weather outside of these boxes then again, whether it's the tornado watch or whether it is our severe thunderstorm watch, you need to pay attention in those areas. Obviously, we have a very large severe thunderstorm watch that extends all the way up to Fort McMurray, through Peace River up to Manning, and then back to the west, kind of west of Grand Prairie, right to the BC border, and south of there stretching towards kind of into the Hinton area as well. So and then south of Edmonton it extends right down to Bowden, Innisfail area. So large area of potential storms. Right now we only have storms currently west of Edmonton at this point. Highway 16 again, Mayerthorpe, that storm does have hail on it. There are a couple of cores in there. Right now, we're probably only talking loony sized or smaller, probably grapes to loonies roughly in there. And it is moving basically northeast, more north than anything, I think, at this point, but we'll have to see as that develops. So we are tracking up towards Highway 43 and into Mayerthorpe. So some strong precipitation and thunderstorms to your southwest if you're in the Mayerthorpe area. So just a heads up there. And then again, we still have our storms around the Grand Prairie area. So that's what we're watching in Alberta. Let me swing out. We've got a couple of severe, big, large, severe watch, I should say, here out in Manitoba. So I'll just cover that quickly. Haven't seen watches in Saskatchewan yet. Not sure if they're still going to go up. We were expecting on the western end of Saskatchewan some possible severe. So let me just read what Environment Canada and Manitoba put out, saying locations, portions of southern Manitoba, including Riding Mountain National Park. The hazards at play are large hail, strong winds, and heavy rain, and it is through this afternoon, through this evening. Remarks from them as thunderstorms, some of which may become severe, have started to develop over the Parklands and Interlake region. These thunderstorms will continue to develop through the afternoon before the threat gradually decreases this evening. So the later on we get, the better it is for our Manitoba area up here north of Brandon and Highway 16, Shoal Lake, Rossburn areas. They are still within that watch, but right now that's where the storms are located. And we do have one just to the north of Dauphin. And you can see they are not moving very quickly, so these will cause probably some overland flooding, especially with those dark red pixels. That is extremely heavy rain. Torrential rain is another way of saying it. So those are the areas to watch. I'm not sure if we have anything east of Highway 6 right now. No, there was a storm there, but that has died off at this point. So no longer an issue. That was east or southeast of Fairford at this point. So again, we'll monitor all of these areas at the same time. We'll just keep bouncing around. We do have a severe watch out in British Columbia as well. That is good for 5 hours, saying conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms with strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. That watch, was good for another 5 hours as well. So right now, I don't believe we have anything severe. So there's just a couple of minor storms here. But nothing to make any kind of notice of. There's not even any lightning really associated with any of that. So still not showing its intensity. So we'll swing back to Alberta and we'll keep an eye on everything. So now I've given a rundown of where we're at. I will try and jump into some comments and questions and see if where things are at and see if I can answer anything. So definitely stay weather aware, folks, today. That's the number one thing. If you are anywhere around these severe thunderstorm watches or the tornado watches, you need to be paying attention. So okay, yeah, definitely being prepared now is the time to be prepared. So okay, sinkholes could happen again with all this rain. Definitely lots of issues with Edmonton and all that water. So we've been hearing all sorts of horror stories from out that way. So hopefully it misses Edmonton. But again, I would prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So Okay, so just saying, I've been watching the lightning strikes. They seem to be getting closer to me, southwest side of Edmonton, and that is from a maple squirrel. So yeah, there are some strikes to the west here. They are mostly for the storm that is north of Highway 16 here, just southwest of Mayerthorpe. Our last scan was about 8 minutes ago, so we should see another one here shortly. We did have the radar skip a scan yesterday on us, so hopefully it's not doing that again. Let me just see here. It shows as it's still, Strathmore is down. It was just live. Strathmore is down and Radisson is down in Saskatchewan, so that is not good. That's why those pills are red. As soon as you lose a radar, you obviously they turn red, meaning no data coming out of them at this point. So Edmonton should have updated here. We get them every 8 minutes. We're right on that cusp, so hopefully it's coming in here any second. I'm just going to wait to see if anything pops up, but we're now 9 minutes into this, so I don't think it's going to put a scan out. So let me cover Grand Prairie and then we'll come back to it. So just northwest of Fox Creek, just between 40 and 43, there is quite a bit of hail in this. This storm does have some rotation on it, and we were probably going to say loony to toony sized hail out here. Not much I can point out as far as any kind of real landmarks. I'm sure you locals know a little bit more, but between 40 and 43, southeast of Grand Prairie and northwest of Fox Creek is where this storm is located. So interesting. Okay, thanks, Melody. Apparently, it is up. Strathmore is up on another on a moderator's setup, so we'll double check to make sure that's just not an old glitch from there. So give me a sec. So this is the way the storms are moving. Obviously, very heavy rain here to the east of Grand Prairie. North of 43 and somewhere tucked in south of 676, a lot of rain, some hail on that as well. So this is going to be grapes, maybe a little bit bigger to loony sized hail in small pockets. Our largest hail core is obviously back to the south here. So let me just take a look and see if that Strathmore radar is reading or it's just the pill hasn't changed back. So yeah, it is showing 4:29 p.m. So it is reading. They're just showing that as being down. So that hasn't refreshed, and looks like Radisson is reading as well. So maybe a bit of a glitch as far as what the color of the pills are. So that's okay. As long as we're getting the data, I don't care what color they are at this point. So, okay. What else have we got here? So let me jump into some. There is a tornado watch yet out in Alberta. There's a watch currently. That's what this red thin line box is. So it's kind of to the west of Edmonton, southwest and northwest and north of Edmonton. That is where our watch is currently. So I want to explain that because a lot of people get confused between watches and warnings. I always compare it to tacos. So a taco watch is when you see the ingredients are on your kitchen counter, you know you might be having tacos for dinner. When the taco arrives at your plate with all the ingredients inside of it, you're having tacos. That's a taco warning. So these watches are your heads up that something may be happening. Whether it's tornado or severe watches, both apply the same way. And essentially what it's telling you is there's potential for tornadoes later. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. It just means the potential is there. And if you do get a warning later on, now you've got something going on and you need to pay attention to it if you're getting that warning and you're in close proximity to the storm that is tornado warned. Same thing with the severe storms. We do have some that are ongoing. So we had the watch out to let people know, hey, something was possible. And now we are getting some storms that are again severe warned. So that means they're ongoing and it's happening at this point. So just wanted to kind of break that down for anybody who wasn't familiar with that. So Old McDonald, Chris, good to see you here from upstate New York. Always enjoy you in the chat. I have a question. How bad is the tornado risk rate in Edmonton? So you guys are just on the edge of it again with warnings or lines. Weather doesn't care. There's a pretty decent chance for very strong storms today, and there is a possibility of tornadoes. So we are definitely taking this seriously. I'm out of all the setups that have been going over the last week, we've had several of them, and this one, this is the most threat, I would say, as far as tornado potential is there. The one caveat has been, and over the last number of days and the last week or so, is smoke. If smoke gets in there, it can throw a wrench in the gears for that, which will bring the threat down, which is obviously good news for people in front of it. So I'm just actually going to pull up some satellite imagery here, and we'll take a look how bad the smoke is currently. I looked at it earlier today. So there is some smoke. I'm going to pull it up and show it to you guys. This is what we monitor. And let me bring that up. So right in the center, obviously, is Alberta. All of that hazy gray stuff is smoke. The southeast corner of Alberta, really bad for smoke. Right around Calgary, if I zoom in, not so much. You can see that it's quite clear, a lot of green, but as soon as you start heading north, there's a haze. And that haze, depending how thick it is, could affect storms not being able to initiate, the sun not being able to destabilize the environment enough, or heating the surface, basically, for storms to go crazy. So that's what we have in play at this point. And again, it's one of those things where you have to take that into account. Whenever there's smoke, it does keep things down a bit lower. So just something to keep in mind, folks. So okay, let me jump in here. We just got our latest scan. So our storm is now kind of reaching into Mayerthorpe on 43. Very heavy precipitation with this, but the hail component has gone down on it. If there's anything in this, it may be pea-sized or smaller. We have a little bean firing right over Drayton Valley here. So that is a new storm that has initiated. You can see that just kind of popped up in the last scan and a half. So we will have to watch to see what that guy does. That is all of this is fairly young in terms of the maturity of these storms. The only ones that have been going for a while would be our storm here southeast of Grand Prairie or northwest of Fox Creek. That storm definitely has been ongoing for a bit here, and it does have quite a bit of hail, and it has had hail on it for a while. This is probably toonie sized or smaller depending where you are, and it continues to move northeast at this point. So it's going to come up to 43 north of Fox Creek as it crosses through there. So this one you definitely want to be paying attention to for the hail aspect. Obviously very heavy rain associated with that as well around the hail core. You've got a lot of red, you always do. That's how it works. And then we do have our storm here. Let me zoom in if there's any. DeBolt, northeast of DeBolt, there's a little bit of hail. This is going to be loony sized or smaller, probably much smaller hail core, very heavy rain associated with it as well. So those are the things to watch for on those particular storms. So let me just take a look here, and I'll switch back. I'm going to just scoot out, just take a look if there's anything happening in Manitoba quickly, but then we'll come back, folks. Still have our storm by Dauphin, a little bit of hail on that, so that's why it's severe warn. There's 1 pixel here. This is just west of Winnipegosis on Highway 10, and again, it is not moving very quickly. It's dropping southeast at a bit of a snail's pace. So again, flooding is going to be the biggest issue with this storm as it moves southeast at this point. So it is just tracking along that Highway 10. So heavy rain, lots of lightning associated with that. So that's the biggest thing going on down that way. Saskatchewan, we just got our watch. This is what I was wondering, whether they were going to put it out. So our watch is just to the opposite side of Cold Lake on the Saskatchewan side, dropping through Lloydminster, and southwest of Cutknife near Macklin is where that watch stops, and then heads eastward towards Hayford or Hafford. I can't remember which way it's pronounced. And then moving northeast northeast towards northeast of Meadow Lake. Basically, we had storms go through there last night. So that is our severe thunderstorm watch on the Saskatchewan side. It is good for 7 hours. I'm just going to read that. It's just saying portions of western Saskatchewan, including the Yellowhead Highway corridor from North Battleford to the Alberta border. Large hail and strong gusty winds. That is the primary threat at this point. So it's hail and wind. Not really talking about much about rain. And this is this afternoon into the evening. Again, active for another 7 hours. They just put this out. So thunderstorms, some of which may become severe, are expected to develop this afternoon across Alberta and near the Saskatchewan border and move northeast through the evening. The risk of severe weather should lessen as the evening goes on. So once we get towards dark, we're talking that things will probably weaken, as we always have on the live stream. Once we lose that diurnal heating from the sun, it does tend to slowly weaken storms off. So what else? So yeah, people saying the smoke can come visit us today. And again, yeah, if you don't want to see storms, that's one of the best ways not to see storms. So smoke I can understand, especially with, like I said, everybody's shell-shocked in Edmonton from this summer just because it's a complete reversal. You would think it's Calgary, but Calgary getting nothing, Edmonton getting everything this summer. So complete backwards to what was there before. So some good comments in the chat here. So rainfall totals. So let me just take a look. If they put it in the watch, I can go and take a look at the outlook. Did they put the totals? No, they didn't. So bear with me. From this morning's outlooks, I'll bring that up. Let me just take a look. For Edmonton, Environment Canada was talking 50 to 70 millimeters of rain within the orange area. That is your high. So that is your high risk area. That is where they were talking 50 to 75 millimeters of rain. In the yellow, they were talking 30 millimeters of rain. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea. So Edmonton is right on the edge of all of that. So again, quite a bit of rain possible, and we'll have to keep an eye on it. I will let you guys know if anything's heading for Edmonton. So Drayton Valley storm just got severe warned. It has got very heavy precipitation on it, and not a lightning strike right now, which again, it's still a very young storm. And then by Mayerthorpe, we do have a hail core to the west of 43. That is going to be almost up to Toonie-sized hail, I would say, within that hail core. Some bright pinks in there. Again, moving northeast, so that's why they have the warning pushed across 43. It's heading northward again, but Whitecourt area, you're probably at this point, okay, this storm is going to miss you to the east. Just a heads up for anybody in the Whitecourt area, but we do have additional storms kind of trying to fire back to the southwest, so we will have to see what they do as they come off the foothills. Still very large hail core here west of 43. This is northwest of Fox Creek. Let's just take a look in there. A little bit of rotation still in that, and again, rotation on most isolated thunderstorms is normal. It's all part and parcel of what happens with the updraft. Again, what we look for is where it's rotating, how tightly it's rotating, and how quickly, meaning wind speed, is rotating. So those are all the factors that we look at. Just red and green together doesn't necessarily mean you've got anything happening. Just telling you that stuff is spinning. It just doesn't mean that it's spinning quickly or in the right area. So in here, the hail core is a little broken up, so maybe coming down or weakening on that last cycle, but still some bright pinks in there. So I'm going to say loony to toonie sized hail. If you're out there camping or out hiking, you want to be out of the way of that storm and taking shelter from it, because it's definitely packing a bit of a punch. What was here? This was DeBolt. Northeast of there, still got that very heavy rainmaker east of 736, north of 43. That definitely has a lot of heavy rain in it and a little tiny hail core. So again, I'm going to say loony or less at this point. So Slash, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that and the kind words. That goes a long way towards helping us. So thank you very much for that. Just going to adjust a couple of things here while I'm got a second. Okay, so just monitoring a bunch of chats as well. So right now, a few storms actually now on the BC side of things. By Tumbler Ridge, there's definitely some hail in this storm. Again, between 50. Why do I have two? Does that 52 loop around? Oh, okay, it does. So Highway 52 looks like it loops around just on the Alberta BC border. And we do have a tiny bit of a hail in here. This is probably going to be loony sized or smaller. And the hail core to the south, that might be just kind of grapes to pea sized hail roughly in that. So just getting developed there. You can see how that intensified over the last couple of scans. So we're going to have to watch that. That is heading up towards Dawson Creek. Our radar up here has a pie-shaped section of missing data, so it's blind in there. Obviously a defect on the radar, nothing I can do about that, but we'll monitor things as best as we can outside of that area as storms are there. So what else have we got here? Near Peace River, just southeast of Peace River on Highway 2, there's a small hail core in here. This is going to have probably loony to toony sized hail, and that's the theme today, folks. Large hail is going to be associated with a lot of these storms. So it's a hailer kind of day, which is an Alberta thing. You guys are used to it somewhat, and doesn't mean it's fun, but that's kind of what's on tap for today. Just going to look south, just seeing if anything's happening there. And we do have some storms trying to come off the foothills, so we'll be watching those. And this line through Edson area, just right now, lightning. Let me just take a look at our winds. Those are just moderate to light showers at this point with some lightning associated with it. So our next scan here should be in a couple minutes. I'll go take a quick look at what's happening over by our one little storm here by Foxwarren in Manitoba, north of Dauphin. Again, just sitting there, heavy rain. The lightning definitely picked up on it. You can see how that is way out ahead of the storm. So this is a strong storm on its own. Let me just see if we've got any real rotation. No real rotation in it of any concern. But we do have heavy precip with maybe tiny hail in that. So that's the only thing going on there. As far as severe is concerned, again, it's north of Dauphin. So what else? So a bottle cap, talking about Edmonton, Alberta, and Fort Sask area. So you are between right now in that kind of general area with Fort Sask. You're near a tornado watch and you are in a severe thunderstorm watch. So you definitely need to be weather aware today. It's impossible for me to predict if anything's going to specifically come through there right now. The chances are decent that you are going to have storms in that area. So definitely need to be weather aware anywhere in our watch areas. Right now, we are just getting started again, and all of this is carrying for at least another 5 hours or so. So that is where we're at this point. So hopefully, again, we're not talking about tornadoes today. I don't like reporting on them because obviously then, they're usually doing damage, that kind of thing. But if it does happen, we are going to let you know where it is, where it's tracking to, and who needs to be concerned about it. So Tony just saying there's a storm forming near Garland, Manitoba. I think that's the one that was north of Dauphin. I'll keep an eye on it. Generally, I try and focus on most of the stuff that's severe, but definitely good to have eyes in the back of my head. So Edson always starts this junk that comes, then it comes for Edmonton. So it's a bit of a pattern. Today, you're going to be concerned about stuff mostly to the southwest, I would think, at this point, coming off the foothills. So kind of around Drayton Valley back to the southwest, depending how this tracks. So even Rocky Mountain House, if they come up that way, they may get into Edmonton. So we are going to watch as they come off the foothills, like I said, and see what can get established and what struggles. So 4:47, we've just had an update here, so I'm going to zoom in. The storm west of Mayerthorpe still has a small hail core on it. It has gone down on this last scan, just so people know. I'll show you. You can see how large that hail core was the scan before. It's about half the size at this point, so we're still probably loony, maybe a little bit bigger in that hail with heavy rain. It is moving again north, basically a little bit northeast, so heading up towards possibly between Blue Ridge and obviously to the west of Mayerthorpe. So that is the one storm near there. We also obviously have a bit of another thunderstorm just to the south of there, maybe pea-sized hail on that at this time. And then let's take a look at our stuff up by Grand Prairie. And we'll see the hail core coming down on this storm northwest of Fox Creek, just by 43 here. Let's just take a look. So it has weakened on this last little scan. I was saying it was kind of broken up. And usually when you see that spacing in between the hail and it's not a clean, concise circle, you know that it's kind of trying to break up, which it's weakening. So it did weaken on the last couple of scans. We'll see if it cycles back up, because that's a very real possibility with these storms. And we'll see whether that happens. This is moving northeast again. Wow. Strong hail core up here by Highway 2. This is by Fowler, just east of Highway 2. This is going to be toonie sized to probably possibly ping pong ball sized hail in this. This is a very bright pink hail core, and the color brightness indicates size, and eventually the next color after this is purple. And we saw we had a storm the other day. Where was that? It was east of Edmonton. It had a lot of purple on it, ended up throwing tennis balls out of it. It had prolific hail on it. So again, when we start seeing those bright colors, you got to worry about it. What do we have here? This is again north of DeBolt, northeast of DeBolt. That still continues to be a heavy rainmaker with a little bit of hail here just to the north of 676. And that's going to be grapes to maybe loony sized at the most, but somewhere in between there. And you can see how this is developing right now. So I'll zoom back out a little bit. And you can see how our storms are progressing around a Grand Prairie area. And we'll stop it right there, south of Dawson Creek, right by Highway 2 and 52. Still very heavy rain in that, maybe small pea-sized hail in it, just a couple of pixels of pink in there. So still in the hills, obviously, and we're going to watch whether that does pick up any intensity. And let's swing back down here west of Edmonton. Our storm by Drayton Valley didn't pick up any real intensity at this point. So let me just switch over here and going to take a look. It looks like Braden is on the Wildwood, Alberta storm. So let me just take a look at that. Where is that? Okay, so this is supercell north of Wildwood, Alberta. I'm going to bring this up. It's a little video clip here from Braden Morriso, so let me share that with you. So he's got an eye on it. This is the base of the bottom of the storm, which is what we want to see, because radar does not catch the bottom 1 kilometer generally or more. So it's always good to have a view of the storm so you know what you're dealing with below that radar scan. So right now, nothing looking threatening on that particular video, just that it's a storm under development, and we'll see what happens there. So again, paying attention to it and watching that. So that again was from Braden Morriso. Wildwood, Alberta is where he tagged that. So I'm just going to repost that on our X account so you can actually see it there, as if you do want to check it out. Okay, 4:53. I think we just had a new scan here. The Drayton Valley storm definitely weakening. It looks like it's dying off. So it popped or initiated, and now it's kind of weakening a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that just to see what's going on. On 43 right now, northwest of Mayerthorpe, there is some large hail by Greencourt. This is going to be toonie sized and maybe even larger, and it's a solid solid hail core on that. So people driving across there are going to be getting pummeled by hail, unfortunately, as this continues across. And then southwest of Mayor Thorpe, west of 22, we have another hail core in there. That's going to be Toonie sized hail or smaller by the looks of it. So again, that is heading up, and we're seeing these hail cores intensifying, dropping, and then re-intensifying. So that's a kind of a cycling effect on the storms. Let me take a look back up here by Grand Prairie. Hail core still evident in here, but it's much smaller and much more broken up. Northwest of Fox Creek by 43. We have kind of three small areas with that hail. Some of them are going to be loony to toonie sized hailstones, some of them loony or smaller depending where you catch it. So obviously very heavy rain associated with that storm as well, and a little bit of wind. Let's just take a look back here near, where are we here? Southwest of Fowler, south of 49, north of 676. We do have some hail embedded in this. This is going to be kind of loony to toonie sized hail with very heavy rain. A little bit of wind in there, but nothing too strong. And then obviously southeast of Peace River on Highway 2 or northeast of Fowler. Still got that very significant hail core. This is going to again be toonies or maybe even larger than that. So it's sustaining. It did weaken a little bit, but it is sustaining mostly on this hail core. So that's what we have going on right now in Alberta. So quite a few little storms kind of talking and throwing. The hail is the biggest threat that we have right now. Obviously, once things mature, we could see something a little different. Just looking here, just on the Alberta BC border, just south of Dawson Creek, maybe again still just maintaining pea-sized hail just west of 52 here, and that's it basically. Heavy rain, not a lot of lightning associated with that storm, so still not a huge threat in that regards. Let me switch radars up and just check what's coming. Non-severe storms coming off the foothills around Edson area, south of 16. And those are right now just some moderate showers with some thunder and lightning as well. So let me switch over to Strathmore, and we're looking pretty good there. And let me flip back over to Manitoba, and we'll take a look at a couple of storms here. So storm by north of Dauphin still continues to be there, slowly moving southeast along the highway. It's almost hugging the highway. Heavy rainmaker with possibly very tiny hail in it continues here. So that is a storm that is ongoing. And then let me take a look from Woodlands radar, whether there's anything else happening. Don't have anything else to report in Manitoba right now, so we are good. So let me come back to the Edmonton area, and we'll take a look at that. So we're 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, just so people know. We do get it every 8 minutes roughly. The scan takes only 6 minutes, but before it gets uploaded to us, it processes and then uploads. It's about an 8-minute time cycle roughly. So okay. I've had recurring dreams of tornadoes every time I talk about them on the live stream. My dreams definitely revolve around these live streams in the radar when I've been live. Yesterday I think we did 8 or 9 hours. My brain just doesn't want to shut off, so I've definitely had a lot of tornado dreams, or actually just radar dreams more than anything. So appreciate the kind words, Cold Andrew. That's what we're here for, and trying to keep people informed. So oh, Peanut Dudes is in Embrun, Eastern Ontario. So yeah, we do have some rain showers in Eastern Ontario. Nothing really worth talking about in the sense of severe. The only thing is that there is potential for very heavy rain in small areas, just because they're isolated storms. And we did have a rainfall warning for our area today that expires, I think overnight it expires. So definitely some small pockets of heavy rain possible, but overall, not a severe threat in the sense of wind, hail, that kind of stuff. It's just heavy precipitation is what they're calling for. So I'm gonna wait for our next scan. It should be about 1 minute here, and we'll see what happens west of Edmonton right now. Again, we're seeing most of these storms moving north with a bit of a northeast component on it. So yeah, nothing right now going into Edmonton. Like I said, I will give you a heads up when we were here Saturday with the storms coming from the west. That was the what was it? Post Malone Jelly Roll concert and K-Days. I gave you guys probably 2 hours heads up that you need to batten down the hatches, and it was heading that way. So I try and give as much of a heads up as possible. So Drayton Valley storm, that thing is just a rainstorm, nothing to be concerned about. Barbara, really appreciate you becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you for that. That does help support us. And you get some access to some cool custom emojis and a unique badge in the chat as well. So again, thank you for that. Northwest of Mayerthorpe, southeast of Blue Ridge, we still have some hail. It has crossed 43. The hail color, or the brightness of the pink, has come down a little bit, so we're probably loony to toony sized somewhere in that neighborhood, but it continues to have some hail on it. South of Mayerthorpe, long 22, you do have a bit of hail in here. This is going to be grapes to maybe a little bit larger than that, with heavy precipitation associated with it as well. So that continues to march northward. I'll just show you how that's unfolding here. And you can see how that has gone over the last 40 minutes or so. And just stop it on the last scan. Let's go move over to our other radar here, and we'll take a look by northwest of Fox Creek. So just coming up to 43 northwest of Fox Creek. This has again a decent hail core on it, and we are looking at some bright pinks in there. So that's going to be loony to toony size coming up to 43. So if you're traveling anywhere along 43, again northwest of Fox Creek, there's about to be some hail over the roadway there, with extremely heavy precipitation as far as rain is concerned. So please heed that warning. Little bit of hail. Again, we were just talking about this earlier. Just let me see if I've got a town. Fowler is kind of over there, but do I have anything closer down here? No, not much down here. So southwest of Fowler, between 49 and 676, we still continue to have a little bit of hail. This is going to be grapes to loony sized hail. Very heavy precipitation, but it's in a very narrow band moving northward. So still obviously a lot of rain embedded with that as well. And our hail core has just been sitting here. This is south of Reno, it looks like, and that would be southeast of Peace River, along Highway 2. I'm just going to see what it's been doing here over the last few scans. It's not moving very quickly, so this is going to be causing flooding. It is basically crawling at this point, so lots of hail, lots of precipitation. Again, that is going to cause some overland flooding with just how that has been sitting there. And I'm just looking at the whole line just to see how things are initiating. So now we have basically a straight line of storms that have formed. Basically, let me highlight that. Just moving in a straight line along here, we have storms initiating, and so that is an area that is going to see quite a bit of rain, even if the storms move. They're one after the other, so just keep that in mind. This is on the east side of Peace River. Obviously severe warned for that as well. So just going to take a look at some of the stuff around Edson, getting a little bit more precipitation just south of 16 there, starting to see a bunch of lightning. So that's when you start paying attention to the storm, because when the lightning ramps up, you definitely have a storm trying to intensify. Keisha Girl, thank you so much as always for the donation. Really appreciate that. So we will watch our storms here by 16 and Edson. Right now they are just thunderstorms, non-severe, not concerning at this point. So let's just switch around. Nothing near Calgary or Strathmore. Gonna just take a look at Cold Lake. Nothing there. So, oh, I forgot the BC side of things. Sorry. Let me just take a look here. Nothing. The hail has actually, south of Dawson Creek, the hail has come out of this storm. It's a very heavy rainmaker, no lightning on it. So right now, just a non-severe thunderstorm, not indicating any hail on that last scan. And let's flip over to Manitoba. They did kill off the severe warning for our storm north of Dauphin. It is still there. The biggest threat, like I said, with this would be just that slow movement. Heavy rain might cause some overland flooding, but Glenna, thank you as always for the 50 stars. Really appreciate it. So this storm, just lots of lightning with it, so you got to heed that lightning. It is throwing it out ahead of it, and then it does have heavy rain, but it is a small, compact little storm, no longer severe warned. So that is the good news in that regards. And we only have 2 radars in Manitoba. We don't have one up north. That is definitely an area that should get a radar if the budget allows for it, right? So I know they're not cheap. So anyways, that is definitely an area where I would plunk down a radar just for coverage. Let's just take a look here. So I'll jump back into the comments. Oh, glad to hear that. That's obviously from the Saturday storm. When, like I said, when we had that concert and everything like that. So here in my neighborhood by London Mary Mall, we're actually got a betting pool going these days on amount of rain we get and which house plot gets the most. Got to try and keep things light. So yeah, listen, that's a good way if you can, you know, have at least a little bit of fun with the bad times. I get that. That's definitely one way to do it. So I do know that if Edmonton gets, I think, around 22 millimeters today, you guys are going to break the all-time record for July ever. You just broke June, so you guys are on a streak for the rain side of things. So let me just take a look here. This is our latest scan. Our one storm just by Blue Ridge, lots of precipitation and a decent little bit of hail in there. Looney to Toonie sized hail, but in a much smaller, compact hail core. So it looks like it might be losing a little bit of that hail core. We'll have to see. And then south of Mayerthorpe, all the hail has come out except for 2 little pixels here. So very heavy rain and maybe pea-sized hail in that. So that's the good sign there. Let's take a look. South of Edson, we're starting to see some hail. That was that storm I was mentioning that we were starting to see lightning on it, which again indicates that a storm is trying to pick up some intensity, and that's what we've seen here. We're showing definitely some intensification of the updraft, which supports that hail. Right now, probably loony-sized or smaller in terms of hail, and again, I'll show you how this is moving. It's moving somewhat northeast at this time, so storms kind of further east are moving more north. This is coming off the hills northeast at this time. So a little bit of a different track for some of the storms in the area. Okay, hail over Fox Creek, northwest of Fox Creek on 43 is now over the highway. This is by Little Smoky. So we do have some decent hail in this. This is going to be loonies to toonies dropping on the highway with obviously very heavy precipitation with those dark red pixelations. That is going to be moving over there right now. So give me a sec here. Just getting something in one of my chats. Okay. Oh, Gracie, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. And we're happy to provide the coverage. We've got a really good team that works here with us and helps us out. So this is another post from Braden Morso. I'm going to share this strong inflow into the base north of Wildwood, Alberta, and listen to the thunder is the comment on here. So let me bring it up and share it with you folks. So again, this is from Braden Morso, and there's that a really close lightning strike. Lightning always scares me more than anything on a storm. hopefully that wasn't too loud for you folks. I'm wearing earphones, so hopefully it wasn't too bad. This is again from Braden Morriso, just going to share his social media. Most of you probably know the green Jeep if you're in Alberta, but if you're anybody who follows weather, Braden, and you don't know Braden, definitely give him a follow. This is his social media on X. It's the same name on Facebook. He's a phenomenal storm chaser. I do refer to him as the Tornado Whisperer. The man knows how to get around. So, okay. What else? Let me just see here. They just put out another. Glenna, thank you very much for the stars again. They just severe warned a little bean here. Where is this close to? This is northwest of Swan Hills. I don't know if there's much. East Prairie Métis settlement, but it looks like it's somewhat over very rural country, but it is severe warned for a little bit of hail. This is right east of 43 and 49 where they meet, so that is where that little storm just got severe warned because of that hail signature on it. And then we continue to have our line of storms here east of Grand Prairie that are marching kind of northeast in a bit of a trajectory there up towards Peace or east of Peace River, and some of that has some very small hail in it. Why they are severe warned, some areas a little bit more hail than others, so I'll zoom in and let you know. Just here by 49 and 676 we do have kind of loony sized or smaller hail. It is a smaller hail core. And then we have our one south of Reno, or just southeast of Peace River, just zooming in and out so people can see where that is. This is hail core is starting to break up here, so it has weakened on the last two scans, and we're probably down to grapes to loony sized hail in that roughly. So again, that has subsided a little bit on the last few scans. We did look at Edson already, so I'm good there. Awesome. Thank you, CR. Really appreciate it and glad that we can help with the anxiety, especially with how many watches are out there. And it is a higher end day, but we will walk you folks through it. That's the whole idea of what we do. So still got our storm by Dauphin, still non-severe, or is no longer severe warned. It was for a while. Just a bunch of rain coming out of this thing on one side, just by Highway 10. It's just hugging the highway. Lots of lightning associated with it, but very heavy rainmaker is the biggest thing I can speak about in that one. No real strong winds or anything, so that's good news as well. Let's take a look. They're updating a whole bunch of stuff over here. That's what that beeping was. So whenever we get the yellow boxes updating, we get that kind of beep coming through. And nothing new there. We've seen what's going on. So let's take a look at around Edmonton or west of the Edmonton area right now. That's where everything seems to be isolated. Mayerthorpe, south of you, you got a little bit of rain on top of you, lightning, but heavy rain just directly to your south with maybe pea-sized hail along 22 and what looks like 647. So it is coming up in your direction, but the hail has subsided on there. It's maybe pea-sized at most. And then near Blue Ridge, still got two little pockets of hail. Loony sized or smaller in either one essentially, but also very heavy rain with those dark reds. And Edson area, hail marker still on that one. I think it went down because we had about 6 of them there. We're down to 1 pixel of pink. Obviously still very heavy rain just south of 16. That might have pea-sized hail in it roughly. So not very large at this point. And let's take a look at our stuff just near, what was it, Smoky? Little Smoky, north of Little Smoky, along 43, there is definitely some significant hail in this with these bright pinks in the center of our screen. We are looking at toonie sized, maybe even larger out of that. And again, it is moving basically northeast at this point as it's crossing over. So it will continue on that trajectory. And again, sizable hail in that storm. So that's the biggest thing we need to worry about. Just going to zoom back up here. What have we got? Anything as far as a town? No. Okay, so this is 49, just north of Valley View. We do have some decent hail. This will be loony to toonie size maximum, roughly, out of that. So one area to be concerned about. And then we still have our hail here by Reno. That has moved northeast a little bit. And right now we're probably talking loony to toonie size. There are some bright pinks in that as well. So, but it is a small hail core at this point. On the Alberta BC border, just around south of Dawson Creek. This is just a rainmaker at this point. Some pockets of heavy rain, but it looks like the precipitation is subsiding a little bit on that storm at least. So that is good news. Just going to take a look what's coming off the hills here. And just in case anybody's wondering, our Drayton Valley storm is just dying off. That's going to eventually disappear here, folks. So let's continue. We'll go back to quickly look in Manitoba. Nothing really a whole lot going on here. Still have our storm just north of Dauphin. Again, just a rainmaker at this point. So slowly dropping southeast along there, but we will update it if anything gets too crazy over there. Right now we are just watching the stuff west of Edmonton, and so far storms are missing there, but we are early on. It's only 5:15 right now, so still a lot of time left. And again, our tornado watch that is west of Edmonton and to the north, we are looking at 4 more hours of that. They were talking about peak time being between 4 and 8 p.m. so you can kind of extend that a little bit out, because obviously tornadoes don't care about timelines or clocks or anything like that, but that's kind of your window where the peak for a potential tornado were. And if you're just joining us, I did talk earlier on that smoke is in play a little bit from wildfires. And when we do get smoke involved in severe storms or severe weather, I should say, it tends to keep things a bit of a lid on things. So it's always good to have smoke with severe storms. For the most part, it does limit their ability to go too crazy. So, okay. Just looking here. I see my moderators are bribing people with memberships. You guys are awesome. Love it. Winds are picking up a little bit in northwest Edmonton, so thank you for that update. And what else are we going down here? Logical velocity in terms of when I predict weather is going to come into Edmonton. If it's going to happen, I think it's going to be before 8 p.m. But again, it's a bit up in the air. A lot of boxes being updated. We'll go take a look at those in a minute. We've got our next scan coming up. But I honestly hope that nothing comes into Edmonton. That's quite honestly my wishes at this point, because again, I've been live streaming the last 4 storms that came through Edmonton and kicked you guys around, and that's not fun. So I don't want that for people. So I'm going to say I hope it doesn't come into Edmonton, but if it does, I think it'll be before 8 p.m. So that's what my take is on it. So we've got some updates coming up here on a scan in about a minute. Rick, thank you for donating or gifting some Sunshine Club memberships. Really appreciate that. Hope you guys enjoy the perks of that. While we're waiting for our scan, just for people who don't know what it is, this is our Sunshine Club member benefit card, and it basically gives you unique badges in the chat. So the longer you are a member, you get more unique colors. We've only had this for about a month and a half, maybe 2 months at the most. We deployed that, and you get custom emojis. So you've got a happy tornado, an excited double-sided lightning bolt, a sad rain cloud, angry red barn, which happens to be my favorite, the snowball, and the cold hailstone, and then our logo as well is in there as an emoji. So just in case anybody's wondering what that's about. So it's and it's very affordable. We kept it at $1.49 for a month, so it helps us out a little bit. And again, we appreciate anybody who's a member of that. So let's take a look here. We just got our scan in, so let me see what's happening. Nothing much in terms of intensity picking up. By Mayerthorpe, again, you still have a very heavy rain shower, lots of lightning with it, not a lot of wind, heavy rain in that dark red area along 22. It might miss you just to the east a little bit. You may not catch it all, but Sean, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club as well. And then we have a little bit of hail still left in our storm northeast of Blue Ridge. That is going to be grapes to maybe loony size, depending where you are on that storm. Let's take a look by Edson. No hail on this storm as it moves east, but very heavy rain. So if you are driving along 16 around the Edson area, there is torrential downpour for across the highway essentially at this point. And so that'll continue with obviously with some lightning as well. Let's take a look at our storm to the northwest of Fox Creek and Little Smoky. Just due north. What road is that? Does it say? 745. So hail crossing between 43 and 745. This again is going to be loonies to toonies, and it's a significantly broad hail core at this point. Just to give you guys an idea, this is roughly 12 to 13 kilometers across for the hail. So Kiana, hopefully I pronounced that. Appreciate you becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you very much for that. What else have we got here? So again, hail just east of 43 down there. Some of the hail has disappeared out of our line here near Faller, just very heavy precip cores, but we still southeast of Peace River, St. Isidore area, east of Highway 2, near Reno. You definitely have very significant hail. Michael, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. This is going to be toonie size, maybe even a little bit bigger. And again, that is along Highway 2. I don't know if there's it doesn't have anything for the road that goes east to west, but if you know where Reno is and southeast of Peace River, that's where the hail core is. It does have what we call a TBSS on it, 3-body scatter strike. That basically, what in a nutshell that means is basically you have a lot of hail and dense hail. So that is indicative of a storm. You need to watch out for the hail because there's quite a bit of it in there. So what else? Okay, so we're done around Edmonton. Like I said, we got some storms coming off the foothills, so we'll keep an eye on that. And I'm just going to double check something here. Brett, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club as well. Appreciate the support. Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, nothing to report on social media right now as it sits. So right now we are basically just concentrating everything. Let me just take a look here. Some storms around Prince George. A little bit of hail on this. Well, this is right over the radar, so that's kind of misleading. When they're right over the radar, radars can't read the storms properly, so they look more intense than they actually are. So that's probably why that's not severe warned at this point. And they just severe warned our storm right near Dawson Creek, and that's because there's a tiny amount of hail here just south of Dawson Creek, west of Highway 2. That's going to be grapes to maybe a little bit bigger than grapes or smaller at this point. Heavy rainmaker, and that is moving. Let me see, it's coming. It's going to go just to the east or southeast of Dawson Creek by the looks of it, unless it expands as it continues to do so. But it is currently just south of Dawson Creek. So just a pile of rain. Doesn't look like it has any lightning associated with it. So heavy rain and a little bit of hail. Let's switch back here. That Blue Ridge storm, they just extended the severe warning to the north as this storm continues to move from Blue Ridge. We will jump back on that on our next scan here, which should be in about a minute or so. Friendly Manitoban, if you've got eyes on the storm, I definitely love hearing in the chat what's going on with stuff. Definitely good to see that information. So yes, definitely keep us updated. I mean, there's no such thing as too much information, I don't think, when it comes to severe weather. So thank you. Helix, good to see you from Australia as well. Always love seeing you in the chat, making it international. So thanks for stopping in today. Could get a little exciting. We're hoping it doesn't, to be honest with you, because this particular area has had a rough ride over the last month and a half, and don't like seeing that for the folks that are in the chat and on the channel. So. Good question. What is that hole in the radar coverage? Where is that? Near Dawson Creek. That is a scan. So it's a pie-shaped. Obviously, there's something wrong with the sensor. The radar sits right here. I'm going to zoom in on it. That's why it's got that circle. And there is missing data. I couldn't tell you why that is missing. It's obviously a defect. So something is wrong within the radar. It has been like that for a while. So I don't know what it will take to fix it, but that's a actual broken part on the radar. So it's blind within that, that area, where those beams are scanning. So I would assume it's a sensor issue. But again, I'm not a radar tech, so I'm not going to pretend to be one, but it's just a broken radar at this point. That's basically what it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we're good. Oh, somebody just joined and I missed it. Sorry. Whoever just joined, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. I apologize, I don't have your username. I was distracted looking at some data. So, okay, we are 5:23 p.m. So this is our latest scan. A little bit of a storm here. This is the Drayton Valley storm that just continues. This is moderate to light rain. It's not anything to be concerned about. The Mayerthorpe storm is picked up a little bit of hail. So we're now getting into grapes, maybe to loony size. It looks like it's just going to go to the east of to Mayerthorpe at this point, so we'll see, but that's what it does look like at this point. Heavy rainmaker with that as well, and we'll continue on from there. Blue Ridge storm, most of the pixels of pink have disappeared on it when it's crossing here over 658, and so maybe pea-sized hail at most, but with heavy rain in that. And then we caught a couple of hail cores initiating here east of Fox Creek. Let me see if I'm on the, yeah, I'm on the closest radar. So we do have just north of 43 east of Fox Creek. There are a couple hail cores in here. This is going to be kind of loony to maybe a little bit smaller than that. Loony or smaller hail in those two small hail cores. And let's take a look at the rest of it along here to the north. Just north of west of Fox Creek, a little bit of hail. That is going to be grapes to loony sized hail just to the west of 43 right now. And then where is this? This is north of Little Smoky, still sitting out there. This isn't moving very fast. This is the largest hail core we currently have, I believe, out in Alberta. This is going to be toonie sized or smaller based on those really bright pinks at this point. So that is the biggest threat right now, just for hail out there. And we have another little hail core. This one again by Reno. It's crossing east of Reno, southeast of Peace River is where this is located. This would be probably toonie sized or smaller at this point in that small little pocket. So need to pay attention to that one. And then out by Dawson Creek, a little bit of hail in here just to the southeast or south of Dawson Creek. Heavy rain in that, no real lightning indicated. This is going to be loony sized or smaller as far as hail is concerned. And let's just take a look, and I think that's it. Oh, they did severe warn out by Prince George. I'm going to assume that's for the storm that's right over the radar. It does show a little bit of pink in there, but it is over top of the radar. It, like I said, sometimes when it's right over top, it does look worse than it actually is. So we'll have to see whether that continues on, or they did severe hit for our little storm here back over Doll Lake Provincial Park. That may have grapes or smaller in there. So it's a very large warning, as you can see. The only two storms that are possible, obviously the one over the radar and then the Doll Lake Provincial Park storm. So just a heads up for anybody that's in the BC area. Looking through Calgary, nothing to see down there. We'll come back, take a quick scan over in Alberta, Manitoba. So this storm is dying. The one that's north of Dauphin, that is a storm that will disappear quite quickly at this point. You can see how it had that red core, and then it is going to disappear very, very fast. That storm is evaporating basically. So that will be gone. We do have a storm up here north of Swan River starting to get outside of radar range, but there is something trying to get itself organized up there. So we'll watch that to see if there's anything of any concern up that way. But right now we are pretty good, folks. Things are still on the lower end of things. Let's hope it doesn't get much more exciting as far as the severe side of things, but we're still early on at this point. So Green Cube asking, does Vegreville have a chance of thunderstorms? Is it moving northeast too fast? So right now this is moving. All the storms that you're seeing now currently have no chance of being east of Edmonton, but there are further storms. You can see them coming off the hills back to the south. I'll show you that. So there are storms trying to come off the foothills. Those ones could get up to Vegreville. So again, we're very early on in this. Lots of time left. So still very much a chance that Vegreville gets storms. Look how far east your severe thunderstorm watches go. They go into Saskatchewan. So that gives you an idea of where you have a chance for storms today. And it's a very large footprint. So that's why anybody in these yellow thin lined boxes, that's your severe thunderstorm watch. That is your heads up that weather is possible today and you need to stay weather aware. The red box, on top of being severe thunderstorms in that area, you're in a tornado watch, meaning that storms there could produce a tornado. So again, keep your head on a swivel. Even though this box is west of Edmonton, anybody in Edmonton should be prepared to deal with a possible tornado. It doesn't mean it's going to happen, but be prepared now. Have your emergency plan in place so you know what you're going to do. We always recommend for tornadoes that you are in a basement if possible. If there is that's not an option, an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We do recommend a bathtub because it gives you a little bit more protection, and a small mattress or something over top of you to protect you in the worst case scenario. Have that in place and ready to go. Don't be trying to do that last minute because you may not have the time to execute that. So that is my advice to you folks, is just be prepared. That is 90% of the battle. It's be prepared, don't be afraid. And again, just have it ready to go, and let's hope that nothing happens. Okay, here's our next scan, I believe 529. Yes, so just to the southeast of Mayerthorpe, that still does have a tiny amount of hail on it. That's going to be pea-sized or smaller. Very heavy precipitation with that. That is torrential downpour. And we do have our storm. This was northeast of Blue Ridge. That has lost all the hail indicators on this last scan, so just a very heavy rainmaker at this point. And then let's take a look by the line marching eastward from Edson. Very heavy rain, no hail on this. This is just along Yellowhead Highway near Knighton Junction. And it is coming again kind of east, northeast in that general direction. So you can see how that's marching through. So that's going to be picking up some intensity. There's a lot of rain embedded in that line. You can see that now, a lot of red in there, dark orange. So that is starting to get organized as far as precipitation is concerned. So still are a little bit of hail cores east of Fox Creek, just north of 43. Again, probably loony, maybe a little bit larger in those storms. Let me just take a look here back by Little Smoky. Hail core has crossed 43. This is going to be loonies or smaller, just to the southeast of Little Smoky. Went down a little bit. We still have this bright pink hail core northeast of Smoky, south of 665. That is going to be up to toonie sized hail out of that. So we are looking, that has sustained the hail core for a while. And then we do have east of where was sorry, I can't remember what my reference. Swan Hills to the southeast. So this is northwest of Swan Hills. Still got a hail core in this. Going to be about loonies or a smaller at this point, but decent sized hail core out of that. And southeast of Peace River, just near Reno, still maintaining that hail. This does have a bright pink pixel, so not all of it is going to be toonie size, but I would say somewhere between loony and toonie size roughly for that hail as it continues to move northeast. So let's go back over towards Dawson Creek. Just on the east side of Dawson Creek, no more hail indicated on that, and we are just talking a very heavy rainmaker, so that's just a very strong rainstorm at this point. No hail indicated on that scan. So and let's just go back to the Edmonton area. So we are just scanning a small area at this point. I'll double check Prince George area. We've got those two storms just to see what they're doing. One of them sitting right over the radar. So again, that looks like moderate rain to light rain. No real lightning associated, but with hail along Highway 16 here. Where was this? Oh, this was near Mud River and Doll Lake Provincial Park. So it's northeast of Doll Lake Provincial Park, just along Highway 16. That is going to be loony or smaller hail at this point. So that is basically it for the BC side of things. Not very exciting out there. And again, we're still not seeing anything in Manitoba, so I'll keep an eye on that over the next few scans. I'll try and get in the chat here and answer some questions for people as much as I can. So Evansburg. I've got a question about Evansburg. So just bear, folks, if you do want to know about a specific area, if you could put the province in there, because I won't know every town name based on what province it's in. So that just helps me narrow it down. So if you can put the city and the province, that way I've got an idea of where I'm dealing with, because we are covering BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan later, and Manitoba. So it just helps me out. So yeah, you do have storms headed your way. This line is coming in that general direction. So you're definitely going to have storms. Whether they're going to be severe or not, that's the question mark. But the chances are pretty decent as this progresses. Again, we're only 5:37 p.m. right now, Alberta time. So definitely would be prepared for storms out in the Evansburg area. So what else? Thank you very much for the kind words, Mr. T. Love the username. That's awesome. What else? What am I missing here? Obviously, somebody made some kind of comment that's got people kind of going on here. So, okay. Anyways, Right now, yeah, there. I mean, there is. Some of these storms are moving through areas that are populated somewhat, but overall, compared to for Edmonton, Edmonton is highly populated. So Helix, that's a very big city with a big population. But right now, to the west, obviously a little less populated. So, which is good news. But obviously, still people live out there, and we do like to warn them about it. So. Daza, I saw that. I think you emailed us as far as being a mod. I'm slowly bringing people on board. Whenever we're live streaming like this, back to back to back, there's so much work that goes on behind the scenes to get a live stream done. I'm trying to catch up on stuff, but it'll take probably a couple of days to catch up. We have so many emails and messages that come in, but I've definitely got you on the list. If you emailed us, and I believe you did, I will definitely reach out to you. So. Appreciate you putting that in the chat just to let me know. Perfect. Lynn, again, glad to do it. Glad it's helping people out. That's, again, what drives us to do what we do. So, okay. Just going to see what time my last scan was. 5:35. Okay, so maybe I missed a scan here while I was looking in the comments. I do get carried away sometimes. So, yeah, we do have a little bit of hail still down southeast of Mayerthorpe. This is going to be probably loony to toony sized hail. It is still just south of 43 by Rochefort Bridge. Just to give you guys an idea, that is a very heavy rainmaker. Our line is proceeding down Highway 16, but you can see it stretches to the north and to the south. Right now, that is very heavy rain in there, and there are some winds embedded in the front of this. So definitely going to be gusty as this line moves through. So you can see how this is progressing. So again, moving northeast, and it is pretty broad. So that is going to cover a pretty big area as far as some stronger winds and heavy rain at this point. Right now, no hail in that line as we are looking at these scans. So let's just take a look here by Fox Creek. Just going to see a little bit of hail to the east of there. We're starting to get far away from the radar, but north of 43, I would say we're probably looking at loony-sized hail or smaller. So let me switch radars. I'm pretty sure I'm closer to the other one. And this is, again, near Big Smoky, or Little Smoky. I keep confusing that. Sorry, guys. Little Smoky, just by 665. This definitely has some significant hail in this. This is just southeast of the Valley View Ranch Hutterite Colony on 665. This is going to be toonies or smaller as far as hail is concerned in that little hail core. Still have our little storm northwest of Swan Hills, but this is probably down to pea-sized to grape-sized hail, somewhat remote in that area. And then we do have our line kind of marching along 49 and Highway 2, it looks like. This has a few pockets of small hail, grapes or smaller, maybe even pea-sized hail. So that's the only part to point out there. And out in BC, just on near Dawson's Creek, a little pixel of pink. So we might have maybe pea-sized hail, but more than likely this is just very heavy rain along Highway 2 and that Alberta BC border. Let's just take a look in Prince George quickly, and then we'll swing back around. Oof, there's some good hail right here by Bednesty. Just north of 16, that is some decent sized hail in here, folks. That's toony sized hail falling out of this storm, so definitely something to pay attention to. I can give you a direction on that, so we'll just show you how it's moving. So it is moving northeast, just cross that Highway 16, and it's heading out there. I do realize it is fairly remote, but obviously people camping, hiking around the Prince George area, you do want to be paying attention to this. And they put out a severe warning, but look at the size of this severe warning, and our storm is just down here in the corner. Unfortunately, that's the way the warning work in Canada. We have these giant boxes that get put out. No, that's not what I wanted, but to give you guys an idea, This box is 160 kilometers across for a little storm that is just southwest or west of Prince George. So anyways, just it's moving northeast. That has some significant hail. I would not want to be taking that on the noggin if I'm out there. So definitely pay attention to that storm at this point. So, okay, let me swing out to Manitoba just to see if anything is happening here. Nothing of any significance at this point, so just a couple of isolated showers and that's it. And again, as we get closer to evening, that's 6:43 p.m. in Manitoba time. So when we get closer to dark, the threat is dropping or reducing. That's what the wording from Environment Canada was. So let's take a look here. We should have a new scan here right now any second. So I'm going to stick with this just to see what updates. So far, everything west of Edmonton, it's kind of southwest of Edmonton, are just garden variety showers at this point. We do have some trying to come off the foothills, so we will have to pay attention to them. Our line here between Edson, and this is going to be by Knighton Junction. So you can see to the north, there's a little bit of hail just east of 32. And so that is starting to pick up some intensity. That is marching again northeast. You can just see how that's going. So that's going to get into Whitecourt, Mayerthorpe, probably Barhead as well. We'll see if that's the case, but we're still a bit of ways from those areas. It has picked up intensity. So now back before when we were looking at it here, a lot more yellow and green when it was west of Edson, and then if you bring it forward, you can see how that red and orange is starting to propagate in that, and we now have some hail associated with it. So this is a line to be paying attention to. It is again moving northeast, and that is going to be packing a bit of a punch. It has some stronger winds in it, straight line winds, so it is pushing winds as it's coming through. So this will be very gusty as it comes through. So again, if you're in line with this, please batten down the hatches. Storm southeast of Mayerthorpe, just over 43, just heavy rain. It doesn't look like it has any hail on this scan, but that is torrential rainfall with those dark reds. And our storm north of Blue Ridge has picked up some hail on it. It does even show a small TBSS on it. So this is going to be dense and a lot of hail within this hail core. This is going to be loonies to toonies roughly within that. So, good question here. I'll jump in this. I just saw it pop up. Why can't I find it? Yes, there we go. Comments move so quickly. There definitely is merch. I'm just going to share this info. So you can see right below me here, cwlstore.ca is our merch store. We currently don't have hats yet. We are working on that, but we have shirts, tank tops, mugs, stickers from like $4 and up. And so you get something nice and it helps us out a little bit. So if anybody's interested, cwlstore.ca, and everything we do is within Canada. That's the other thing. So we don't outsource anything into the US just because of customs and all that other baloney that's going on. So, okay, let me just take a look here. So near Fox Creek, the hail has broken up a little bit east of Fox Creek. It has gone down on the last scan. I will show you that. So you can see there was definitely a lot more hail. Now it's kind of broken up into 3 areas. So maybe Grapes to Looney, depending where you are. And then let's take a look near Little Smoky northeast. So this is east of Valley View. Let me switch radars. And that's going to be right at the corner of 747 and 665. It is a little less bright pink in here, so this is going to be loonies to toonies roughly, still maintaining that hail core there. And to the north, we've lost most of our hail, just pockets of very heavy rain, kind of along Highway 2 and 49, east of Peace River and up in that general direction. Dawson Creek, no hail, 1 pixel. I'm lying. There's one little pink pixel over here, so we're going to say that maybe there's a chance that that little pocket has pea-sized hail, but overall, just a very heavy rainmaker at this point. And we'll continue to monitor our storm here by Prince George. Still has, this hasn't updated. This is 12-minute old scan. So now the Prince George radar is missing a scan here, so I'll have to come back to it. It just hasn't updated, so we will check on that one when we get back there. So they've just updated a whole bunch of severe warnings for all this stuff out west of Edmonton near Grand Prairie area, to the southeast of Grand Prairie, I should say. Let's take a look here. 5:41. We are about 1 minute out, so I'll stick with this just to see what's going to happen. Cassandra asking, saying any concern for Grenville, Hawkesbury later on today, possible tornado in Shadowgay. Okay, that's interesting. Let me check on something here. I'm just going to have somebody look into that. So I hadn't heard that. There were no expectations of anything that severe, but I'm just going to come back here. There were no tornado warnings today. So that's interesting. Right now for Grenville area, again, all we're looking at here, just quickly going to glance at Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. These are regular rain showers at this point, so nothing of any concern. They're just moderate to light rain showers at this time. So no, I would say for Grenville, Hawkesbury area, not a big issue out that way. I know Marie Rochon, who's usually in the chat, she turns on the storm shield, so. And that's just a joke, but we always kind of kid about that for Hawkesbury. So anyways, you should be okay, but I'm having somebody look into the possibility of that Shadowgate information. So we'll go from there and double check everything. So here is our latest scan for Alberta. Again, we are west and northwest of Edmonton. You can see our line moving from Edson eastward. It's going through Whitecourt right now, but we do have some decent hail here just southeast of Mayerthorpe. That has picked up on the last scan. That is definitely going to be loony to possibly toonie sized hail with torrential rain along 43 just to the north of there. So that is one area with decent hail. Just north of Highway 16, north of Knighton Junction. Eggnog Salad, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Love the username. What else? Knighton Junction, again, just north of there, tiny hail. This is going to be grapes to pea-sized hail, but very heavy rain in this. And there are winds on the front of this. These bright colors that you're seeing, those are strong winds. And we're probably talking, 50 to 60, maybe 70 kilometers an hour, depending where you are within this line. So it is going to be gusty when it comes through. That's what I'm been saying here for a little bit. The heaviest precip is north of Highway 16. You can see those dark reds stretching all the way up towards Whitecourt. And we still have our hail core here to the north of Blue Ridge or south of Swan Hills. That hail core probably, again, going to be loony sized, maybe a little bit bigger than that as it moves through. And east of Fox Creek, we now have one hail core, but it has intensified. It is definitely looking like loony to toonie sized hail in that little hail core east of Fox Creek. And let me just see here. It looks like our hail core just by northeast of Little Smoky has shrunk. It still has some bright pinks in here, so we're still going to say loonies to toonie sized hail. This is east of 665 and 747 where they meet, southeast of Valley View, and right south of, I'm going to butcher that, Jussard. We have quite a bit of hail embedded in here. This is going to be loonies to toonies as well. So that's what we're looking at for hail west of the Edmonton towards the foothills. And then our rest of our line to the north has just got pockets of heavy rain. Dawson Creek still got one pixel by Rolla of pink, but maybe that's going to be pea-sized at most, but the rest of it is just very heavy rain. And let's take a look by Prince George, see if we got an update here. We did. So this is 5:47 p.m. Well, that's Alberta time. So obviously this becomes I believe this is another hour ahead behind. Sorry, so this could be 4:52 p.m. As the current time by Prince George. Anyways, the hail has come out of this. We can see that. I'm just going to show you. There was a scan that was missed. So right now here by Bednesty, there was significant hail, but then it jumped, and now the storm has spread out. No hail in it and heavy rain. That is it. No lightning associated with it on our radar there. So we are looking better as far as those storms are concerned. So let me just take a look down by Calgary. Nothing brewing there for any significance. Few storms through Rocky Mountain House area, but those are just showers, garden variety showers at this point. So we did some checking on that content from Shadow Gay in terms of a possible tornado. There was nothing there today, so that's not being reported accurately to you, just so you know. Again, we just checked, and doesn't look like anything happened there today. So and that happens a lot. People post things on social media that isn't accurate. We get flooded with pictures, and we always have to try and figure out if they're legit or not, videos, and it's just a constant battle. Unfortunately, there's just people out there who enjoy doing that kind of stuff and causing problems for platforms instead of knowing what we're dealing with. We have to verify it, so it slows everything down and makes it that much harder. So okay, so I think we're caught up there. Right now, nothing for Edmonton or anywhere around there. We still have storms coming off the foothills that possibly could go there. We are only 5:54 p.m. right now, so still the peak of the possibility for tornado was, according to Environment Canada, up till about 8 p.m. Again, storms don't care about clocks, so you can kind of carry that a little bit forward, and we'll just see how this all unfolds. So let me take a look here. So our line continues to march along Highway 16, and that again stretches all the way up to 43 along Whitecourt there. You can see how this is just swallowing up the storms as it goes, and this has strong winds on the leading edge of this, so it's going to come through right now, going through Whitecourt, eventually going to come through Mayerthorpe, and then off to Barrhead looks to be the case at this point. If the line does not continue to extend further south, it will probably miss Edmonton to the northwest. It's just a question of this area down here, whether anything fires as it comes off the foothills. If that does, then that will catch maybe Edmonton. So that's why I'm paying attention to it. And you can see stuff is trying to happen down there right now. It's insignificant, but that can change pretty quickly. So we will update you on it. So again, very well, yeah, the winds keep picking up on this as it's moving down. 16, this is what happened a couple weeks back. We had a storm that just marched down 16, and very strong winds right into Edmonton. Right now, on the leading edge of this, again, we're probably talking 70-kilometer-hour winds, maybe even a little bit more, up to 80. Heavy rain with this. Very small pocket of hail just north of Knighton Junction. That's going to be grapes or smaller, roughly. And we still have very good hail through east of Mayerthorpe near Rochefort Bridge. And 757 north of Highway 43, that is going to be loonies to toonies out of that. So still a very decent hailstorm out of it. Let me just take a look at a couple things here. The winds aren't too bad in that, but our line coming from behind is going to slam into it, and we'll see what happens. That can be a good thing. It can be a bad thing. So we'll see what unfolds here. South of Swan Hills between 32 and 33, we still have a hail core here. That is going to be loonies, maybe a little bit larger than that at this point. So let me take a look here. Okay. East of Fox Creek, north of Highway 43, northwest of Whitecourt, definitely a hail core right in here. This is going to be loonies to toonies roughly in terms of hail size. Very heavy precipitation. Anytime you see those dark reds, that's torrential rain. Wow. And so our hail core, I'm just going to switch over because I think no, I'm still on the right radar. So just south of Highway 2 here by Jussard. And I'm sorry if I'm butchering butchering it, but I'm doing my best. So this definitely looks like it's going to have loonies to toonies in that. Significantly sizable hail core moving northeast. I'm surprised they haven't extended the severe on that. It's because it's walked outside of that severe at this point. So this is all west of kind of Slave Lake area. So they probably are going to bump a severe warning out for this storm, I would hope, because that definitely has the markers of some decent hail in there. So interesting. We'll see whether that happens here in a second. And then a tiny bit of hail just southeast of Peace River, but that's grapes or smaller at this point. And let's just take a look into BC quickly. Just heavy rain around the Dawson Creek area, but nothing of any significance. It's very narrow band of precipitation as well. So that's what's going on there. Storms around Prince George. These are just pockets of heavy precip, but these are non-severe storms. And very heavy rain on 97 just by Three Sisters Lake Provincial Park. There could be some very tiny hail in that, but that would be extremely small pea-sized hail. So let me just swing back over to Manitoba, take a look at a couple of our radars there, see what Fox Warren is seeing. Nothing. These are just showers at this point. Nothing of any significance out there. And just going to check. Radisson radar is working. I'm going to check if the pills, okay, the pills have gone. They used to be red earlier, which indicates a radar that is down, but they're now back to showing good. So that is all good news. So I'm just going to show you here around Edmonton. You can see that there are storms to the west, but right now it looks like everything is staying kind of west of Edmonton at this point. We will see if that continues to be the case. Things are going. So what else? Friendly Manitoban going out fishing. Hopefully you catch something. I know that comment's a while ago, but I wish you luck on the fishing side. So bring us back a fish. Some guy asking, are we still getting 70 millimeters of rain? So that is the max value that was out for the day. And obviously that depends if the storms are going to move through there. Right now we have 6 p.m. We still have all of our watches out. Our severes are good for another 8 hours. So obviously a lot of time between now and then. You Mac me, thank you for gifting 10 memberships to the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate it. You can get 70 millimeters out of one storm that just sits there and goes very slowly through the city. So right now, nothing on deck, but we do have storms getting agitated coming off the hills. If they can get organized, they will bring some rain into Edmonton. I get that everybody is, trigger happy or gun shy, whatever you want to call it, in Edmonton because of the bad storms. I will let you know if something's coming into the city, and the best way is to watch the live stream. I'm going to be here throughout the event and walk everybody through it, but the max value was those 75 millimeters of rain. Again, still long ways off for this being done. So I don't know where you are as far as going back to gaming. Definitely, if you are somewhere where there's storms, you do need to be cautious about it. I just don't know where you're located, so I can't tell you, give you a straight answer anyways, because I, again, don't know where you're located. But you do, if you have a severe warning, you definitely need to pay attention to the storms, that's for sure. So here is our latest scan. Our line is starting to really intensify coming through Whitecourt. It is going to come into, what have we got along the highway here? Anything? Evansburg and Entwistle. That southern end is going to catch you. There are winds in that. You can see these bright colors, so there's some strong winds between you guys and Knighton Junction, and heavy rain within that, maybe pea-sized hail. What else? let me just take a look here. So again, coming through Whitecourt, big, decent sized hail here. Again, east of Mayerthorpe, right around Rochefort Bridge. That is going to be loonies to toonies within that storm. And let me just take a look. A little bit of wind in there, but right now that is the biggest threat. There is obviously quite a bit of hail within that storm. And just south of Swan Hills, this has got a purple pixel on here, folks. So we're now getting into ping pong ball sized hail or even larger. So you need to pay attention. This is between 33 and 32. Again, southeast of Swan Hills, that storm moving basically north at this point, and it has a pixel of purple. So that is, we're getting up past our pinks and into the purples, and that's not good news for the size of the hail. As well, let me just switch over to see what radar we've got here. Just southwest of Canuso, I should say. There's definitely some decent hail in this storm. This is going to be loonies to toonies within that. South of Highway 2, west of 33. So that's the other area of hail that's concerning. The rest of it is right now is just showers at this point. There are a few winds here and there, but nothing jumps out at me other than our big line that is moving through. Oops. I don't know what happened there. Let me switch back over. Other than our line that is moving along Yellowhead Highway, Highway 16, there are some strong straight line winds in that as it's moving northeast. So that is the one area where I would caution with winds. So what else have we got here? Sorry, let me bring back here. Just seeing a comment. I want to make sure I'm not missing something. Just watching a video here. So this is our hailstorm that we're talking about. Just looking at this, this has intensified, and that's why the hail has my attention, because anytime you have large hail core, that means a storm that is breathing really well. For hail to intensify, it has to have strong updraft, meaning that air is basically suspending that hail in the air. So that is one of those things that you got to pay attention to when you are reading radar. It's kind of an indicator of things happening. So we'll keep an eye on that. Anyways, so right now, again, everything at this point is moving kind of northeast. Our big concern right now is this line coming through Whitecourt, and there are some additional small storms firing to the southeast of that line. Those could end up in Edmonton. Right now they are just minor showers, and I mean very minor. When they come off the foothills, we'll see if they pick up intensity as they come towards the Edmonton area, but we do obviously have storms firing now coming off the foothills between Rocky Mountain House and Highway 16. So it is moving fairly quickly, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now, our most intense precipitation is in the line stretching from Whitecourt down through 43 to 16 and a little bit further south of there. That was just east of Knighton Junction. That was Evansburg, Wildwood area, that all on your doorstep here very quickly. The one storm we are watching is this storm here by Rochefort Bridge over 43. That is definitely a storm that needs to be paid attention to. And okay, what time are we here? 5:59. So we're about a minute out from our next scan. So I'll update people on that, and we'll take it from there. Anything for Grand Prairie area? I've got a comment or a question about that. Let me just fire that. Right now, there's just minor storms on your doorsteps. These are non-severe. They're not even thunderstorms at this point. So for now in Grand Prairie, you've just had some very mild rain, and there's a little bit more mild rain coming through. Nothing concerning for Grand Prairie at this point. So We've got our storms kind of tucked in between Grand Prairie and Edmonton area. So let me just take a look here. Here is our latest scan, and those storms are starting to fire southeast of this line. They are going to come into Edmonton, folks. So I can't tell you how intense it's going to be, but these are quickly picking up precipitation. You can see that. I'm going to slowly walk you through it. This is all near Rocky Mountain House and up to Highway 16. You can see those colors starting to come in there. So when you start getting into those oranges, reds, and then into pinks, that's where you're getting heavy precipitation. There is also wind associated with this along Highway 16 at this point. So let me just switch over. These bright colors right along Highway 16 and to the north, even a little bit south, those are 70, 80 kilometer-hour winds. So we'll see whether that happens on the southern end of this line, but it's very obvious that there are storms that are going to make their way into Edmonton at this point. So this is your early heads up. How intense? I will let you know as it gets closer. Where is this? Wildwood, just to your south, there is some hail within that line. Obviously the winds with it, so this is going to be chucking some decent sized hail. I'm going to say probably loony to toony sized hail, roughly, where you're seeing all that pink. And then moving northwest from there up to Whitecourt, very heavy torrential rain with those dark reds. Again, highlighting those bright colors, the greens, that is a very strong winds coming up. So it is going to be windy. Let me just take a look at this storm. This is by east of Mayerthorpe near Rochefort Bridge. Again, still got very solid hail core on this. This is going to be toony or smaller. And we're going to see, because the line is going to impact that, I think, very soon here. You can see it's catching it very quickly. So we'll see what happens when that line plows into that storm. Again, sometimes it can be good, sometimes it's bad. So just southeast of Swan Hills, a bit of hail coming across Highway 33, loony or smaller, roughly in there. And then east of Fox Creek, kind of north of 43, west of 32, a little bit of hail in there. That's going to be grapes to loony sized hail, but obviously with a ton of torrential rain as well. Let's see what's west of Slave Lake. A little bit of hail west of Slave Lake on south of Highway 2, west of 33. This is going to be grapes to maybe a little bit bigger than that out of that hail core. And same thing for our little hail core here east of Valley View. That would be probably grapes to maybe slightly larger. And that's it to report for around Alberta. Dawson Creek, again, we're just talking a very thin line of heavy precipitation marching through there. So let me just take a look. Got another update here. Connor sent that to me here. I'm going to jump on this. Okay, so there's a brief. Give me a sec here. Let me bring this up. Let me mute that. Just watching a quick video here, and then I'll share it with you guys. Okay, let me pull it up here, unmute that, bring it back in here. So this is a video again from Braden Morriso. This is that Rochefort Bridge or Sangudo storm. This is the bottom of it, so you can see what's going on here. Braden did report there was a tiny brief funnel on this. You can see a little bit of that, but right now it's obviously a storm to pay attention to. Nothing concerning yet. It's just showing some signs that it's trying to do something, so we will have to watch that. Thank you, Connor, for sending that to me. I think Connor and Rick both sent it to me at the same time, so thank you for that. So again, I'm just going to highlight which storm that is. Bear with me for 1 second. That is our storm east of Mayerthorpe, north of Sangudo. Right by Rochefort Bridge. That is the storm with all the hail on it. It is something that's trying, but if this line slams into it, more often than not, it kind of kills it off, but we'll see if that's the case. We don't know yet. And we are 6:05, so we've got 2 minutes here. I'm just going to look down by Calgary just to see if there's anything happening down there. A few storms trying to come through like Banff National Park, but those are just regular showers at this point. So we'll stick with this and go from there. So Okay. Um, what else have we got here? Just seeing. So, again, people from Edmonton, there are storms coming your way. How intense they're going to be is the question. They are still coming off the foothills at this point between Rocky Mountain House and Highway 16. You can see that they are starting to show up here on radar. There is lightning associated with them as well, which again usually means intensity is picking up. So, you got to definitely be careful ahead of this and pay attention because it is coming that way, folks. So, just a question of how much and how intense. That is basically what I can tell you at this point. And that's what I was waiting for, just to see how this is in. Oh, wow. So look at how quickly this changed, folks. In one scan, we went from this, which is just moderate to light rain, completely broken up. And in one scan, boom, heavy torrential rain. And this is all along Highway 2 as it's coming out of the foothills. And that's the problem, is once they come out of the foothills, they get organized. This is north of Rocky Mountain House. Let me just see if there's winds in there. Not a lot of wind right now, but that is going to make its way up into Edmonton, and whether it fills in here along Drayton Valley, that's the question mark. We will see what's going on, but definitely rain heading into Edmonton at this point. Let's just west of Evansburg on Highway 16, we do have some decent hail in that. We're going to be about loony size, maybe to toony, depending where you are. There's a couple of bright pink pixels in there. Heavy torrential rain north of Highway 16. Our storm here by Sangudo to the north of there, just looking at that, there's decent hail. That's going to be toony sized hail or smaller, continuing to slowly move, I guess, northeast, moving northeast at this point, but that line is going to do its best to catch up with it. So Mayerthorpe to your west, you're going to have some winds coming in. They are stronger to your south, but still going to be a bit windy as that line comes in. Extremely heavy rain with it, and obviously lots of lightning stretching north through Whitecourt up to 32 and 43. A little bit of hail in there. And let's take a look at the rest of it here. Let me see if I can switch radars. West of Slave Lake, again, just a little bit of hail in there. That's going to be grapes, maybe a little bit larger in two little small pockets. And this is near Valley View. Yeah, east of Valley View, another hail core out to the east of there with probably loony sized, maybe slightly larger than that for hail. And that is it to speak about as far as storms. I'm just going to double check on the BC side of things. Let me take a look. We definitely have some here, hail right through Three Sisters Lake Provincial Park. That is torrential rain, and right now that is showing quite a bit of hail. That is going to be loony sized to toony sized hail out of that, and continuing on. So that's within that big severe. And it is moving eastward at this point. You can see it crossed 97, picked up some intensity, and now there's a decent amount of hail in there. So again, Three Sisters Provincial Park. Pay attention to that, again, because of the hail within it. And let's just take a look here. Just going to look back east. Oh, something happened maybe in Manitoba. Oh, that's a model. Why did I turning models off? That's not what I need. Nothing to speak of in Manitoba at this point, so that's good news there. So let's swing back to Alberta and we'll watch. It's very evident right now where the line has formed, and this is going to come through Edmonton. Again, it's a question of how wide it's going to be, how intense it's going to be. That's the only thing I can tell you guys at this point, but it is coming from the southwest and coming towards Edmonton at this point. It is moving fairly quickly, so this won't be, it won't take that long to get into Edmonton, but the good news is when it's moving quickly, it also should blow through quickly. So that's the only benefit there at this point. So but you can see how that's progressing at this point. So just a heads up for everybody watching around Edmonton, St. Albert, Vegreville. This is all kind of heading in that way, and everything that's in between there, obviously Leduc and other areas. So okay. How long might it take for those storms to get into Edmonton? Let me see what distance we're dealing with, and I'll do my best. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to check if Environment Canada has the speed. They don't usually put, some Mets put it in, other ones don't, in terms of the travel speed, but let's take a look for distance from Edmonton. We are right there is about center. So these storms down here, we're about 100 kilometers away. So I'm saying it's at least probably a couple of hours before it gets into Edmonton with the current line the way it is. Now, storms can initiate out in front of it, which obviously would shorten that gap. But so you're at least 2 hours out before this comes into Edmonton, I would think, based on storm motion right now. But within the next 2 hours, definitely be ready for them to come in. So that's what we're going to be watching here as this line marches through at this point. So let's just take a look. I think I updated all of this. Yes, I did. So we're just waiting for our next scan here, which should be any minute. Once that happens, I'll update you guys on that from there. So yeah, the calm before the storm, as I call it. It is bright blue skies, hot, and the wind has died down here in south central Edmonton. And it's amazing how many times people are like, it was such a nice day, and then the bad weather hit. And that's unfortunately the reality of how some of the severe weather works. So let's hope we get a new scan here in about a minute or less. There you go. Okay, very quickly, folks, this is picking up hail already. Alder Flats showing hail, along with a couple more pockets all the way down to Rocky Mountain House. So this is picking up intensity very quickly as far as precipitation is concerned. The winds are also picking up here. Let me just highlight it. You can see that bright spot. This is south of Highway 16 along 22. Let me see if there's anything I can call out. North of Rocky Rapids, it looks like along this line, this is very heavy precipitation. This is torrential rain with some small hail in it. And again, it is moving northeastward at this point. Highway 22 north of 16. This is definitely a large hail core in here. This is going to be loony to toony sized hail along Highway 22. Strong winds pushing out in front of this. So again, that's what you need to heed here is strong winds. It is a narrow band for the most part as far as the storm is concerned. And we do have storms starting to intensify. These are going to end up in Edmonton. Let's take a look here. Just on the doorstep of Mayerthorpe, moderate to light rain currently, but there are some strong winds just to the south of town. Again, we are probably saying throughout this line anywhere from 50 to 80 kilometers an hour at this point. North of Sangudo, still have our hailmaker out in front of this. The hail core still showing loony to toony size hail over 757. So that's definitely decent hail. And then there's a line of hail just northeast of that. Again, probably loony to toony sized in a very narrow band. Heavy rain through Blue Ridge. And north of Whitecourt, very heavy rain. When we see those dark reds, that's torrential rain. And Swan Hills, just southeast of there, a little bit of hail. This is going to be grapes or smaller based on that scan. So looking better as far as the hail concerned, but still heavy precipitation within that. Let's take a look what's happening here west of Slave Lake. This radar is probably closer. Oh, no, it actually isn't. So we do have just west of Slave Lake, between west of 33, south of Highway 2. This is going to be kind of loony size, maybe a little bit bigger hail coming through and moving northeast is what this is doing. The hail might be marching eastward, but the storm itself looks to be moving a little bit northeast. So this may come into Slave Lake with that hail if it does sustain. And then just back to the west, there's another small hail core just back to the west, about loony sized or smaller. Let me just take a look at the rest of the line here. That is just regular rain at this point for the most part. A little bit of heavy precip east of, well, right on the basically Peace River region, right over the Alberta BC border at this point. So that is just a very heavy rainmaker. Let's take a look at our hailmaker here by Prince George and the Three Sisters Lake Provincial Park, still maintaining that hail core in that storm. This is going to be loony to toony sized hail out of it east of Woodpecker. It looks like on Highway 97. Again, that is just southeast of Prince George. So that is our only area of hail out that area, or out that way, I should say. And we'll swing back here. So right now, obviously, this line is our concern. And again, Edmonton at this point is not going to miss it. I'll show you how this is coming off the hills, and then you can see that intensification of the line. So batten down the hatches in Edmonton. There's going to be wind with this. It is picking up intensity. And again, how much it's going to pick up before it gets into Edmonton, we will see. We will let you know. Heavy rain, possibly some hail. So be prepared for all that stuff. The good news is that this should move through quickly, so it won't last for a long time, but it will probably be intense as it does go through Edmonton and surrounding areas. This is just marching. You can see that basically northeast, and it is propagating further south, so that line is just getting bigger and bigger, moving in a northeast direction. So okay, Mr. Sexy Nipple, I gotta answer that one. Are we expecting hail in Edmonton? So just as I was mentioning, this line is picking up intensity, and yes, I would probably expect a hail out of this. I would prepare for that. If it doesn't happen, you're in the good, or you're better at that point. So, but definitely prepare for hail. Yeah, definitely. This is a long line of storms, basically. So again, this is just going to march in through the province, and it's going to continue out the backside towards, again, the Saskatchewan area, towards Cold Lake, but we'll see how things progress at this point. So this is actually moving pretty quick. So this may be into Edmonton sooner than later, folks, because right now some storms did pop up here by Drayton Valley that kind of initiated or filled the gap. Right now, outside of Edmonton, I will give you an update. I'm going to do this on every scan. The edge of the leading portion of this storm is only 66 kilometers, and there's our next scan update. The intense line is 85 kilometers away from Edmonton right now, roughly speaking. So it is closing the gap pretty quickly. So just, I would be battening down the hatches and getting everything ready now. You can see how intense that is. It is directly from Rocky Mountain House straight up Highway 22. Those pink pixels indicate hail. So some of that is loony size, some of it is going to be grapes, some of it is going to be pea-sized hail. So again, the question will be, once it comes to Edmonton, how intense it's going to be. We do have strong winds. You can very clearly see where those winds are embedded on that leading edge. So those bright green colors are going to be gusty as this comes into anywhere along Highway 16, not just Edmonton, Stony Plain, obviously Spring Lake, Point Allison, and then Spruce Grove, all of that. You guys are in line with this, and even to the north, obviously going through Mayerthorpe at this point, on the doorstep of coming through Sangudo. And then we have that one storm to the north there. Let me just take a look at it. Still a prolific hail maker. This is going to be toonie sized to probably ping pong ball sized hail, just east of Highway 18, northeast of Mayerthorpe at this point. So that is our one very strong area of hail. And then within the line, we have hail here east of 22. This would be, what are we north of Evansburg. That will be loony to toony sized hail in that, more than likely. And with those strong winds, that is going to be chucking it pretty hard as well. So you've got a wind driven hail type situation possible as this comes into Edmonton later on. So again, this is your early warning sign that you need to be paying attention to this and batten down the hatches. So just going to take a look here west of Slave Lake. A couple of hail cores. Again, you're probably loony or smaller in the first hail core, and probably the same thing back to the west as well. So what else? Just gonna. Okay. So let me just jump back at it. Let me see what's going on back to the west. Nothing much here. Again, just rain on the BC Alberta border, just by the Peace River region. Very heavy, prolific rain, but that's the only pocket of it east of Fort St. John or north of Dawson Creek. Let's just take a look at Prince George, BC. Still got a good solid pocket of hail here east of, well, this will probably just be east of Three Sisters Lake Provincial Park. That is going to be toony or smaller, so definitely a tiny area, but definitely need to be paying attention to that, and it continues to essentially kind of move eastward at this point. So we'll see if that comes out of it, but still hailing at this time. So and that's it. So we'll continue to monitor this, but it's coming through. So right now the line, again, situated just north of Rocky Mountain House. So this is going to come through Rimbey, Bluffton, all along Highway 20 there, and then everything in between. So Thorsby, Colmar, Leduc, Grandview, all of these cities or towns, Silver Beach area, you guys, Sunnybrook, this is headed your way. This is just a solid line that is Mother Nature's bulldozer to a certain extent, because you can't dodge it. That is just coming through, whether we like it or not. So we're just going to pay attention to that and marching eastward. So okay. Right now, out of a line, the chances, I'm getting a question, what are the chances of a tornado? The chances, let me pause this. Give me 1 second, if it'll cooperate here. Let me bring it up and I'll just show you what our storm here by itself out front, that has a better chance of a tornado than the line itself. You can have quick spin ups in a line. Generally, they are not as frequent or not as common. It can happen, but these tend to be quick, and they can be a little bit strong, but again, the chances on this line are definitely less than on the isolated thunderstorm that can spin on its own. It is about to get impacted by this line, so I think that one is going to lose the battle. And then the line right now is showing, again, lots of straight line wind. It's very obvious where the winds are located right now. For anybody who's new to the channel, green is moving towards radar, red is moving away from radar. And the brighter the color, the higher the wind speed is in there. So that's basically what's happening at this point. So you can see that very evident line of straight line winds. Again, the line itself, less likely for a tornado. You want isolated severe thunderstorms, supercells. That tends to be what produces the tornadoes. But again, it is possible that weird stuff happens, but it's less likely. So hopefully that helps answer your question there. Just getting a question, what time will it rain around Edmonton? This is there within the hour, this line. And again, it's not very wide, so this will blow through Edmonton very quickly. But I would say within the hour, you're probably going to have some rain in Edmonton at this point, and you're probably going to have hail as well. So 6:29, this scan just came in. So let's walk around this entire line from the south. It is kind of west of Bluffton, but where we see those pink, that is hail, folks, and some of those areas have got loonies in it. Some of it are grapes, some are even larger than loonies, and so we're starting to pick up a bunch of hail in this, and the wind is picking up as well. You can see that very obvious where those bright spots are. So this is doing nothing but intensifying. So this is going to pack a punch when it comes into Edmonton. Not trying to scare people, just trying to prepare you that this is going to have a bit of an impact, and it continues to intensify July. So we'll take a look here. Highway 16, some of the, it's still got a little bit of hail to the south of Highway 16. Torrential rain on that, but again, it's that wind, just straight line wind coming into along the front of that leading edge of the line at this point. So let's just take a look here. Southwest of Sangudo, we do have a little bit of pea-sized hail, but very heavy torrential rain. Obviously, lightning associated with this as well, folks, so you got to keep that in mind. And our storm here just east of Mayerthorpe still got lots of hail in it. That is going to be, again, loony to toony sized hail at this point. So that is the biggest area of heavy precip as far as hail is concerned. Swan Hills, let's take a look. Little bit of hail to the east of it. That's going to be loony or smaller. That is that is east of Swan Hills across Highway 33. And then up by Slave Lake, we have a couple of pockets of small hail still sustaining in that storm. So let's just take a look. Nothing else up that way. All of the rain to the north by Peace River, that is just moderate to mild to very light rain. And the Peace River region across the Alberta BC border, we have moderate rain just sitting there. That is going to be flooding, is going to be the issue there. It doesn't look like it's moved a whole lot. It's not moving quickly. So just a bit of overland flooding issue with that storm. And let me take a look here quickly. Prince George, our hail completely collapsed out of that storm by Three Sisters Lake Provincial Park on this last scan. A bit of a gap. There's data missing in here. I'm not sure what that's about. That's weird. Bizarre, like a hole in the storm, but that's not there. That's missing data off the radar scan. So not quite sure what's going on there. That could still be hail. I'm not, again, I can only guesstimate, but that may have hail, but it looks like most of the hail has moved out of it. So let's take a look and let's keep swinging back. So right now, that's what we are paying attention to, folks, is obviously this line to the west and southwest of Edmonton. It is very clear that this is coming into town very quickly, and it's flying even faster at this point. So unfortunately, I don't think Environment Canada has put a give me a sec here. I'm going to I'm going to ask one of my moderators to try and calculate the speed of this storm. I'm not going to do it on the live stream. I can very easily do it when I'm off the live stream, but I just want to get a rough idea of how quickly this is moving. But it looks like it's even speeding up at this point. So again, it is on the doorstep in terms of weather, it's not going to take long to get there. So right now, Point Allison on Highway 16, it should be there on the next scan or very close to it. Then it's going to continue along there. So again, anybody out in front of this along Highway 20, Bluffton area, Rimbey, all of you guys are going to be seeing this, and it is picking up hail as it does. It's going to continue towards Highway 2 down here south. So it's going to come through Ponoka, probably going to stick north of Lacombe possibly, but we'll see if any more of the line fires, because you can continue to have initiation down to the south like this. Obviously, that is going to impact Red Deer, Sylvan Lake, and all of those areas. Right now, not sure if that's the case, but we are watching it just to make sure. We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes. And obviously to the north, we've been talking about that. It's coming along 43. So anybody along 43 to the east of this, Yellowstone, all in that area, you are about to have quite a bit of a thunderstorm or a line of severe weather moving through. And we'll hopefully see if this intensity starts to kind of weaken out of it. But right now, all it has done is intensify on that south end. So we went from storms just coming off the foothills, and it kind of picked up intensity very, very quickly. So we'll see what our next scan shows here. So we're hearing this is probably moving 70 to 80 kilometers an hour at this point. So Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to double check our distance. Again, I think it's in Edmonton in less than an hour for sure. We are to the leading edge, 80 kilometers. So if it's, there you go. There's our latest scan. Let me kill that off and I'll update you folks. So maintaining its intensity all the way kind of northeast of Rocky Mountain House, moving straight north. Lots of precipitation in here. The hail is going to be between pea-size and grape-size hail, but it's in pockets. And then we have a little bit more hail here southwest of Point Allison. There's going to be loonies, maybe a little bit more at this point. So again, very heavy precipitation. I'm switching back over to our wind speeds because you can see those bright colors. That's where the wind is coming in. That's going to be 50, 60, 70 kilometers an hour, depending where you are on that line. So again, going to be breezy as this comes through. And then we are right now got very heavy torrential rain through Sangudo, and then our storm looks like it's about to be slammed into from behind by our line. This is breaking up the hail. That's why the hail looks so kind of pieced out or broken apart. Again, still in this storm, definitely seeing loony to maybe toonie sized hail, maybe just over loony, I would say. And that is going to probably get absorbed into the line and continue moving in that northeast direction. But you can see that our line, I will measure the distance on the line right now. It is from top to bottom, 155 plus kilometers across. It's actually probably closer to 175 kilometers across. So you are cutting a very wide swath as it's coming in. Right now, mostly just straight line winds. That's what we are seeing at this point. We are monitoring it, meaning that there's not any rotation that's concerning at this point. So thank you very much, everybody who helped me out figure out the speed on this. Fairly easy calculation, just not something I'm going to do on the live stream just because it'll tie me up for longer than I want to be tied up. So wind is picking up pretty good in Edmonton. Oops. There we go. So yeah, definitely looking at it's going to get very windy there as it comes through. Anybody who is along the line here, if you are watching and you are through Stony Plain, Point Allison, Warburg, Sunnybrook, where else have we got? Bluffton, Rimbey, anywhere that this line passes through, let us know what it's like. Put it in the chat, put it in the comments so people can know what to expect. It just helps people prepare. Again, depending where the line picks up and comes through, you may have hail, you may not have hail, you may have strong winds, you may not, because it's not even all the way across. So definitely your heads up for anybody in front of this line. Currently, I'm giving you as much warning as I can. So right now, the speed or the travel of the storm is about 70 to 80 kilometers an hour along the surface. The winds within that storm are probably equal to that, roughly. We're still probably saying 60 to 80 kilometers an hour, somewhere in there. So it's, again, very windy as this comes through. It is narrow, so it'll be over fairly quick, but it is going to pack a kick as it does. So what else? Oh, thank you very much for that. This is from Kevin. Thank you. Just saying he nailed his analysis of the storm Saturday, and I can attest to that as I had to drive through it from Evansburg through Entwistle. Keep up the great work, or amazing work, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, and I'm glad we could help you out. That is the whole thing we are after here. So, oh, Jeff Adams in the chat saying hail suppression planes are wheels up and northbound out of Olds and Penhold. So we'll see if they can do anything to kind of taper down the hail out of this. We will see whether that they have enough time, because this is, like I said, it is moving very quick at this point. So I learned how to pronounce this yesterday. Think I'm hearing thunder by Legal, which is like the French way of pronouncing it. So anyways, yeah, you guys definitely lots of lightning embedded in this. You can clearly see that. So our next scan is about 2 minutes out. I will update you guys on this as this marches through. We're going to stick with this for a bit just because of what's going on. Not sure about this question. Hey, Tom, is the title supposed to be tornado? I'm not sure what title we're talking about, whether there's something maybe misspelled on my YouTube side of things. But yeah, there was tornado risk, which is the red box. That is our tornado watch out for today. Right now, we have not had anything in that regards. They are now updating the watches, so bear with me. I'm going to read that. So they've got the tornado watch to expire in 2 hours. So it sounds like once this line moves through, they're going to be satisfied that the threat for a tornado is behind us at this point. So that is good news based on that they have like I said, expires in 2 hours. That's what I'm just looking to see if they've changed any of the wording, but none of the wording is changed. The peak chance for tornado was from 4 to 8 p.m. So oh, I apparently had a title, an issue on my title, and I mistyped or whatever. So yes, it's supposed to say tornado on my title, but obviously I'm human, and it turns out I make mistakes. So anyways, what else have I got here? Yeah, definitely a oopsie on my part. So, but we all kind of figured it out. What else? Yeah, it's good that most people missed it, so that's just the best part about it. So, anyways, like I said, nothing I can do about it at this point. We're more concerned about the weather. Okay, when's our next scan here? We just got it, so lost a little bit of intensity, it looks like here. Let's just take a look, just double checking. Yeah, still maintaining. It's still very windy, still very rainy. That last scan looks a little less intense, but definitely still has hail in it. Lots of rain, lots of lightning, pockets of smaller hail, and then again by Point Allison, I'm just looking at our winds. Woof, there's our strong winds, folks. This is 97-kilometer-an-hour winds, kind of just to the west of Point Allison. Even 100, I just saw 100 somewhere. 102, 104. So on the surface, we're talking 80 to 90, maybe 95 kilometers an hour in some of these areas. So very windy. That is going to cause damage. That is just south of Highway 16 at this point with those strong winds. The southern end of the line has less winds in it. You can very clearly see that. Not as windy down there compared to the portion just by Highway 16. So just keep that in mind. And again, this is evolving and changing as it moves through. Heavy rain to the north of Highway 16 and along 43. We still have a good hail core up to the northeast of Sangudo. Let me just take a look here. Yeah, so we still have a good hail core. I'm just looking at our winds in this. This is just southwest of Barhead. Still going to be loonies to toonies within this storm with very heavy precipitation associated with it. Torrential rain around 764 just south of 18. Let me just move a little further north. They're updating a bunch of boxes. We will take a look at that. Highway 33 just west of Slave Lake. A little bit of hail still left in that. That's going to be loony or smaller at this point. And let's switch back to our other radar by Fox Creek. Nothing to talk about. Little less rain here, moving across the BC-Alberta border, continuing to move northeast, but the red has mostly come out of that. Let's take a look at our latest scan through Prince George area. Just heavy precipitation along 97. No more hail indicated on any of those storms currently, so that is good news for around the Prince George area. So we're going to just jump back at this and watch our line because that's obviously the main show at this point where our main severe weather is. I'm just quickly looking at Manitoba. and we'll switch back to Edmonton area and just west of there. So again, I'm just going to play this. You can see very clearly this is coming to Edmonton. As I've said, batten down the hatches, secure anything you don't want blown around, you don't want wrecked. If you got a car that you don't want hailed on, put it in a garage if you can. This is all the stuff you need to pay attention to, because this is your heads up. Hopefully it weakens. Listen, I love when these things weaken by the time they get to somewhere, because at least you're prepared for it, and it was better than expected. But at this point, as you can see, that line is that dark red. So precipitation on our scale for our radar, dark orange, red, pinks, is very high precipitation. That's the worst of it. And then if you go into yellow, green, and blue, that's the light precipitation. This line has very heavy rain, hail, and strong straight line winds. So it has all of it. And that's why I'm warning you guys, because again, you guys saw the videos from, the Jelly Roll and concert and through K-Days. That was a broader storm, so it was around for longer, but this will have a similar style impact, but for a shorter period of time based on what we're seeing right now on the radar scan. So again, just letting you people know that this is headed that way. And it'll continue through Edmonton and continue eastward from there. Again, whether it sustains, that intensity is the question mark. So Steve just asking about Vegreville, so I kind of almost just touched on that. This is heading in that general direction. This is a line that is 170 kilometers across, and maybe even more at this point. So you're not going to miss it if you're anywhere on this screen and east of it, unless it dies. And that's the question mark. If it does suddenly decide that it's going to die, then we have that as a possibility. So that's the only way that it's going to happen. Otherwise, this, if it's sustains, it's just coming through Edmonton, through south of Edmonton, and then off to the east. So this is Fort Saskatchewan, Legal, Redwater, Devon, Leduc, Wetaskiwin, Ponoka, Camrose. You guys are all kind of in line for this. It's just a question of how intense it's going to be when it gets there. So I hope on the next few scans it does subside or it does weaken, but I'm preparing you for what it looks like right now. So that's my best possibility. So here's our latest scan. Let me bring it up and let's just take a look. So breaking up a little bit to the south. So Bluffton, Rimbey right now, definitely not bad. There's definitely heavy rain in this. The wind is not bad. No hail in it currently on this scan for the most part, just torrential rain throughout components of it. And you can see this is starting getting close to the radar. So this wind does look a little stronger than it actually is, but that is our pocket of the intense winds just south of Point Allison, just south of Highway 16 or Yellowhead, and torrential rain in that with probably grape-sized hail or smaller, continuing to march. It'll come through Stony Plain, Spring Lake, Parkland Village, and then off to Edmonton at this point. So it will look a little funny as it goes over top of the radar, which is just to the northeast of Carvel, along 16 and 16A. So the radar is blind right above it, so it will look funny as it goes across it, but that is our biggest this is going to just keep going eastward at this point. So it did weaken a little bit on the last two scans, so that is good news. Doesn't mean it's not going to cycle back up, but we will keep an eye on it for you folks. So just southwest of Barhead, we still have a ton of hail sitting in here. This is loonies to toonies by 764 and 654. That is the last big pocket in the line of hail. And then moving northwest from there, Slave Lake, a little bit of hail along 33, but that's basically it. So let's hope that this line is the worst of it at this point, and we'll take a look and see whether we'll see if there's anything after this, but I think the line is going to be basically what is going to be worst out of this. So just monitoring a couple more social media channels. All of us are. We're just trying to make sure everybody's as aware as they can be on this. So Let me just take a look here. Thank you to everybody who has subscribed to the channel today. Really appreciate that. If you're new here, we are basically just over a year old, but Connor and myself, Connor's usually on the stream. He's just driving back from Manitoba back to Ontario. We do broadcast out of Ontario, just south of Ottawa, actually. And I've got 12 years of storm chasing experience, seen almost 100 tornadoes in that time. It was a hobby for me, and now it's a job. So we basically came on board to do this because we found there were so many platforms that just hype everything up, that kind of fearmonger. It's always doomsday scenarios, and that's not always the case with severe weather, especially not over a very large area. So we try and turn the temperature down and keep it a little more realistic. If you do need to worry about weather, we will be the first ones to tell you, like we are talking about this line. And again, preparation is the biggest component for being ready for weather and not having any issues with it, or as little as possible, I should say. Ruby, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. Really appreciate the support. Okay, let me see. They've just updated this giant severe warning. They've upped it to an orange warning, which is, we have yellow, orange, and red as far as the level or threat level with weather. When it comes to Environment Canada, they are just saying they're tracking a thunderstorm, but it should say a line of thunderstorms capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So that's just a generalized statement that they've put out across the board there. And again, you can see that this is not going to miss Edmonton at this point. It is, what highway is that? Highway 18 to the north of Edmonton, and basically south of there is where this line is packed into, just to kind of Ponoka area equivalent on Highway 2. So the southern portion right now isn't as strong, but right along Highway 16, definitely some good winds, some hail in there, very heavy precip in those dark red areas. So again, it's going to blow through quickly because it is a narrow line, so it's not going to last for an hour or anything like that. This is going to go through very quickly. And again, I hope that it weakens on the next couple of scans. Okay. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Always love hearing from you in the chat. Okay. Yeah, I'm just seeing some comments, guys. If you can help to get this out to other people, the easiest way is hitting the like button, because then the YouTube algorithm feeds it to those people that need to see it. It helps get the word out. It doesn't cost you anything, and it's just by smashing the like button. It just gets us into that YouTube algorithm, which is a pain in the butt to do. But when you do that, it knows that people are watching this and want to see it. So that helps get the information to other people. And that is our entire purpose, is to get the information out. And that helps us so easily and so quickly. So appreciate if people could hit the like button. That would help us out a lot. And those people in front of the storm more than anything, actually. Okay. Awesome. Another kind word. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. It helps me push through some of these long hours. Today actually hasn't been too bad. It's only 2.5 hours right now, but I expect to be here quite late if this continues to push through with some intensity as it moves eastward. Again, I hope we're not dealing with anything tornadic. This is our latest scan here, so let me analyze it. Southern end is losing some intensity. You can see how it's breaking up. The red is going away. So these winds are not very strong down there. I'm just watching a couple of areas here for our wind velocities. So by Bluffton, Rimbey, again, much less intensity. Veronica, thank you for, holy cow, donating or gifting 20 of our Sunshine Club memberships. Thank you very much, Veronica. So again, where you're seeing your yellows, that's less precipitation. Right over Warburg and north, we do have quite a bit of rain, some wind, and a little bit of hail in that. It does look like this may, these winds do look a little stronger than they actually are, just because of the close proximity to the radar. But at this point, It's still got tons of precipitation in it, maybe tiny hail. Moving north of Highway 16 along 43. This is coming into Yellowstone and then continuing north up to Barrhead. Just looking, our hail is starting to break apart because the line has smashed into that storm that was out front and has kind of obliterated it or absorbed it. So this hail is coming down. This is going to be grapes to loony-sized hail with heavy torrential rain just again south of Barrhead at this point. So if you are anywhere in line that's coming into Busby, Legal, Bonaccord, St. Albert, it will be through Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, into Edmonton and Devon, Beaumont, Leduc. I'm trying to name off as much as I can here. Sunnybrook, Thorsby, Kalmar, and then continuing south of there, Poplar Bay, Grandview, and it is heading eastward at this point. So I'll just show you that, and it is moving probably 70 to 80 kilometers an hour at this point. So sorry, bear with me. I'm just going to respond to one of my moderators. Lots of dinging going on. Lori, thank you for being here. Appreciate you tuning in and watching, and I'm happy to help. That's, again, that's what I like doing, so. Oh, cool. Logical velocity. I live in Edmonton, but I'm from Carleton Place. So hello from Alberta. So thank you. Obviously, yeah, we cover across Canada as much as we can. Carleton Place, one of our moderators from out there. So definitely small world, as they say. And yes, this is definitely moving quickly. You can see how fast that is marching through. So that's where your wind speeds, or those straight line winds, are coming from somewhat, is just that forward motion of the storm, or the line, I should say, is why we've got some winds in it. But it looks like winds are going down a little bit. Things are settling down a little bit as it's coming into Edmonton. So that is good news. I'm not seeing right now any real large pockets of hail. So that is good. I'm seeing very small pockets, which we're talking grapes to pea-sized hail. The largest hail I see, or pocket of hail, would be up by Barrhead, just southwest of there, and that would be grapes to loonies at most, and that is breaking apart. So hopefully this comes into Edmonton. Even rain is a problem for Edmonton. We know that the system is obviously saturated, can't handle any more than it's already been handling. So even rain is a problem for Edmonton. So it will be intense rainfall, wind, and lightning, and hopefully it blows through quickly enough that it does not impact things for an extended period through Edmonton, and obviously all the surrounding areas as well. I just know flooding in Edmonton along the Yellowhead can be bad, just based on the comments we're reading in the chat and throughout the last month, because this is our 5th event going through Edmonton that we have live streamed for over the last month and change. So I feel your pain. I hate that it's happening to you guys, but at least we're giving you the heads up. So, oh, another person from Ontario out in the Edmonton area. So you guys are stealing all our people from Ontario. The wind is so bad in Barrhead, there generally might be a tornado. No, right now, again, there's no rotation. I bet it feels that way, but we've been watching the rotation on this. There is strong winds. There is some wind direction shift, but nothing is very tight in terms of rotation. So again, I'm sure it feels that way, but right now, nothing is tornado warned. There's nothing in terms of wind velocities that are concerning at this point. We also have people on this storm that are out in front or underneath the storm, so they have a visual on it. And what else is here? I'm just looking at some more social media, but it's starting to make its way in. Yeah, the amount of storm chasers running from this storm I'm just looking at social media. Holy cow, everybody is trying to race ahead of this thing. So when it's moving that fast, David, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate that. It helps support us. Again, Ruby, thank you for that donation as well. You've given us 2 of them. So again, really appreciate folks' generosity and support for the platform and channel. So it goes a long way here. So 6:59, we just got our next scan here. So let me walk from south to north, coming into Bluffton and Rimbey very shortly, but this is moderate. So moderate, heavy to light rain roughly. To the north, some of the pockets do pick up with more intense rainfall. Around south of Warburg, that is some torrential rain just south of there. Coming into Sunnybrook possibly as well. You can see these darker reds. The good news is the hail has disappeared out of it for the most part. And then we have our storm here along Highway 16 coming into Spring Lake, Stony Plain. Does not look like there's any hail on it, so that is good news. Through Yellowstone right now, quite a bit of precipitation. Winds are subsiding to the north, which is also good news, and to the south. So the winds are coming out of this, which is good as it's approaching Edmonton. So that is, again, solid news for everybody involved. Just going to take a look here. Just south of Barhead, there is wind like we've heard from other people, but it is not as high as it could be. Still hail south of there on 33, and again somewhat broken up, but loony sized or smaller hail at this point, continuing to make its way eastward towards Edmonton. And again, it is losing a little bit. It's losing a little bit of its intensity, which is good news. Again, we've lost most of the hail on it. Still very heavy rain, some winds embedded in it, but the good news is it's a very narrow line at this point. So hopefully not a ton of rain into Edmonton. And it's funny, I've asked this question before. If you guys can tell me what's passing Vegreville on our radar here, you can see that moving through, coming into Edmonton. I'm curious if anybody knows what that is on the radar. So it's just, you can see it kind of just passing through Vegreville going west. Let me take a look by Slave Lake. The precipitation breaking up a little bit by Slave Lake. Not much hail in there, if any. Actually, it doesn't look like there's any in there anymore. That is just rain showers at this point. There is no lightning up there, so no intensity. Where you have intensity, you generally have your lightning. That's one of the cheat codes of being able to tell where you've got anything happening in that area. So let's just take a look here. Prince George area, these are just moderate showers at this point. Again, moving eastward out of BC, probably actually heading northeast at this point towards the Alberta border. But no hail, no longer considered. That would not be severe. They still have the severe thunderstorm warning out there, but none of that would be severe at this point. So just going to look down by Calgary quickly. Nothing happening down there. And then we will keep an... Oh, wait, I saw something. Mark, thank you very much for the donation, and says donation war engaged. I forgot to read that. So Rick is now doing in on this, so he just went +1. But thank you guys for the support. Honestly, it helps us out so much. So nothing happening in Manitoba, which is good news for everybody in Manitoba. Right now, that watch is still good for about 2 hours, but we are 8:05 p.m., so starting to get towards dark there within about an hour or so. Okay, let's come back to our storm by Edmonton here. We should have a new update within a couple of minutes. The good news is this is losing some intensity as it moves towards Edmonton. So that's what you guys want to be hearing. I hope it stays that way. You can have things pick up again, but let's hope it just continues to downtrend at this point. So Right now, there's no real hail for Edmonton in the line on the current scans. If there is any, it is going to be kind of pea-sized hail. So just wanted to confirm that. So Ruby, thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate that. Can't thank you enough for the way you deliver all the information. Makes me feel way better. And that is the point. We want to make people who have storm anxiety feel better, not freak them out, and, you know, just for the sake of clicks and likes and whatever else. So, oh, cool. V-Dub saying, Tom, I have a blue moose coming my way. I'm so excited. So you obviously got one of our shirts in our merch store. That's my storm chasing truck that's right behind me on the wall. And that is it, sitting right there in front of a storm in Kansas, on the Kansas-Colorado border, probably. That was a monster supercell down there from my storm chasing days. I'll get back to storm chasing eventually, but for now, it's sitting in front of a camera and talking on YouTube. Okay, here's our latest scan. Again, it's kind of flattened out on the bottom end. It's still maintaining at this point in terms of intensity, but it is very much on the lower end of intensity on the south end. As this goes through Bluffton and Rimbey, you're seeing there's not a ton of red in a lot of areas. We have a lot of orange and yellow, which is low end on that precipitation. Through Sunnybrook, definitely very heavy rain right now. Some winds blowing through on the front of this. A little more heavy precip here by 770. Where's that? What's close to here? I guess this would be southwest of Spring Lake or straight south of Carvel on 770. Just some heavy precipitation. Rain coming over the radar right now along Highway 16. This is going to be moderate to moderate heavy rain, so that is good news as it's approaching from the west, approaching the west side of Edmonton, I should say. Heavy rain through Yellowstone and Castle Island along 43, just very heavy precip, a little bit of wind in that. I would say moderate. Still has huge hail core in this thing. This is a very broad hail core. It is broken up somewhat, but that doesn't matter. We are talking 10 kilometers across right now, so that is a significantly wide hail core. It is probably in the neighborhood of loonies to between loonies and toonies. I don't think it's quite up to toonie size, but somewhere in that neighborhood, and it is just southeast of Barhead, and I'll show you how this is moving. You can see the storm from the west got slammed into by the line and slingshotted eastward. That's basically what happened to it. It just got yoinked from the left to the right, basically, just south of Barhead. So we'll have to pay attention to that. This is coming to the north of Busby, it looks like. We're going to see what this area here with the hail is doing, because that is maintaining some intensity at this point. And then the line continues north, west of Barhead, but this is moderate to light rain as it moves north towards Slave Lake. Again, a lot less to talk about up there, so that is good news. Do we have another radar up there? We do have Fort Mac, but nothing showing around Fort Mac that is other than just regular rain showers at this point, so that's the good news. Let's just take a look here. Oh, just hearing about the lawn still squish-squashing from Saturday, and that's just that intense rain. So definitely a little more rain on the way, unfortunately, for Edmonton. Prince George area, this is non-severe, folks. Maybe it's a glitch on our software, but that warning no longer needs to be there. Those are just rain showers at this point. Just going to check down by Calgary again. Nothing happening in Calgary. And we are just dealing with the line here. So this is all to the north of Eckville. Kind of just Rimbey on Highway 20 would be the cutoff point of this line. And again, down here, a little more broken up. What I mean by broken up is that the colors are not solid all the way through. So you've got these yellows and greens kind of in between some of the areas. So that is good. It's breaking up the precipitation as it's moving eastward. And you can see that there are still very intense pockets of precip, especially southeast of Barrhead. So Busby, Legal, Redwater, heads up. This is heading that way, and that's the most intense part of the line currently as far as precipitation is concerned. The winds do look like they're doing better on this, so that is good news. They have come down. It's still going to be a little gusty, but we're not talking 90-kilometer-hour winds overall throughout the line. So, okay. Northwest Edmonton getting dark, no wind, but that might change here in a little bit. What else? Near Onaway, Alberta, very dark, light rain and thunder, lightning starting here as well. The app I use is called WeatherWise. I'll go full screen. So we aren't sponsored by them. We switched to them. I used RadarScope for about 12 years almost. Maybe 12 years, and switched to WeatherWise about 6 to 7 or 8 months ago, actually. Phenomenal team, Steve. It's a small group, and we're in love with it. It does so much more for us that we could do with radar scopes. So definitely highly recommend it. They have different levels or tiers for your monthly. You can have, I believe, free. There's like 2 or 3 levels above that. So we use the pro version because we mine a lot of data. We use it a lot, but you don't need the pro version to see stuff. And they are eventually coming out with profiles so that you can set up all your colors the same way we have it. That's coming down the pipe as well, so you can follow along. So yeah, so definitely a fantastic app as far as that's going on. So what else? Frankie Cougar, love the username. Thank you guys. You guys are better than any news that I hear around here. You are my new favorite YouTube channel. That's amazing. Thank you guys. Again, really appreciate all the kind words. So yeah, sump pump, if you do have one, this is a great comment. Sorry, clicking on too many, they're jumping so quickly. Make sure your sump pump is ready. Again, we know that flooding has been an issue around Edmonton area, so it's best to test it and make sure you're okay, just to be on the safe side. So what did I say? Oh dear, Tom, it's heading towards me. Mims, Edgar. So again, right now it depends where you are located. Man, the comments are just flying through here. So I can't click on them fast enough. I apologize. But anyways, it depends where you're located. Just pay attention. And here's our latest scan. So the southern end, you can very clearly see on this, is dying out. That is good news. I will back this up. We can see the southern end had purples, reds, dark colors, and it's now breaking up and we're down to just yellows, a little bit of orange and tiny amount of red. So the southern end by Bluffton, Rimbey is a non-starter for the most part. A little bit of wind might be in there. Let me just take a look at this. By Thorsby, I should say, Sunnybrook, that's where the heavier precip starts to kind of pick up a little, but it looks like it is breaking up as well. So that is good news. South of Spring Lake, some heavy precip in there. This would be kind of torrential rain over the radar. It looks weird because it's just over top of the radar. So moderate rain in there heading east toward Edmonton, but I think it's breaking up, which is again good news. We move north. Orange is mostly in here, colors, a little bit of red, obviously kind of near northeast of Yellowstone or near Onaway, around 43. So still heavy precip in some pockets, and we still west of Picardville on 777 and 654, we do have some hail in there. Just taking a look at the winds. Winds are moderate, and I would say this is going to be loony to maybe a little bit bigger in the hail. So that area has sustained the hail for quite some time at this point. I'm just going to check a couple things with our wind velocities just to see how things are doing. There's a bit of wrapping happening there, so I'll watch that just to see if anything comes out of it at this point. Let me just take a look. But I have to say things are looking better for Edmonton than they were probably half an hour ago. The intensity on the line was definitely far more. You can see that right here. Just bright red pinks in there. Lots of torrential rain and a lot of wind. But as it's been walking towards Edmonton, you can see the line slightly widening out. And when that happens, you do lose some of that intensity because it's now spread out over a larger area. So that's includes your precipitation, that includes your winds. For the most part on this setup, so that is good news. So again, things are coming down for Edmonton, which is fantastic. You are still going to see rain, which is obviously not what you want to see in Edmonton. So okay, let me take a look here. A lot of comments, folks. I'm going to try and get in some of them. Patrick, thank you very much. Glad we can help people prepare for it. So it is definitely... Oh, what did they update here? They're updating the tornado watch. What did they do here? They've put out a different box. They've got a tornado watch for 2 hours still. Let me just double check here. Well, so no, they're taking the watches away. So see how they're shrinking back. The severe thunderstorm watch was out to Grand Prairie and further west. As this line is moving through, all the watches are dropping, folks, for the most part. So that is good news, meaning this is probably the show at this point. And once you're through it, you should be okay for the evening. If anything happens, we will walk you through it, but this is good news. They are bringing the watches back further east at this point as the line is moving through. So that is indicative. That is a good sign that things after this should not be too bad. What else did I get here? Sorry, Brett, thank you very much for the donation as well. Really, really appreciate that. So unfortunately, it's been so busy, I did not check any of our emails here, so I've definitely missed a bunch of emails, folks. I apologize. Normally, I've got Connor on the stream as well, helping out for that kind of stuff, but just with how it's been unfolding here, obviously, I focus on getting the radar information to you guys. We always try and respond to every photo or email that we get. That's what we work on when we're not on the live stream. So again, apologize if there was something you guys sent in and that I've missed, but we will respond to you guys as things progress here after the stream. So, okay, let me just jump back into the chat here. We'll wait for our next update within about a minute and see if I can answer anything. The only boats we need are for underpasses. Yeah, we've seen some photos and videos out of there. So not fun for Edmonton area. So central Edmonton is very gray now. No blue sky left. So that was a quick change from things. Is the storm calming as it gets to Edmonton? So yes, it is losing some of that intensity. Here is our latest scan. It is definitely looking better than it was before. It is still going to have a decent amount of rain coming into Edmonton, but look at this. So south of Thorsby, you can see that the line has mostly yellows and greens with a little bit of orange. Let me just take a look at winds. There are a bit of wind, but these are moderate to light winds at this point. Just gonna see what's going on there. So right now, that is good news. North from Thorsby, I keep adding an N in there and I apologize. We have moderate to heavy rain coming in through Stony Plain at this point, right around the radar. But again, not seeing any real hail. There may be a little bit of heavy, very heavy precipitation south of Spring Lake at this point. I do not think there's any hail in that. I do want to look at some wind velocities in here. I'm just going to take a look at that little... Yeah, it's spinning into it, so bear with me. So prepare for some winds, moderate to moderate heavy rain. And then as we go north from Highway 16 up, it's gone through Onaway already, but there was some, with those darker reds, that's that very heavy precip coming into Sandy Beach, Pine Sands, and moving eastward from there. And then we do still have some pockets of that bright red. This south, where is this? This is west of Pickardville, southwest of Westlock. That dark red, that is torrential rain in there. And let's just take a look at our winds. Not too strong with the winds, and there's still small amount of hail left in here, probably loony or smaller at this point. I'm just going to take a look at all of our wind profiles here, but things are looking a little better for Edmonton on each scan here. So Glenna, thank you for sending 50 stars. I might have missed that. One of my moderators just brought it up to me. So again, thank you. You are always a great supporter of the platform. So appreciate you very much. So yes, things are definitely looking better for a lot of this line. It is breaking up. The north of it is the more intense portion just east of Barhead at this point. So okay, so just getting a photo here. I'm just going to look where this is. Yeah, so this is the intense part right up to the north. Thank you, Melody, for sending them, one of my moderators. A small funnel spotted to the north up here, right in where this very strong hail is. Let me just take a look here. So they're a tiny funnel. It's not extended far south from or far below the storm, but that does show signs of a bit of rotation or vorticity. You just have to worry about it if you keep your if that keeps intensifying. I'm getting some more stuff here from Edmonton area. Okay, so okay, just got some photos here from Cheryl out of West Edmonton as this approaches. So thank you for submitting this. This is Rick sharing, one of my moderators. So this is West Edmonton looking back at the storm. So obviously a little bit ominous as this line comes in. Again, things are definitely looking better at this point. Let's just take a look here. This is just another shot. You can see that heavy precipitation along that leading edge. Some spots has no real major precipitation, and that's what I was talking about. As the line comes in, it's breaking up a little, so you'll have different varying areas of intensity with wind, intensity with precipitation. But if we look where our lightning is kind of to the west of Edmonton and southwest a little bit. There is no longer any real lightning on the south end of this. There's the odd lightning strike, but overall, definitely much better for everything as this is moving through. So, they continue to move the severe warning further along with this line. We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes, and I will update you guys on that. So, what else? No, there is not going to be a tornado in Edmonton at this point. This is just a straight line wind event. Again, the threat of that is very low at this point. So we are watching a few areas, but right now, nothing concerning at this point. Weather can change quickly, so keep your head on a swivel, stay weather aware, and if anything does change, we will be the ones to help you walk through it. But right now, not as concerned about anything as far as a tornado is concerned, and we'll see as this moves through. Again, it looks to be weakening for the most part, so Cody saying 5 minutes north of Spruce Grove, big thunder. Getting the same thing here, thunder and lightning west Edmonton side. So obviously still that lightning is always a threat. Sorry, it's the most unpredictable part. How do I send in photos? My email is right below me. That's the one way you can do it, or you can send it to our Facebook page, which is Canadian Weather Live on Facebook. So, okay, perfect. Just Connor just sending me some stuff as well. So, okay, here's our latest scan. like I said, the southern end of this has a few pockets of intense precipitation within these red areas, but they are very tiny. Overall, you're seeing a lot of yellow-orange. That is moderate to light rain. Where we get kind of picking up on the precipitation, north of Kalmar, along there, very narrow through Stony Plain area, definitely some heavy precipitation in that area on the west side of Edmonton, just south of 16. Then if we go a little bit further north, kind of what's kind of in this area, Calahoo, to the southwest of there, a little bit heavier precipitation in that area. Through Sandy Beach and to the north, you can see these reds coming into Busby. And our hail northwest of Picardville, and Westlock southwest, very heavy rain, only a few pixels of precipitation. So give me a sec here. Yeah, that pinch point. I thought I saw that earlier, Mark. I was highlighting it and I forgot to check it on my way through. This is why it's great to have somebody in the back of my... But that's a previous scan, right, Mark? Give me a sec here. I'm just checking. I don't have that same... Why does my scan look different? Bear with me for a second, folks. Yes, this is what I saw earlier, was this little pinch point. And I did see that, but it has broadened out on this last scan. Mark was just sending me that. So we have people that watch radar along with me because we are covering a lot of area, so I can't always see everything. But that is an area that did... Yeah, okay, perfect. Mark just sending me that message. So I did see it. I just didn't jump on it till I was going to wait for a scan, and I forgot to look at it. So thanks, Mark, for refreshing my memory there. So, okay. Let me jump back into this. Obviously, we were juggling a lot, but right now things are definitely looking better for Edmonton. The leading edge of this, there's quite a bit of light rain out front, so it will start raining, but the heaviest of precip is north of Kalmar, north of Leduc. So that gives you a rough idea where this is going to come through. A little bit through Spruce Grove and Stony Plain. It is close to the radar, so it looks worse than it actually is, just because of its proximity. And then if we go north of 37, we've got definitely good rain precipitation in there, very heavy. Not a ton of lightning. You'll notice that to the north. There is some, but it's not a lot. And again, very heavy torrential rain southwest of Westlock with probably pea-sized hail or less. And then further north, we do have more moderate to light rain as we go east of Swan Hills, up north of Barhead and to Slave Lake. So that is definitely a good sign in that regards. Just going to switch back to another radar here. No, we're good. So things are definitely looking better, folks. It's still going to impact Edmonton with rain, and hopefully it's not a lot of rain. So give me a sec here. Okay. Okay, let me jump quickly into the chat here and just see if I can answer any more questions. Getting hail in Spruce Grove. Oh my God, I cannot even click on it fast enough. Anyways, I appreciate all the comments in here. We're trying to see it, but I'm curious how large or small the hail is in Spruce Grove area. Anybody else that's seeing that, just so that we have a heads up. I don't think it's going to be large at this point. Most of the hail has worked its way out of the storm system for the most part. So getting a lot of comments about lightning coming into Edmonton. It's not super frequent right now. I deserve a glass of water. Thank you. This will go through fairly quick. I would expect that this is 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes at most, but probably 20 minutes at this point. So, okay, 9:25. We just got some photos. This is from, give me a sec here. I'm going to mispronounce that name, Kate Kaja, sent in a photo here. This is on the North Edmonton side of things. You can see the storm coming in, and these are mammatus clouds. So let me share that up here. So this is on the north side of Edmonton, obviously ahead of the precipitation because it's still dry. But these are what we call mammatus clouds, and that's another photo of the storm as well. So as it's approaching, it is coming into Edmonton. Again, shouldn't be as strong as it could have been. It has weakened, so this is definitely good news. We will see whether what happens as this progresses through Edmonton. A lot of friction as it goes through a bigger city, so that can do a little bit of weakening. Other times it has no effect, but right now things are definitely looking a lot better than they were. So the southern end, other than just east of Rimbey, heavy precipitation in that area. Let me just take a look here. Some smaller pockets of moderate heavy precipitation, but then we're mostly orange and yellow, which is on the low end of the precipitation scale. Right through Devon right now, we have a very heavy torrential rain, and we have, let me just take a look here. There are some winds associated with it, but the rain, the heavy precip starts around Devon, works its way a little bit north, and then going through Spruce Grove, now coming to the west side of Edmonton near 216, through Atchison. We did hear that there is some hail coming through the Spruce Grove area, just didn't have a size on that. Parkland Village, going to be coming into Villeneuve shortly through the Villeneuve Airport area. Heavy precip through Calahoo and to the east there. Sandy Beach just went through it a little bit. Heavy precipitation. Let's just take a look. A little bit of wind in there as well. Moderate winds. And then southwest of Busby, we do have very strong precipitation, but no hail by the looks of it. And what else is here? Westlock area. We've got southwest of there, we've got very heavy torrential rain as well with that. So obviously lightning associated with this somewhat. And next on the doorstep is Legal. And then kind of to the south will be St. Albert. So it is on the doorstep of Edmonton at this point. But again, it is not as intense as it could have been. So let me just take a look here. Ron Cook sending us a photo, so let me take a look. This is a while ago as it's coming towards Edmonton. This gives you a scale of what you're dealing with. Very nice photo. Again, Ron Cook sending this in to us. So you can see that this is, it doesn't say a direction, but obviously that storm is coming in from the west, so I have a rough idea, and that looks like downtown, obviously. So thank you for sharing that photo with us. We've got some people working on our emails at this point. Let me just take a look here. Braden Morriso posting something here as well, so I'll pull that up and we'll continue updating you folks on that. So, okay, what was I? Sorry, bear with me for 1 sec. Okay, I'm going to share this on our X, but I'm going to put this on the big screen. So this is again from Braden Morriso, who's in front or trying to stay in front of this storm. It looks like he's doing a pretty good job of it right now. Let me just adjust the volume here. So this is a visual of the storm as it's coming in to the Edmonton area. Below it, this is underneath that storm. Obviously just saw a lightning strike, so heavy precip with it, but it is far less intense than it could have been back to the west coming into the Edmonton area. So let me take a look here. Okay, Melody's just sending me a comment about wind speeds, but I want to double check here. So there are some strong winds on the leading edge of this. This is very close to the radar. So this does look more intense than it probably is, but it is reading 100 kilometers an hour on this portion right over Highway 16. I would venture to say on the surface we're probably 80 kilometers an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood, which is still very strong. So needs to be taken seriously. Thanks, Melody. But we are, like I said, we're fairly close to the radar, so we're still within that little bubble where it reads more intense. But this is strong winds regardless, even if they are just 80 kilometers an hour. That is going to blow stuff around. So that's through Parkland Village and heading eastward. We'll see if that sustains at this point. So let's just take a look at things here. We're looking reasonable at this point. It's still gonna, like I said, it's still gonna have some intensity, but it will be over fairly quick. And I want to check, I think this the line slowed down a little bit as it approached Edmonton, so just bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, it was screaming along here. Actually, we'll just do that. It may have slowed down a little bit. It doesn't look like it slowed down that much, but still moving fairly quick. So the north side of the line is the more intense part of it. Again, from Devon, moving our way northward, that's where the more intensity as far as precipitation is concerned, lightning and wind. So that is what I'm talking about as far as the more intense portion of the line. The southern portion, once again, is more broken up, less precipitation and less wind. So south of Leduc is definitely looking a lot better as far as the intensity is concerned. So let me just do a refresh here just to see if anything changes. So it did. Let me, so our tornado watch area, the red box, is shrinking back as this line is moving eastward, and so is the severe thunderstorm watch area. So again, that is good news. This is heading out through Edmonton. We'll see what's happening on the other side of Edmonton, whether this gets into better air. Again, smoke might be at play as well. So what else? Okay, I've got some more pictures coming in. I'll see if I can share this. This is from earlier. This is about 40 minutes ago, again, just because we didn't have access to our emails, but I'm trying to get things going there. So want to share this because I appreciate when people send them in. So again, this is from... give me a sec here. 40 minutes ago, central Edmonton facing west from Elena Nicole sent this photo in. So that was as it's approaching. We've seen a few photos that sort of look like that. So everybody's seeing kind of the same thing. And hopefully, again, that intensity as well won't be there. So with me, I got to reply to one of my moderators. Queenie, thank you very much for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. That helps us out a lot. Appreciate the support. Patrick, thank you again. Very appreciative of the donation. A shout out to my dude, Tima. Time, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, but yes, fan of the show, Patrick. Glad that he is. Definitely appreciate the support as well. So let's just take a look here. Just getting a comment about strong winds and rain in Riverbend coming from Carla. Thank you for that. The wind in the southwest Edmonton picked up so significantly. That's from Turtle. So again, there are winds coming in with this. It isn't as strong as it could have been. At St. Albert, you're definitely on the deck here for some very strong winds. We can see these bright skin tone or flesh-colored winds. That is a pocket of about 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface. So definitely going to be windy. You can see these brighter red colors, those are strong winds as this is pushing through. So some parts on the north side of Edmonton are going to have strong winds, and then south over by Devon and Beaumont, coming through the airport area, some stronger winds in that area. Those are going to be 60 kilometers an hour, probably 60 to 70 down there, and definitely getting windy in spots, but heavy rain as well through some of those areas. So let me go through that. Glenna, thank you very much for the stars as well. Saw that coming through. Okay. So just juggling a few things here. So again, southern portion of the line, a little bit of breakup happening there. There are small pockets of heavy precip, but this is far better. It is still west of Highway 2. A lot of that orange, yellow, green, and blue is light, moderate to light rain, basically. Only when you get into these darker reds up here by Devon area. Let me just take a look here. Through Devon on the southwest corner of Edmonton, these are going to move just south of 216, cross Highway 2, around to the north of Beaumont, back to the west of Edmonton. Very heavy precipitation still embedded in this line. With those darker reds, there may be a tiny bit of hail in here, so this could be pea-sized hail just by Copperwood Forest, just west of 216. That is going to be pea-sized hail, maybe a tiny bit bigger than that. Long 16, we still have very heavy precip through Colwyn Business Park and moving eastward from there. So again, the area that we are pointing out is along the golf courses, JR Golf Course and then Sandpiper Golf and Country Club, moving towards St. Albert. This is very strong winds. This is going to be 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface. So heed that. As you can see, the winds did pick up as they came through to the west side. Heavy rain through Busby. That is some pretty torrential rainfall in there. Strong winds pushing out from this storm now on the north side as well. Deborah, thank you for gifting 5 Sunshine Club memberships. Really appreciate that support as well. Westlock, you have very heavy torrential rain and some winds making it through there. And this continues to move eastward. So we're going to be traveling through Edmonton at this point. This is the only real area of severe at this point. Nothing happening in Manitoba. Saskatchewan still way far away. I don't think there's anything going on there. I should double check before I speak, but nothing really firing out there, not seeing any lightning as well, so that's always a good indicator. And then again, when we get further north of Barrhead, this is just moderate to light rain through Slave Lake. Some wind, but moderate to light wind as well. And then let's just take a look up by Fort Mac. Nothing, these are basically just showers at this point. Nothing very severe out of this at this time. So switch back over to another radar, just look at a few other things, but we're good. So this is the area to focus on once it comes through Edmonton. There's our next scan, I believe. So this is at 7:41 p.m. It just came out. The line to the south looks to be kind of reorganizing a little bit, maybe picking up some intensity. A bit of hail on the very southern tip here by Ponoka, west of Highway 2. That's going to be pea-sized to maybe grape-sized hail. So a little bit of intensity picked up on that last scan. Strong winds going through just to the north of Beaumont, Heritage Valley, southeast Edmonton, Dakota. You guys have got some strong winds in there. This is just off the surface, 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface itself. And actually, I'll play this out so you can see how the winds back to the west, we had those straight line winds, those green pixels, they kind of weakened. And then as it came closer to Edmonton, suddenly you have that bright wind coming in. And so you've got 2 pockets of it going through St. Albert and then moving kind of northeast through the 216 and Highway 2 area area, moving northeast into there. So Sherwood Park is next. Downtown Edmonton is next as far as winds. We do have moderate to heavy rain throughout those areas as well, and obviously lightning on that as well. So that's what's going on right now. The wind seems to be the strongest factor at this point, but these are straight line winds, folks. They are not rotating. We're not worried about a tornado. I just want to reiterate that this is mostly just straight line wind event with heavy precipitation as this blasts through Edmonton area, and I'm hoping that it does it quickly and the total accumulation for the rain is not really high end. So okay, so just getting clearing west of Edmonton. No hail, just a shower. So that is good news. Thank you for that. Just like getting those updates. So again, once this passes, it's over with for the most part. I don't expect much else after this. So that is the good news for everybody involved here. So oh, okay. Shout out to Deborah Hamilton for gifting out some memberships. I think I caught that one, but I'm not 100% sure. Just a lot going on. And then what? God, I'm gonna need glasses. I hate getting old. It looks like Nerney for a super sticker donation, which I missed, so I apologize for that. Thank you very much for that support. So again, we really appreciate that kind of stuff, and it helps us out a lot. So yes, I definitely missed that. Thank you so much for the donation, and the comments are just flying. So question whether there's more storms later tonight. If we're referring to Edmonton, I think we are pretty good later tonight. This looks to be the main show for severe weather. So that is the good news. There may be storms in the sense of minor storms, but I haven't looked at models. I'll take a look at a few other things. But right now, this is the kind of the peak of it at this point for, I think, Edmonton at this point. Pea-sized hail in Callingwood. Thank you very much for that. So a little bit of hail falling in some of the areas of Edmonton at this point. What else have we got here? Wind was crazy in St. Albert, and yes, there's a pocket of very strong winds, those bright colors, and right north of Beaumont at this point, going up to Sherwood Park. Queenie, thank you for donating 5 of our Sunshine Club memberships. Thank you for that. So these winds where we have these bright flesh tone colors, those are 80 to 90 kilometer-hour winds, maybe even a little bit more. We'll see as they continue on our next scan here. So we're about 2 minutes out from that. That seems to be the biggest thing. Obviously, heavy rain and lightning with tiny hail seems to be the story right now. So let's just take a look on the rest of the line. I'll wait for an update and we'll walk through it again. So just saying, getting comments that it's finished here in West Edmonton, so that's good. And like I said, it's blowing through pretty quickly at this point, so I hope that's the case, and it doesn't have a lot of rain accumulation at this point. Getting a lot of good rainfall in Strathcona, getting windy too. I literally have to chase the comments up as they kind of go through, so thank you for everybody that's tuned in. Really appreciate it, guys. Really helps us out. And hopefully you guys are hitting the like button, because that gets the word out to those people that need to know about it. So what else? Pembina. Where is Pembina? Bear with me. It's in Edmonton. It's coming that way right now. It'll be in the next scan. You'll have some wind and rain. It's just to your west at this point. So I'll see in the next scan, but Pembina's right somewhere right in here. So we'll see whether it moves in, but it should be there any moment. And again, there is some wind associated with this, so please batten down the hatches. So Cat Servant, thank you very much for the donation. We know who's the boss in that house, apparently. That's too funny. So like I said, Oh, there we go. So right now, the latest scan shows this on through the west side of Edmonton, coming through St. Albert. Strong winds coming through Carbondale, CFB Edmonton. There are some 80 to 90 kilometer winds in here for sure, maybe even more than that. Small pocket, maybe almost up to 100 on the surface. That is coming for the Edmonton Technology and Energy Park. And eventually might get into Fort Sask, but we're still a bit of a ways from that, so I'll update you on that. Southern end of Edmonton, southeast, we have some strong winds kind of through north of Beaumont, just to the south of Sherwood Park. They are going to be moving in that general direction, so let me show you that. You can see how those bright colors are pushing in, so they're going through Sherwood Park very shortly, then through the east side or east of Edmonton along Highway 16, and those winds on the north side going through Carbondale, CFB Edmonton, and then through the Edmonton Energy and Technology Park. What else is up there? This might kind of skirt to the north of Fort Saskatchewan, but I would still batten down the hatches in Fort Saskatchewan at this point. Still got a decent amount of rain embedded in the line. The hail on the south end kind of disappeared, so that is good as it's coming towards Ponoka, but it's still got heavy rain within the line itself. Winds don't look too bad. They're out ahead of it, ahead of the line, I mean, and then there's broken up precipitation up until we get to the south side of Edmonton, and we've got moderate heavy to light rain throughout kind of the Edmonton area. The wind is the bigger component at this point. Heavy rain just making its way through St. Albert with maybe a little bit of what am I trying to say? Pea-sized hail in there. And we then have some heavy precip to the west of Nemeo. Hopefully I didn't butcher it too badly, but that's heavy precip moving up to Morinville. Let's see what the winds, stronger winds up here, folks. So those bright areas, it's getting windy by Legal. You've got winds north of there, Highway 2, that is going to be 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface. And then west of Thorhild, definitely some strong winds pushing out from this as well. So a bit of a straight line wind event unfolding throughout part of this line and picking up, so we'll have to monitor that. Edmonton skirting some of this at this point, but we'll see what's going on from there. So okay, I've got a video here. You just see, let me go full screen. So this is from Abstract, Southwest Edmonton. I'll bring it up on the screen here. This is just a video showing the heavy precipitation, some winds if you look at the trees coming through, but not too shabby for Southwest Edmonton, specifically where this person was. But again, definitely seeing things a little different. Depending where you are in the Edmonton area. So bear with me for 1 sec. I'm missing some things coming through on our, I've got an app that combines all of our, Ruby Smith, I missed your donation. Sorry. I'm getting Slash Dot as well, donation, and then Keisha Girl as well. So thank you for all your donations, folks. I really appreciate it. I apologize I missed them as things are going through. Just laser focused on getting the information out here. So, okay, let me see where we're at. We have a little storm initiating out by itself here out front by northeast of Athabasca. So let me just look at what's happening up there. Oh, it's going to get swallowed by the line. So that's okay. It's a little storm cell moving north, but that will get absorbed by the line. So, okay. So we are going to be most of the way through Edmonton here on the next scan is my guess. Right now, the whole west side of Edmonton should be fairly clear and through most of it. And we'll see whether, what's left at this point. We are 7:47 p.m. 6 minutes ago. So 2 minutes till our next scan update. So yeah, definitely a lot of stuff going on. Just see what they've updated. So they've moved the box further east with that severe warning, and they're just basically walking it forward with this line. And you can see again how long this line is. It's a couple 100 kilometers from top to bottom. And so definitely impacting a lot of areas. And a lot of people downtown. Downpour is heavy in downtown central McDougall. That's from Lori. Light show in Sherwood. I just saw that from Tara. All sorts of comments about what's going on. So again, thinking that this is mostly going to be very quick and should move through in the next oh, here we go. Here's our next scan. So again, it should be moving through Edmonton fairly quickly. Over Ponoka, just kind of to the southwest, a little bit of hail. Let me just switch to see if I'm on the right radar, because sometimes you're closer to another one, but a little bit of hail. The southern portion is basically moderate to light rain for the most part, maybe a bit moderate heavy. It has moved through Leduc. It's east of Beaumont. Let's take a look. These are our winds. So those bright red or pink colors, that's where those strong winds are, and you're starting to see that just starting north of Wetaskiwin and heading north up through Beaumont, that's where our strong winds are. We do have some rain associated with it. West side of Edmonton is out of the precipitation. Downtown Edmonton right now has the heaviest of it. That'll move through fairly quickly, and then if you continue north across 216 through Carbondale, heavy rain through that coming into Gibbons, Bonaccord. We are Fort Sask is on the doorstep here for precipitation and wind. Legal just basically in it right now, but we'll be out of it fairly quickly. And let me just take a look further north. Not seeing any hail anywhere in this to the north, so that is good news. But like I said, I'm going to highlight some areas of those strong winds. So strong winds by Carbondale just to the east. That's going to be 80 to 90 kilometers an hour with that bright flesh tone color. Through Legal, that is going to be maybe 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface, maybe a little bit more, where we start to see these brighter colors. So just keep that in mind. And then to the northwest and west of Thorhild, strong straight line winds in that as well. So batten down the hatches as this line is moving through. The wind is now the bigger component as far as what we're talking about from the severe side of things. So you can very clearly see where this red bright line is, and it's coming through the east side of Edmonton, and that will head through Cooking Lake, Antler Lake, and eventually through Elk Island National Park, into Fort Sask, into Redwater, and all those other areas. So just looking at that. So what else is going on here? Okay, Joel Toth sent something in here. Let me see if I can access it. Okay, let me see if I can. First off, turn the volume down so I don't deafen everybody. Let me go full screen on it. This is through Spruce Grove off Highway 60, and this is from Joel Toth. A small hail coming through, so let me share that up to the screen here so you can see that. So that's like pea-sized hail, so good that it's not very large, and it's just lots and lots of precipitation associated with it too. So we've been pretty accurate with the way we've been calling the size of the hail and everything like that. So I'm glad to hear that. Always love seeing that kind of information coming in because it corroborates what I'm thinking. So that is good news from that aspect. So downtown is starting to clear up. It was over too soon. Some people would argue that point, but again, like I said, this is much better than it could have been when it was further west. It had a big, precipitation core on the entire line. Right now, we are changing over from heavy precip to the wind being the biggest element that we're dealing with right now. So again, those strong winds just south of Bonaccord by Carbondale, like I said, coming into Fort Sask, through Sherwood Park, heading up northeast across Highway 16, Half Moon Lake, Cooking Lake, Antler Lake. You guys are all next. And then Hay Lakes, New Sarepta, all of those areas just going to get some winds coming in here with some of that precipitation. So the winds will arrive with light rain, and then the heavier precip is back to the west a little bit for the most part on this entire line as things continue. So getting northeast Edmonton comment that there's strong winds, lightning, and heavy rain. Thank you for that. Rebecca sending in a photo here of Mamatis clouds. These are my favorite clouds when you see really big, like a cluster of Mamatis clouds. Some of the coolest stuff you can see storm chasing. So it's that, what that is those are sinking pockets of cold air that are drawing that cloud down. And so they are, like I said, they're called Mamatis clouds. And you can have, if you look up some photos online, you will see some crazy stuff off the big storms, especially if they're backlit by sunset. They're crazy cool to see. So freaks some people out, but it's nothing to worry about. It's just sinking cold air basically from the anvil coming down. So what else have we got here? Blue Quill, Southwest Edmonton just hit with exclamation marks. So that sounds like it's a little bit intense down in that area. And now I just got his sun is breaking out in Edmonton. So it moved south in Blue Quill, sorry. So it's moving through very quickly. Definitely could be some rainbows with this on the backside. So definitely, if you like looking for those, your opportunity will be after this storm goes through. So Clucky LaRue just subscribed to the Sunshine Club. Thank you very much for that as well. So, what else have we got? Yeah, I hope anybody hoping for tornadoes, like guys, that's just not appropriate. I didn't see anything like that, but definitely would not as well. So. Okay, so the other thing we have here, Rick is telling me that he's getting a bunch of emails, but give me 1 sec. I'm going to share something else we can do. So we have a page we run called Canadian Weather Live Reports. It's on Facebook. It's a community. You have to answer 2 very basic questions to get in there. If you can't answer them, you're not getting in. It keeps the trolls and the bots and all that other crazy stuff out of there. But it is a weather community across Canada, and you can post in there anytime. Even if we're not on live stream, share photos, conversations, all that kind of stuff. So definitely recommend that you check that page out, Canadian Weather Live Reports. And it's as long as it's weather related, it's good to go in there. It's a pretty simple group, but it allows people to share stuff of what's going on. So that's another page that we run on our Facebook side of things. So all over now here in Central East Edmonton, so that's good. Things are definitely moving very quickly through Edmonton. Here is our latest scan, and you can see the northeast corner is the only area left with precipitation within that 216 ring road, essentially. And the winds, again, are going to be the component here that we're dealing with. So where we have these bright pink areas, those are 80 to 90 kilometer-hour winds, roughly on the surface, somewhere in that neighborhood, coming into, like I said, Cooking Lake, Antler Lake. Wow, my mouth is stopping working here. So The most intense winds are currently through Sherwood Park, along Highway 16 and along Highway 15, just southwest of Fort Saskatchewan. So it is heading that way. South of Bon Accord, southwest of Gibbons, we have almost 100 kilometers an hour off the surface, so a little over that actually. So 80 to 90 on the surface in that area. So very gusty as this is now pushing out and becoming a straight line wind event. So what else? Jennifer Thompson sending in a couple of things here, so I'll try and pull that up. Bear with me for 1 second. So the winds definitely are the story at this point. A lot of the precipitation is breaking up in this, as you can see. Still a few pockets of, moderate heavy rain, but far less of it than there was originally. So straight line winds are the story right now. So let me bring something up here. Oh, this is, well, got to turn my head. I can't straighten that out, but I'll share it with you guys. It's a vertical video turned horizontal. Unfortunately, I don't think I can rotate it through WhatsApp, so bear with me for a second. So you can see the hail falling on the deck there. That's obviously the sky to the left, but some decent hail coming through. This is through, it doesn't say where it's from, but it's Jennifer Thompson that sent it in. So some parts of Edmonton definitely getting a little bit nasty with this. You can hear it hitting the windows even, I think. So thank you for that. That is again from Jennifer Thompson. And this was, let me pull up one more thing. We've got another photo that I can share. And this is the rainbow afterwards from the same person. So I'll share that up. So beautiful rainbow on the back side of this. So this is the beauty after the storm. Hopefully you can see quite a bit of water on the roadways there, just because everything is so saturated in Edmonton that the smallest amount of water is just going to be causing a bit more issue than normal. So it's definitely not ideal, but it's going to be, it's definitely going to be a little bit impactful, but not as impactful as it could have been. So okay, let me update something here. There we go. Okay, so again, we are primarily talking about this line being a straight line wind event at this point. That is the biggest threat as this is continuing to move eastward at this point. We are 8:06 p.m. Alberta time, and this is going to be heading towards obviously the east side of Edmonton towards Vegreville, eventually into St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake, Lloydminster, and everywhere in between that. So this is kind of just your heads up. We'll see what kind of intensity it sustains and whether this the winds are going to be the biggest issue or if the intensity of the precipitation will pick up. We will have to see what the story is there. So again, what else is going on here? So yeah, that's essentially what's unfolding at this point. We are watching, our severe watches are being shrunk back. I expect that the tornado watch will be shrunk back as well once this line moves out of Edmonton. They're probably going to drop that at this point, but we'll see what Environment Canada does. So the tornado watch is still up for an hour based on time in terms of expiry, but they can kill it sooner if obviously those conditions don't exist anymore. They did say 4 to 8 p.m. was the window for that tornado possibility. Luckily, we are just on the other side of that, so every minute that passes, we are definitely looking better and better in regards to that. So yeah, just getting something else here. Precip has just arrived in Fort Sask from a final buzzer. Thank you for that. Let's just take a look. 8:05 p.m. So this is our latest scan. The precipitation is less of the story, but look at these winds, folks. We are starting to get some really bright spots in here. These are above the surface. So the further you get away from radar, the higher up you're reading into the storm. So always the comparison I give, it's like climbing a mountain. At the base of the mountain, there might be a light breeze. At the top, it's trying to blow you right off the top of the mountain. Same idea. So you go up through the atmosphere, more wind is available up there. So these winds right now, this is 3,000 feet off the ground. So we're probably talking 80 kilometers an hour, 90 maybe at the most, but still very windy. So that is what the issue is right now. These straight line winds right by Antler Lake, Half Moon Lake, definitely a bright spot there. Everywhere on the east side, Fort Sask getting some heavy winds going through there as well. And just to the northeast of Bon Accord, again 75 to 85 kilometers an hour pocket in there, and then continuing to move north through Thorhild and up to Newbrook, some more straight line winds coming through. So again, that is our concern at this point is just those straight line winds marching through into the east side and clearing Edmonton at this point. So like I said, I think Edmonton at this point is out of the most of it, and then we're just dealing with communities east of there at this point. So that's the story right now. And let me just kill off my tool here and zoom back in. So yeah, so that's where we're looking at this point. So again, precipitation isn't as big a story on this anymore. A few pockets of it are, but the wind is the bigger story at this point. So again, marching eastward, and we will continue from there. We will update you as watches if they get pulled down, just to let you guys know that those watches have been removed. I'm just going to swing out and double check on a couple of things here. Going to look at Saskatchewan, just kind of ahead of things. And the watches in Manitoba have dropped. So that was the other thing I wanted to look at. They were saying by evening, which is 9:10 p.m. Manitoba time right now, all the severe watches are down. So that is the good news, folks. So we are just dealing with one line at this point. I'm just going to operations CJ, thank you very much for the donation. Saying thank you for running an incredibly helpful and professional channel. We really needed this into tonight, and other channels were nowhere near as good. Thank you so much for that. Means a lot. The way we explain things is genius. Thank you, Ruby, again for the donation. You've been a huge supporter of the platform, so thank you for that. Just going to take a look at Fort McMurray radar just to see if there's anything up there, but these are just regular showers at this point, folks. Just non-severe stuff for the most part, and they are just severe warning the entire line to the north, just out of an abundance of caution. So that is what we've got going on here. And we'll continue to walk this eastward. We'll see if this maintains intensity. So definitely one of those things that we will update you guys on. But again, the wind is the most important part right now that we're talking about. Is just those straight line winds will toss stuff around as it blows through, but it's very quick based on all the comments we're seeing here. You know, it happens fairly quickly, and that's what I expected, is that it blows through town in 20 minutes roughly, and you're done and over with. So it's like tearing off a band-aid somewhat. So what else? Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody trying to answer my question that I had earlier from the east side of Edmonton. I think that's what it was. Towards Edmonton. Yeah, so I made a comment back here. Oh, anyways, here's our next scan. I'll jump into it. I was talking about a dot coming through Vegreville going west towards Edmonton. It was actually a freight train. Sometimes radars pick up the weirdest things. I bet you the main line for either CN or CP goes through Vegreville, somewhere in that area. I can actually, let me flip over. I can probably find it real quick here. That's just the weather nerd in me. There it is. So you see this little anomaly right here by Vegreville. I'm pretty sure that's a freight train coming into Edmonton. More than likely, you can see how it's just following almost a straight line and then turns as it's coming into Edmonton. The only thing that does that is a train, essentially. So anyway, somebody was responding to it by email. Chris, I believe it was. So you can spot them on all sorts of radars here and there. It'll pick up planes. Sometimes you'll see wind turbines, all sorts of weird stuff. Okay, strong winds here by Thorold. Definitely on 63. There's some 80 to 90 kilometer hour winds in that pocket, so still very windy. Redwater area, windy over there. Coming through Fort Saskatchewan to the northeast, 60, 70, 80 kilometers an hour in pockets here. Right by Antler Lake, about 80 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more than that. And continuing southward, you can see how this is pushing out at this point. So again, we are mostly dealing with a straight line wind event, and that is what is taking place. The north side definitely has a few pockets that are stronger, so we need to watch those, but it's not the entire line that's got those really strong winds, but picking up as it heads eastward. So we'll continue to monitor it and update you guys on that as we walk through here. So the precipitation you can see is spreading out. So when that happens, the intensity of that precip does go down usually with these lines. Again, some pockets of heavy rain where the dark red areas are as we look through here along just to the north of Bon Accord, Redwater area, Thorold, and then up 827. So again, some areas all the way up to Athabasca that have moderate to moderate heavy rain, but that's basically it. To the south, we do have a few pockets. What are they updating here? Oh, they took the severe, so they are no longer severe warning the southern portion of this line. So all the way from Ponoka through Wetaskiwin up to New Sarepta, Cooking Lake, and Antler Lake, they have removed the severe for that portion of the line, and they are maintaining the severe on the north side of it because of those stronger winds that I was just mentioning. So anyways, comments are flying, folks. I'm going to try and get back in there, but obviously a lot of stuff happening here. So CN Rail goes by Vegreville, so I knew it was one of the main freight lines. So that's kind of what I thought that was a freight train getting picked up by the radar. So what else? Rick just saying, okay, yeah, this is a good comment. If you guys are sending any kind of photos in by email or submitting them through Canadian Weather Live reports, just put a place of location where you are. And if you have a timestamp as well, that would be good. It just helps us to be a little bit more accurate. We don't want to misspeak or provide false information. So Rick, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. So, okay, so that's where we're at right now, just following a straight line wind event at this point. Our tornado watch expires in 43 minutes, kind of around to the west of Edmonton, to the north. They've already shrunk it back somewhat, but still maintaining it as this line marches through. And again, we are talking about straight line winds in this system at this point. So that is the good news, that the tornado aspect is probably over and done with. If anything does go squirrely, we will let you know about it. And weather just does weird things sometimes. So we're still not at zero, but we're definitely, the temperature is going down on the tornado aspect of things. So that's good news. So I will have to, okay. Okie doke. So we're continuing along. Things are definitely looking a little better at this point. So a southern end again not being warned at this point for severe. It is obviously a line of precipitation with some wind in it, but it is not meeting severe components. So that is the good news. Like I said, Edmonton completely out of it at this point. Nothing throughout the Ring Road area around 216 there. And so let me just with me for a second. Gonna have a drink. Okay. Glenn is saying just joined Canadian Weather Live reports. Awesome. Thank you for that. And again, anybody else who wants to post pictures or just talk in the weather community, then definitely that's a great place to do it on Facebook. So weather is definitely extremely unpredictable, and that's why we're here to walk people through it. So here's our latest scan. So let's go and look here. Precip breaking up quite a bit. You've only got a few pockets of that heavy red area, especially to the south, and that's why it's no longer severe warned. And we do have a few winds here to kind of north of Camrose, but again, we are getting a little further away from radar. I'm just going to see how far we are. These on the surface are still going to be about 75 to 85 kilometers an hour, so still very gusty as this is coming through eastward. Even through Elk Island National Park, still going to be very windy through there. Redwater area, you have a pocket of strong winds. Let's take a look here. This is going to be 80. Some of this may be close to 95 kilometers an hour. There's some significant winds in this around the Redwater area, so definitely quite windy. And then one last pocket up here south of Newbrook. And again, you're probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface roughly for that. So like I said, we've converted to a straight line wind event and continuing to move eastward. They only have the portion north of Highway 16 severe warned. You can see that there is heavy precipitation still within that line. So you've got strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning within it. So that is why it's still severe warned at this point. And it will continue to move eastward. It's 8:20 p.m. I think sun sets there in about an hour, I want to say. I could be wrong. Let me double check. Yeah, hour and 17 minutes. So once the sun goes down, usually with isolated storms, that what we call diurnal heating, which is the sun basically heating things up and giving energy to the storms. Isolated storms tend to weaken quicker after dark. A line tends to sustain a little bit better just because it's established and ongoing. But we'll see if that's the case as far as this line is concerned. Once we start getting closer to dark, whether this starts weakening and continues to do that. We'll walk through it. As long as there's any kind of real serious risk, we will stay on here and walk you folks through it. Still 3 hours left on the Saskatchewan's severe thunderstorm watch, and the one on Alberta side says 4 hours at this point. So okay, so let me just take a look. Oh, tornado watch is gone, folks. The good news, tornado watch is gone. So that threat is essentially over at this point. So they have removed it. So we are definitely in the clear as far as the tornado watch is concerned. They still have the thunderstorm watch for another 5 hours in Alberta. So we will walk that through as things continue along here. And hopefully this starts to weaken a little bit. Again, the biggest threat within this is obviously all the lightning and those strong straight line winds. So we will watch this come through here and we'll wait for our next scan. We should have that in about 3 minutes or so. And I'm just going to pull something up here. while we're waiting for that. Oh, this is a cool video. I love watching this type of video. It's a time lapse. So this was sent in by uh, Tatum. Give me a sec here. Somebody doing a time lapse on our storms here, so I'm gonna pull it up and share it with you guys. I always love these kinds of videos. So you'll see the modest clouds rolling through there, so you can see those kind of sinking areas. The atmosphere is very fluid. This is fluid dynamics at work, basically. So a lot of times you can be under a storm and it looks like you're under waves in the ocean. So again, fluid dynamics at work there in a lot of this stuff. So very cool. And then it's over with. There's the sunshine on the back end. So again, thank you for sending that in. It was from Tatum, so really appreciate you sharing that. What else have we got here? Okay, so let me just take a look here. What time are we? 8:17. So we're about 6 minutes into our 8 minute cycle here. So again, if you are east of the line right now, the biggest thing we are warning you on is those stronger winds and then some areas of heavy precipitation and lots of lightning. That seems to be what we're all dealing with at this point. The southern end from Highway 16 south is not severe warned, meaning it doesn't meet the threshold. There are some winds in there, so definitely be prepared for it to be gusty, but it is not meeting severe thresholds as far as what we're seeing right now. So you can see that dark red area to the north of Edmonton is where the bigger intensity is at this point. So Keisha girl, yeah, we definitely sell merch. You can go to cwlstore.ca if you're looking for any merch. That is, I can share it again just for those who are interested. Our merch store right below me here, cwlstore.ca. We've got shirts, tank tops, mugs, stickers, a few other things. We're going to have some ball caps or hats coming out as well. If I ever get time to not be live streaming, that's that's on the agenda at this point. So, but anyways, that you can find all our social medias there. You can also scan the QR code at the top of the screen or any one of the ones that you see on here. That gets you to all of our social media channels. So that will help you if you have a phone and you're watching this on a laptop or on a tablet or TV. You can scan it with your camera and that'll take you to all of our social media accounts. Athabasca is getting soaked, very windy up there, Cis Canada. So thank you for that update. That's from up here right now in that very heavy rain with, again, some strong winds, as you can see through here. So as this moves through, that is going to be, it's wider at the top. So the line is definitely much wider to the north. So it'll be longer up there in terms of how long you're in the storm. To the south, it's going to be a little bit quicker at this point. So okay, Carmen, good night. I'm seeing a lot of people checking out. Obviously, it's late at night for some people. It's 10:30 p.m. here, Eastern Ontario, but 8:30 p.m. Alberta, Saskatchewan, and then 9:30 in Manitoba right now. So we did have a lot of originally, sorry. Originally, we had a lot of areas that we were covering, but we had Alberta, Saskatchewan, BC, and Manitoba. So far, it has only been BC and BC and Alberta. Not much happening in Manitoba, and nothing so far in Saskatchewan. And I don't know whether this will sustain severe levels by the time it gets to Saskatchewan, but we will see. So again, we'll walk you guys through it and keep you guys updated. So. Um, question. I'm not sure what the question. It says, "What about north of Edmonton?" So, how far north of Edmonton are we talking, and what is the question in regards to north of Edmonton? Maybe if you can elaborate that, so I can kind of narrow it down. That is. A comment that we just got in here, so I'll try and elaborate. But right now, the north of Edmonton direct, there's nothing happening there. This line has moved through, as you can see, and we do have lots of precipitation and lightning kind of northeast of Edmonton at this point. But so far, straight line winds on the leading edge of this are the biggest threat at this point. So. I am watering in Calgary. No rain. Send some down without hail. So, like I said, complete reversal this summer as far as weather. Edmonton absolutely getting every possible storm, and Calgary basically getting nothing at this point. So, yeah, it's total reversal this summer. And I think depending how much rain fell in Edmonton, I'll have to look at some weather stations when I get a chance out there. And if they do get more than 22 millimeters out of this, you guys are breaking your July record at this point. So. Milton, thank you very much. Glad that Stony Plain is good now. And again, anything back to the west, essentially, nothing more for storms. I'll just show you guys this. You can see that there's nothing essentially coming behind this, and that's why the tornado watch has been dropped, and that's why the severe thunderstorm warning box is being shrunk back as this line is moving through. So very obvious where our weather is at this point. And again, I'll switch over to Fort Mac just to take a look at it, but just showers up there. There's no real lightning up in any of this. These are just regular showers at this point, and they've still got a bit of severe up here by northeast of Slave Lake. So our line is essentially the part that is warned as it continues to march eastward. So we'll stay on top of it. How long till it reaches Vegreville? So Green Cube asking that. Within your winds are going to be there. Give me a sec here very shortly. It's on your doorstep. So bear with me for 1 second. Let me switch over to our winds. The winds are still a little further back, but the edge of the precipitation, the very light rain is, let me just measure it out for you from there. The light rain is about 12 kilometers, but that is just very, very light rain. To the heavier precipitation is about 40 kilometers, and that's where your winds are. So it is coming in within half an hour to 45 minutes. I suspect it will be into Vegreville area. And there's our latest scan that came in. So let's take a look at all this. So southern end, again, some winds in there, a little bit gusty, but minor precipitation for the most part. And then sticking to the north, basically north of Bruderheim, you can see where we have our dark red colors, darker oranges. That is where the heavy rain is, and strong winds here just around to the north of Bruderheim. Let's just take a look here. We're above the surface here, but basically below the storm, 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. We're getting some readings 106, 110, but 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface. So still very windy. That's why this is severe warned. And you can see that kind of pushing out. East of Edmonton, where is this? This is northwest of Beaver Hill Lake Heritage Rangeland Natural Area. That's a mouthful. This is going to be about 75 to 85 kilometers an hour off the surface down here. So again, some pockets of heavier or stronger winds as this moves eastward at this point, and the precip is breaking up. So again, the southern portion non-severe, the north portion still severe based on winds and precipitation at this point. So definitely cool. Melissa, Melissa's checking out. Thank you, Melissa, for being in here. It is late here in Eastern Ontario, so thank you so much for helping out. Thank you to all my moderators that are in here. Definitely went very smooth tonight considering how busy it is. But again, thank you for everybody that's helped out moderating and all that kind of stuff. So, and to anybody who's donated, anybody who has, become a member of the Sunshine Club, anybody who subscribed, thank you for that. It again helps us out immensely with the channel and the platform. So we do really, really appreciate it. Okay, so let me just take a look here. Okay. I got a whole pile of messages to go through after this live stream, but that's all good things. So I'm happy to do that. Okay, let's continue on. And we'll see what our next scan here is. 8:29 p.m. Was just now, so I think I've looked through that one already. Okay. Interesting. I've just got a comment here. Okay. Thank you very much for being here. I believe, baby girl, appreciate you being here. As I think you were here Saturday as well. Have a good night. Hopefully, everybody in Edmonton can sleep well now that this has moved on, and we'll see where things are at as these continue eastward. So we're still waiting for another scan here. Just to update folks, but again, the north side of this is the more severe portion, and hopefully that does start to die off. So, still smoking, asking if there's a boundary. Yes, you can see that on the back side of this. Just these little pigtails hanging out back here. Those are outflow boundaries behind this storm. And you can see that interacting there. So those do come into play sometimes, especially the next day if they just sit there and cook. But that good catch there. That is definitely an outflow boundary on the back side of this as it's moving through. So is, I'm just seeing a comment here. I just got to find it. That's an L. Yeah, so that is part of this line that is severe warned by Athabasca. So you have heavy rain, but there are some strong winds coming into that area. So definitely still that severe warned portion of the storm. And it is moving northeast. So again, this is part of that line. Once the line moves through, everything is over and done with. So there is some intensity to it, and that's again why it is severe warned. Lots of lightning, and there are some straight line winds within this, but for the most part, it's a bit lower than it would have been. So Glenna asking, can I donate a Canadian Weather Live Gmail? Yes, you can do that by, if you guys want to support us in any way, there's several ways that you can do it. I'll bring this up just to give the information, but you can Interac email transfer to our email, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com, coffee or Kofi, depending how you pronounce it. There's super chats and stickers. And then also, if you become a member of the Sunshine Club, again, that's our most affordable way. It's $1.49 a month. So definitely these are all the ways that you can support us. So that's just an information sheet there. So thank you for asking, and appreciate any donations we get. So thank you very much. Green Cube, thank you very much. Glad you enjoy the coverage and the streams. It does help when I'm not talking just to myself on the live stream. So I always said, Connor, when we first started this platform, I remember Connor going, I don't understand how you're not nervous with people watching on the live stream. And he's like, I can't remember, we had 1,000 people or something watching at one point. And I said, if there was one person in here, I'd be freaking out. I don't mind the high numbers. That means our message is getting out, and that's the whole purpose. So, I like it, and I've done some documentaries with storm chasing and stuff, so I'm comfortable on camera. It doesn't bother me in the least. So, just funny conversation Connor and I had a long time ago. Yeah, definitely a lot of people checking out, which means that their anxiety levels are lower with this moving through Edmonton. And again, now it's moving eastward, but it is packing less of a punch at this point. So that is all good news, and I hope it continues to subside here as it does. Just going to walk this through here, but like I said, Vegreville right now, coming through Camrose area, heading eastwards, St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake. It will come into Lloydminster, but at this point, the southern end is not severe warned, so it's keeping below those severe warned thresholds, so something just to keep in mind moving forward. Still going to be a thunderstorm with a decent amount of rain, so you do need to keep that in mind. Let me just take a look at something moderator sent me. Yeah, Braden posting some stuff through Fort Sask area, so let me just see. I can probably pull that up and share it as well, because we share all of his stuff as much as possible. Oh, so I guess Kyle Brittain, if anybody watch or follows him on social media, Bad Weather Kyle, he just posted that the rainfall at Blatchford in July has now tied June's total of 263.9 millimeters, which is insane. 3 days to go, but we may not beat the all-time record of 282.7. So you are less than 20 millimeters away from the record for Edmonton. So there's still 3 days left, but nobody in Edmonton wants to break that record. I know that much. So let me just take a look here. I'm trying to find that video from Braden. Oh, here we go. So let me first of all mute this, go up here. So just intense thunderstorm hitting Fort Sask. This was about 20 minutes ago. Lightning and lots of thunder just because it's such a close hit. But let me share this with you guys. So you can see that lightning happens and the thunder is immediately there. So that was definitely an intense, close call, or not close call, just close to him lightning strike at this point. So what else? Oh, awesome. Thank you, Lisa, for that. I really appreciate it. Glad I can help you folks out keeping calm with the weather as it's moving through. So really appreciate it. Yeah, if Tony's in here from Toronto, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Just making a comment. If it gets too many people watching, maybe you can divide up the stream into multiple shifts. So, like I said, I like seeing the numbers. That's my, I don't know. It just, I guess it's my measurement of whether we're doing a good job or not. So, okay, 8:35 p.m. We've got 2 minutes till our next scan here. We'll update you guys. Some strong winds here, just again to the northeast of Bruderheim area. So that is definitely one area that has some serious intensity. This is 120 kilometers an hour off the surface. So you're probably 90 to 100 on the surface at this point. So very windy area. Let's just take a look here. Again, we got about 2 minutes for our next scan, maybe 1 minute or less now at this point. uh, yeah, Michael in Saskatchewan has definitely, it's funny, Saskatchewan definitely had a run of severe weather there. So much rain that, I mean, farmers were just annoyed with the amount of rain they were getting just for the sheer fact that there was a lot. I thought Saskatchewan and Manitoba at one point they were farming rice. There was so much water out there in the fields. So definitely, it's been a break for a while. It's all been Alberta here. Some in Ontario and Quebec, we've had some weather, but Alberta has definitely gotten its, excuse me, its fair share at this point. So, okay, 8:41. That's our latest scan. So let me jump on it. I'm chatting away instead of doing my job here. So, stronger winds kind of west of Vegreville. Not a ton of precipitation, small pockets of it, but mostly light to moderate rain. Some winds moving through on the front leading edge of this to the south of Highway 16. Overall, not a ton of precipitation to the south. To the north, along east of Bruderheim, to the north east of there, we are Smoky Lake, Warspite area. There is a pocket of very intense wind in here. So we are talking 100 plus. This is again off the surface. We're about 5,000 feet. So down at the surface, 80 to 90 kilometers an hour, still continuing, maybe even a little bit more. So again, these are very strong wind gusts. I can show you how this is unfolded, and it's just intensifying as it moves. Just south of Highway 28, essentially. What? What do you guys get? What the heck is going on here? Chat is screaming through here, folks. I don't know what just happened. A bunch of it disappeared. So there's a storm coming. Oh, God. You guys create all sorts of fun things for me to do. Did we hit 1,000 likes? Thank you, guys. That's amazing that we hit 1,000 likes. I appreciate that so much. Again, it gets the word out to people. It gets us into the algorithm, which is always hard to do with YouTube, just to get that information out there. So let me just continue updating here. I think, yeah, that's our, you can see where our bright winds are here right on the eastern side, but south of Highway 28 is the pocket where there's the most. So, winds at this point. So again, 80, 90, maybe almost up to 100 kilometers an hour just by Warspite, Smoky Lake, Highway 28 at 8:55. So we'll have to track that to see if that continues to pick up. They have pushed the severe warning out from there. Lots of rain still embedded in this line. Lac La Biche coming into that area soon. Moderate to light rain currently, but going to pick up far more at this point, and some winds as well east of Athabasca. And it does look like some of this is breaking up. So let me, what I mean is the precip is, yeah, the precip is definitely weakening on a lot of this. You can see the red has worked its way out of it. So we may be seeing this weakening at this point, and it may become non-severe other than the winds. Obviously, if those winds sustain, that is a severe component and will maintain that severe threshold. Let's just take a look here, but the southern end definitely non-severe at this point. So we're looking really good. What we got here? Love it that you guys got excited over the 1,000 there. Appreciate it. So apparently somebody missed that I said there's a storm coming. Hopefully that works for you guys. I don't know that I do a country accent too well or anything like that, but I'll always play along, folks. Interesting. I don't think that radar anomaly was a train. The tracks don't follow that path. So maybe it was something else, but it was a weird kind of, anomaly in the radar. I'll have to download it and take a look and try and figure out whether I can see what that was. So usually it's that's a very large object, whatever it was that was moving through the radar. But yeah, V-Baller Lefty, I see you're here in the chat somewhere. I just saw... what did I missed it. There's like so many friggin' comments in here, and I appreciate everybody that's in here. I'm not complaining by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just sad I can't keep up with the comments as well as I normally do, but yeah, appreciate it. Okay. Okie doke, let's keep going here. I think, like I said, I think we're tailing down a little bit on this weather. Obviously, the north side still impactful along Highway 63 here, northeast of Edmonton. But overall, it does look like things are breaking up a little bit. Here's our latest scan. Still have our pocket by Smoky Lake. Very windy in there, folks, so you got to pay attention to this. This is 80 to 90, maybe even a little bit more on the surface. We're reading some 112, 113, 116. So definitely strong winds moving with this line, and even a kind of east of Edmonton on Highway 16, that leading edge does have some stronger winds in it, but these would be probably 70 to 80 kilometers an hour on the surface, heading along Highway 16 towards Vegreville, and the southern end completely breaking up as far as precipitation is concerned. There's just a tiny little pocket here. This is south of New Norway. One tiny pocket of heavy precip. Other than that, nothing to talk about on the southern end. And we still continue to have strong rain here with where those winds are. You can see if we flip back and forth, our precipitation and our strong winds are together right now, right around the Smoky Lake Warspite area. So that is the last area of real intensity. And just looking up to the north here, the winds definitely die down a little bit as you get further north. Still going to be windy, but just not as windy as you're seeing in those really bright pockets. Lightning, and we have some storms firing out in front of it near Cold Lake Bonnyville area. They just came up on that last scan. So we'll see. The line will catch that is what's going to happen, but that's just a bit of forcing happening out front and causing a little bit of initiation by the looks of it. So again, things are tapering off here, which is good. So getting a comment that it is quieting down over Athabasca, which is what we were looking for. So what else? Oh, you've been here since the beginning, V-Baller Lefty. Appreciate that. Like I said, you're a huge supporter of the channel, so always like giving you a shout out there. So in them there hills. Yeah, that's Toy Story. That's what that is. There's a what is there's a snake in my boots or something like that. That's another one. I'm a big kid. I watch cartoon movies. I'm not shy to say that or embarrassed in any way. I think half of those those cartoon movies are made for adults anyways, because kids don't get half the jokes that are in there. So yeah, I want to say that's Toy Story, that in them there hills. Starting in Lac La Biche. So good to get that update. That is just pushing into there. The leading edge is going to be a little bit lighter, but there definitely will be an uptick in precipitation and then some winds as well. But the really strong winds again are to the south here. And let me just switch over to velocities. And you can see how those bright flesh tone colors just south of 28 is where that's located, right by Smoky Lake at this point. So continuing to kind of head northeast from there. So St. Paul area might get windy here in a little bit. Vegreville also a little bit windy. And then on to Bonnyville from there. So just getting a comment about Vegreville that it's getting dark there, and that's the line just approaching, getting close to you guys. So yeah, Buzz Lightyear. Yes, that's a good point there. From Toy Story. So again, moderate heavy to light rain within the line along 16 and south. There's not a ton of rain in there. Overall, a lot of broken up areas of precipitation. When you see those light orange, yellow, green, and blue, that is very much on the light end of the precipitation scale. It's when we get into those dark oranges, dark reds, and then eventually hail is in the pink and purple, but we're not seeing that. So they've updated the severe thunderstorm warning. They are moving it ahead with this line as it continues eastward. So right now, again, where we look at, I'm just going to take a look up here by Fort Mac just to see a little bit of pockets of hail up here by Fort Mac, west of 63. Where we see these pink pixels, but that's very small hail, but it is very heavy precipitation in that, and that's why the severe warning goes all the way to the north, near southwest of Fort McMurray, along 63 there. So, but back to the south, we just have those strong winds and some heavy precipitation in there. So, what time is it? 8:53. So we are probably a little over 30 minutes away from sunset. And then after that, you're probably about 30 to 40 minutes till it's completely dark. I suspect by the time we get to dark, this is going to start to really weaken off. It's already been showing some signs of that. So hopefully that's the case as we go through this. So. Oh, Tom, just saying, check out Bluey. It's wildly funny for adults, so I'll definitely have to check that out. What else? Just getting a message from one of my moderators from one of our viewers here that I'll have to respond to from Alberta. Jim is what it's signed off as, so I'll definitely respond to that message. If you're watching, thank you for sending that in. Really appreciate it. Will there be any more storms in Fort Saskatchewan? Just wondering because we still have an alert. So they do have the watch out, but right now behind these storms, as far as severe is concerned, let me move that line all the way out. Zoom into Fort Saskatchewan. So you are out of the storm. There's a little bit of precipitation right now. There is nothing forming behind this. And if you saw storms tonight afterwards, it might be a regular rain shower. A severe storm is off the table. I don't think you're going to see anything in Edmonton, Fort Sask, anywhere around that area. The watch again is up for 5 hours still at least, but I don't expect anything severe behind this. Let me just take a look at some temperatures while I'm talking about this, because what happens when storms move through? Okay, this is a perfect example. So these are air temperatures to the west of this line, 16 degrees, 18 degrees is the warmest. So what happens is the storms move through and they rake over the environment, meaning they use up that energy and then cool everything off, which leaves less energy for anything behind it to kind of feed off of. So as far as severe is concerned, back to the west of this, it's extremely unlikely as far as things go. So you can see out front, Cold Lake is 23 degrees, Lloydminster 22. Wow, there's a warm spot down here. Calgary 29, 30 degrees, Brooks 29 degrees. Those are good temperatures for storms if they were able to happen, but there's smoke down there. So I don't suspect that anything will happen. And also we're getting to dark, so that's not likely. But to answer your question, back to the west, I don't expect anything as far as storms are concerned of any serious severity. So hopefully that helps. Okay, so, oh, geez. Sun and clearing coming in from the west with rolling thunder heading towards Boyle east of Athabasca. So thank you for that update. I really appreciate it. Green Cube saying there's a shelf cloud in Vegreville. Yeah, this would be pushing out if you're out in front of it. This type of line of storm creates basically a shelf cloud for the most part. I'm actually going to see if anybody else is posting that. No. Just looking to see if Braden happened to be still out in front of it, but he's probably tapped out at this point. I could be wrong. So double rainbow over my house. That's amazing. Those are always cool. Tom, Wendy asking about the time, of the weather making it to Cold Lake. Well, right now, again, you've got a couple of storms that have fired out in front of it. You can see these little ones, but they probably won't come into Cold Lake. Let me just see how far away it is. Let me just zoom in. So it's about 120 kilometers out from you right now. If it's moving 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, I'm just going to double check to see how quick it's moving right now. It may have, it looks like, it's still... I'm not sure if it's moving that quick anymore. So you're still a couple hours out from Cold Lake at this point, and to see whether it sustains that severity, but roughly a couple hours till it's in Cold Lake, 2 to 3 probably. If it's moving quicker than I think, then if it's moving quicker than I think, it may be there sooner. Obviously, we don't have speed on the storms, unfortunately, within our thunderstorm warnings usually. Let me double check to make sure, because some Mets actually put it in there, and when they do, I cartwheel because it tells me the location of the storm, the direction of the travel of the storm, and then the speed. I can figure everything else out from that. I just need those 3 items, but not all Mets put that out when they do their thunderstorm warnings. So I don't have the exact speed of it, but earlier we were figuring it was doing about 70 kilometers an hour roughly. So again, you're 2 to 3 hours out roughly from there. Hope that helps. Fort McMurray, right now you are just got a bunch of showers that are going to be circulating around the area. Still got storms, but most of this is non-severe essentially around Fort McMurray. The line moving up, I'm just going to pause it here when it gets to the end. There were some pockets of hail in here, and I say hail, we're talking probably pea-sized hail, nothing too severe, but they have put a severe warning just to the southwest of Fort McMurray. This precipitation will make its way up there, and you can see here's a small pixelation of pink. That would be pea-sized hail, but that's all that's been kind of popping up on radar as this is moving into Fort McMurray. So for the next few hours, I definitely expect isolated showers up that way, and some of it might be severe in the sense that it has a little bit of hail in it. So that's what's going on up in the Fort Mac area. What else? Big Lake in Edmonton, everything is clear. So thank you for updating on us on that. Again, we've basically narrowed down quite a bit as far as where our weather is moving and where it's going. And like I said, I'm hoping it starts to weaken off a little bit. So yeah, I just sometimes catch myself. Nightbot is back in the chat a little bit. He's always around though. It just helps with some of the moderation stuff that we can automate. But for whatever reason, I have all of those Nightbot set at different times, but somehow they always end up coming in together and you get 4 messages at once, which listen, it's a free platform, so I can't complain about it. But I like I said, I have them spread out at like 13 minutes, 27 minutes, 40 some minutes, and they all just end up coming out eventually on a long stream all in a row. So I can't fix it. So it's technology. So okay. Let me see what's going on. So little kind of cluster of storms firing by Cold Lake. This is our latest scan here at 8:59 that just came in. So a few little storms, definitely heavy, intense precipitation on these as the line is approaching. Right now, the edge of the precipitation is Lac La Biche, down 36, coming. It's just west of St. Paul, through Vegreville at this point. And let's just switch our radar down to a closer one here. And then kind of down to Stettler. That's where our precipitation cuts off or ends. Let me take a look at our winds. I'm going to switch over to Cold Lake just to see. Still some strong winds in here. You can see that along 28. This is definitely... let me see which is our closest radar. Oh, this is still farther away. So they are subsiding a little bit. So that pocket of stronger winds still at elevation, but you can see how it's broken up a little bit. So they are breaking down somewhat. So those winds are coming out of it, and precipitation as well. So they're kind of going hand in hand. So we are slowly starting to weaken off, even on the northern portion of this for the severe side of things. And again, it's because we're getting close to dark. We're losing that daylight. And that when that starts happening, the sun goes down, it loses that energy. And at that point, your storm will start to weaken off. So I can see that we're getting close to the end of the severe component for most everybody involved here. Let me just see. Severe thunderstorm watch still out for 3 hours on the Saskatchewan side. So that is good for another till midnight, basically, is what they have it at this point on the Saskatchewan side. So we'll see if that's the case here. Hey. Getting some rumbling, and horizons getting dark in Vegreville. Looks like we may be getting the red blob as shown on the map. So you probably have just a little bit of heavy precip in that area. Let me just see. It's mostly orange. So again, moderate to light rain out of this as it's moving through. So you should be okay. The heaviest of rains are to the north. I'm just checking which radar I'm on. Let me see if we're, that's why. So, oh no, it's still the same thing. Both radars are just showing moderate to light rain as it's coming through Vegreville. Not that, no red anymore in there essentially. So again, it is losing some of that intensity. And I'm watching our severe side of things from Cold Lake. A few little isolated storms popping in front of it. You can see that with all those boundaries interacting there and this line coming in, creating some forcing. So that is what's taking place at this point. And 8:59 was our last scan, so we're about 2 minutes out from our next scan update from this. So yeah, clock synchronicity. It definitely is weird how that works with the digital side of things, but yeah, I've noticed that since we put it in here. So Asking if there's ever been a tornado at night anywhere. Yes, there's plenty of nighttime tornadoes, especially in the US. They're a little more rare in Canada because we are, again, further away from the Gulf of Mexico, from that very rich, moist environment. But down in the US, I've chased nighttime tornadoes many, many times. They happen down there far more frequently because they have just far more energy available, and it's Tornado Alley for a reason. So, yeah, the anniversary for the tornado 39 years ago in Edmonton, July 31st, 3 days from now. So let's hope that that anniversary passes and nothing else happens. So, Abstract, awesome that you were here. Thanks. Appreciate you being in here. Have a good night. Again, appreciate anybody who's been in here, whether you've been here for 2 minutes or I don't even know how long we've been on anymore, like 4 or 5 hours maybe. Just gotta, yeah, almost 5 hours. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing, all the support. Like I said, I can't say thanks enough for donations and people becoming members of the Sunshine Club. That all of it adds up at the end of the day and helps us do what we do. And we're going to continue to expand and improve our platform. I mean, we're only a little over a year old at this point, so I can only imagine where we'll be in 5 years. Okay. Just saw a question coming in by email from Val about Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, which obviously you guys have got some bad weather there the other night, last night, literally. And so this is coming in that direction, but I think it's going to weaken by the time it gets there where it won't be severe. It's still, let me just bring it to the end here. Let me do a measurement. And from there, we're still 200 plus kilometers away, and they're updating some boxes here. So you can see the severe thunderstorm watches are being shrunk back based on where this line is. So on, they've put a new one out in Saskatchewan to the north because of kind of northeast of Cold Lake, because the severe portion is moving kind of northeast. I think Meadow Lake will have some rain and some wind, but I think it will, by the time it gets there, I'm hoping that it's going to be non-severe at this point. That's kind of where my head's at. We'll continue to cover this as long as we've got anything that's going on as far as this is concerned. And it's funny. Rick just sent me the email I saw. I just happened to look at it because I was scrolling through a couple of things here. So, oh wow, there's storms. Oh, flooding and trees down all over parts in Meadow Lake. No power for 12 hours. That's from the storms last night, so that's not good. Meadow Lake has definitely had, I know that name well because you guys have had some storms over the last month that have come through there. But this line is coming that way, but I'm hoping it's non-severe by the time it gets there. It is losing some of its impact as it moves eastward. And again, I'm hoping by the time we hit sunset and then after that, things might improve. And the southern end is non-severe warned at this point. So, okay, let me just jump back in here. Severe thunderstorms for tomorrow. I think Manitoba has severe for tomorrow. So I can take a look at outlooks. Let me switch over here while we're waiting for another scan. I'll kill off this so it's not as busy on the screen. And these outlooks are based on this morning's information. Obviously, these will change. This was today's outlook. Orange is obviously your high, yellow is your moderate, but day 2 for Manitoba, this is what we had. Saskatchewan, around Winnipeg, we had outlook was showing moderate. For isolated thunderstorms, 90 to 110 kilometer-hour winds, 2.5 to 5 centimeter hail, which is just under 2 inch, and then 50 millimeters of rain. That's in our yellow portion. And then way north in Manitoba, 90 kilometer-hour winds, 2.5 to 5 centimeter hail, 30 to 50 millimeters of rain, and possibly a tornado risk up there, which is bad news because We don't have any radars up there that I can read. So there is a tornado risk in northern Manitoba based on today's outlook. That could change tomorrow morning. We always post to our Facebook page any updates, but our radars don't read up there. We have none that we can get up there. So not sure how Environment Canada handles that, but they've got, I'm sure, some kind of system. They use satellite imagery. I'm not 100% sure, but we wouldn't be able to give any coverage for anything that happens up in northern Manitoba. But they are saying a tornado risk on the outlook for tomorrow. So heads up to anybody who's in Manitoba, or if you know anybody in Manitoba, definitely give them the heads up there. So, yeah, but again, we will only be able to cover the southern risk tomorrow for moderate and in that area. And again, this may update overnight, so keep that in mind. Let me kill that off, and let me come back to Cold Lake radar, and we'll continue to monitor this as it moves forward. So hopefully that helps answer some questions. 9:05, we're hoping the wind here is going to subside a little bit, and we should get a new scan here within about a minute. So I'm hoping that the wind goes down a little bit and the precip goes down a little bit. So okay, here's our latest scan, just popped up. Still some strong winds in this coming through from those straight line winds. This is again a little bit far from radar, and it's just on the edge of two radars. And what I mean here, I'll come out and take a look at it. We have one west of Edmonton down back to the left-hand side, and then you can see Cold Lake, and that line of storms is almost smack dab in the middle. So we are reading as high up in the storm as possible from both radars because of the distance away from those radars. As it gets closer to Cold Lake, it'll come down lower into the storm and we'll have a little more accurate information. But again, that's just to do with the distance away from the radars at this point. So still very heavy rain embedded in this. So this would be moderate heavy to light rain as you progress through this line. This is all the way south from Lac La Biche down to just, let me see here, Willingdon. But the heaviest of precip will be north of 28 at this point, and that's where some of those winds are. You can see these bright blue colors. How far off the surface are we? So these are over 100-kilometer-hour winds. So again, on the surface, we're going to say 75 to 85 kilometers an hour, roughly in there, in that neighborhood. So still very gusty as it moves through. And that's why it's still severe warned at this point. So some lightning associated with it, and then we've got all these little popcorn storms, that's what I call them here, kind of getting agitated right around the Cold Lake area as the line moves in, and a bit of a boundary possibly initiating those storms. So that's what's unfolding at this point. And again, nothing back to the west. I'm just zooming out. We're looking fairly good at this point. So Tony, love it. If I take CWL public on the TSX, you're going to invest 10 bagger for sure. Love it. What else have we got here? Willingdon, Alberta, please, from Demod. Let me just see here. Willingdon. Let me see where you're located. There we go. You're just in the line right now, so the heavy winds coming through. There is some gusts in this that are decently strong. You're just on the very bottom or south end of the severe warning. Some, again, gusty winds within it and kind of behind it, but right now moderate to light rain, and it'll be through within probably 20 minutes, I want to say. It's moving fairly quick, so it's 20 to 25 minutes, and then you're out of it. Obviously, the western side, as far as precip is concerned, is much lower. The leading edge is where the more of that precip is at. Yoke. Yeah, I don't know if there's radar all the way in northern Manitoba. None of the apps that I have access to show any kind of radars up that way. And I know we talk about it all the time on the live stream here, where we talk about Flin Flon or the Pass, having a radar up in that area, giving a little bit more coverage. So again, I know those things aren't cheap. So if the budget allows, that's what I always say. Temperature has dropped in Vegreville, and that's definitely the case. Out front of the storm, you're seeing about 22 degrees, 23 degrees roughly right now. And behind it, you're talking about 16 degrees. So it's dropping about 5 to 6, degrees Celsius roughly as these storms move through. So. Okay. Let's take a look here. Doubling up on Rick's duties. Wow. Okay, let me show some pictures here. Oh God, he sent me a ton of them. Let me pull this up. This is just from, I believe, Vegreville area. So big shelf coming through. Who was this from? Jonathan Lafont. Let me just bring this up and share it with you guys. This is the shelf cloud coming through. Several photos of it. So this is in, again, in Vegreville just as it came through. Pretty ominous looking, but that's something I would love to be out in front of, just being from the storm chasing side of things. Thank you very much for sending that in. I especially like this photo. You can see how obvious that shelf cloud is. So thank you again for sending that in. Daza saying, yeah, Jordan lives up north in Manitoba. Yes, he does. He is way up there. I remember him from a stream a long, long time ago. So he's been in here quite a bit. So we'll have to keep him updated tomorrow. So, yeah, no, no, I don't think there is any radar unless Environment Canada has radar that they don't share with the public. But the paw, it's not the pass, it's the paw. Okay, good to know. I will try and remember that one for the next one. I appreciate that. I don't like butchering things, but thanks, Mark. I'll do better next time. Okay. Okie doke. Let's see what's happening here. 9:17 p.m. We just got this scan. Let me switch over to velocity. Still some strong winds in this. Just west of Bonnyville, it's still quite a ways out. Decent precipitation in the line as it continues eastward. Few storms popping around Cold Lake. And then if we look north of here, Lac La Biche, and north along 63, there's definitely isolated pockets of heavy precipitation. Less wind up this way. But obviously our one area of strong winds we're just seeing here north of 28 at this point. And then stretching down, I'm going to switch over to radar because it's closer. The rain through Vegreville, a lot lighter than anything else. To the south, that portion of the line is completely dying off here. Let me just see what radars. I've got different radars to look at it, but the southern portion of the line is completely dead at this point, just breaking up. So that will be a nothing burger, as they call it. And anything north of 16, north of Vegreville, that is where our intensity still remains somewhat. I'm just looking at winds in here. The precip definitely gone down a little bit, but we still have those winds. So as we get closer to Cold Lake, that will determine how strong those winds are on the surface. But right now, west of Bonnyville is where those strong winds are, with some heavier precipitation in there. So that is the one area to monitor at this point. The rest of it looks pretty solid. Still around Fort Mac, we do have some storms. Again, these isolated pop-up storms, most of them non-severe. We do have some southwest that have maybe a little bit of hail in them, but that is the worst case scenario at this point. So let me switch back to Cold Lake and we'll just walk this through. So again, I'm really hoping by the time this gets to Cold Lake and the Saskatchewan border and then into Saskatchewan that things do weaken, especially obviously hearing that the power is still out in Meadow Lake from those storms that made it through there last night. That was, we were obviously live streaming at that time as well, and there were some strong storms going through there as well. So just moving through some comments. Sunny at Edmonton International Airport. Jared, thank you for jumping here. You're new to the channel. Appreciate you jumping on board. I'm definitely a weather nerd, along with most people that help us moderate, and our storm chasing friends that live stream for us when we have that. So it's definitely a weather nerd, or a weather nerd area for sure. Safe space. So mosquitoes are back. I don't think they ever left. They just went into hiding. And I can only imagine how bad the bugs are in Alberta and Saskatchewan. A bunch of storm chasing friends were in Saskatchewan, and one of them sent me a video driving home with the lights on, and you would swear it was raining. It was getting pelted with that many bugs. Dar actually, Melody, I don't know if we can share from Team Tanner. They're awesome chasers. I haven't reached out to them to talk to them. I'll definitely try at some point, but we have not reached out to them, I don't think. But somebody else, I'm just chatting with one of my moderators because there's a beautiful photo from them, but I don't want to share it out of respect that if we don't have permission. So we'll see. I have to reach out to them. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of storms going on all over. US definitely has a ton of storms as well. So right now, our only serious storms right now are in Alberta. It's very isolated. We have rainfall warnings in Quebec. Just looking here, this is just to do with rainfall. Nothing too crazy out that way. I don't think we have anything. Well, Eastern Ontario still got a bit of isolated, non-severe storms. These aren't even thunderstorms. These are just rain showers. So, like I said, very small area of severe weather right now in Canada, and it's what we're watching here just on the eastern end of Alberta as this heads towards Cold Lake and then St. Paul, like St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake area. So, oh, Braden Morriso sharing this. So, okay, I'm going to bring this up. This is a big, yeah, thank you, Melody. Appreciate that. So, this is again from Braden Morriso. He is saying vibrant rainbow northeast of Fort Saskatchewan, and that's after the line has passed through. So, beautiful double rainbow type thing. So, yeah, I can see the shadow of his Jeep right here that he's always in. So again, Braden lets us share stuff, and I appreciate that. So that is a beauty photo. That's the calm after the storm, as they say. Okie doke. Let's wait here and see what we've got going on. Cold Lake, St. Paul's on the doorstep at this point, so we'll see what comes into there as far as precipitation. 9:23 p.m., so this is our latest scan. Let me bring it up here. So still straight line winds north of 28 this point. At this point, this is west of Bonnyville. And so still going to have strong winds in that 80 to 90 kilometers an hour off the surface. Moderate heavy precipitation to light rain through that. The southern end, again, where our severe box kind of ends, the yellow thick line, that is where those winds are kind of protruding down to. See, they pushed it out a little bit just because the southern end is just on the edge of that box at this point. So they're just warning from the north of Vegreville all the way up through Lac La Biche, and then continuing north along 63 at this point. So again, we have a few isolated pop-up storms by Cold Lake. They are going to get swallowed by the line. And to the south of here, that the bottom end of the line is dead. So that is the good news for the bottom end. We just need the more northern end from there to start dying off at this point. So 9:27, I believe that's roughly sunset time out there. So I believe we are now going to have the sun go over the horizon. We're going to lose some of that diurnal heating, and then hopefully this is going to start dropping off for us. So I have no idea if NORAD would be able to access storm information. That's a good question. I'm really not sure about that. So, else. Okay. Okay, yeah, Operation CJ. I'm glad you found it interesting. Thanks again for the excellent and well presented information. It looks like the worst of it is over for us, and we're going to check out. Thank you again. We'll be here for more in the future. Absolutely. Thanks for tuning in, and glad we could help you out. So, wow. That's amazing, Angela. I appreciate that I can describe it enough that you can visualize what we're speaking about here. So even as a totally blind person, I appreciate the good descriptions. So thank you. What's going on here? Jared, thanks very much. Yeah, I guess we broke 22,000 today. We were at 21 and change. So definitely making steps here. So yeah, we're almost to 22,500 here, 22.3 looks like. So thank you again to everybody who did subscribe, and anybody who donated or became a member of the Sunshine Club. Again, we're only 1 year old, so still lots of room to grow, lots of improvement to be made. So Angela, if you have a picture, you can either send it to the email that's right below me, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com, or you can go to our Facebook page and send it through that. So that's another option that you can do there as well. So we can get it through both sides of things. Strong winds northeast of Willingdon, and rain. So yes, that's on the kind of in the back end of things, but you should be getting close to the outside of that precipitation on the next couple of scans. I expect that to move past there. So 9:23 p.m. we're about 2 minutes away from our next scan. Like I said, once it gets dark, I'm really hoping that things start to taper off for everybody that's out in front of this. And again, before it makes it to Meadow Lake, I feel for people that are out in front of the storm that have suffered a few through few kicks from the weather over the last month and a half. Edmonton area, Alberta overall, north of Calgary has had a bad ride over the last 6 weeks, and parts of Saskatchewan as well. So thank you for the 22K. Absolutely. I didn't even notice. Again, just with the stream going, we were at about 21 and change. So we definitely gained a lot of followers today, which is awesome. So, okay, let's take a look here. Just west of St. Paul, rain might be just starting in there. Still got some strong straight line winds with this, unfortunately, as it makes its way forward. So we are farther away from the radar, but I'm hoping that starts to subside down at some point. Let's take a look here. We're about 6,000 feet off the ground, which is 2 kilometers, just under 2 kilometers, I would say. But there are some strong pockets of winds here. So 80 kilometers an hour, maybe 80 to 90 somewhere on the surface, roughly, with this the way it's going. And we still are sustaining those strong, moderate, heavy to light rain within the line, just mostly orange, dark orange with a little bit of red throughout. So we're not at those very high end pixels with dark red or even pink in there. For example, this is far from the radar, but it's showing that dark red that I'm talking about, which is torrential rainfall. And I'm just going to switch over to Fort Mac because it's a closer radar. Still heavy rain within this. And you can see a few isolated areas where we do have a small hail embedded within all of this heavy precip. So you're talking pea-sized hail, maybe a little bit larger in small pockets. And you can see how this is all moving kind of north. Isolated storms going to be going through the Fort Mac area for the next several hours anyways, and some of them might be considered severe. They may push that severe warning further northeast at this point. So we'll see if they do that, and we'll continue to march along here with the line as it moves eastward at this point. So there's some cool pictures being sent in. This is from Giselle, so I'll share this with you guys. This is the mammatus clouds that I was talking about that are backlit by the sun. This is from Giselle leaving the Athabasca area going east. So let me zoom in here so you can see that. Those are those mammatus clouds. That's basically cold sinking air from the anvil dropping down, and they form those little pockets essentially. So, and with the sun, it highlights those little lumps hanging down from the storm itself. There's another beautiful photo with the double rainbow on one side with some mammatus in there as well. And here's one last photo of it. So this is why I love mammatus clouds. They're just, I think they're really cool. And it's always at the end of the storm, so. Oof. Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Melody. Let me bring up another thing from Braden Morriso here near Fort Sask area. Unfortunately, a little bit of damage. Let's just see if this will load for me. That. Bring that up. There we go. This is in the Fort Sask area. A tree getting knocked down onto a house. Luckily, it doesn't look like the damage is really bad, but that basically, again, in the Fort Sask area at this point, and again from Braden Morriso, helping us out with his media. Doesn't say anything else other than the strong winds knocked that down. So let's take a look here. So let me jump back in. Still, like I said, maintaining those strong winds. That's the biggest threat right now as far as the line of storms at this point. So yeah, I definitely use WeatherWise. This is what we've been using for the last probably 8 months at this point, and I love it. It's one of the best for us because, again, a lot of the other platforms don't have Canadian alerts built into them, like Radar Omega. There's a whole bunch of them, but they just don't have the Canadian side of things in there. So WeatherWise just launched their warnings for Canada and integration with Canadian radar and everything for the warnings about a month before we jumped on board. So Daza, thank you for stopping in. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Jared, yeah, we only, this is Canadian Weather Live. We cover across Canada. That's our primary purpose. We kind of came into existence about a year ago just because I've been storm chasing for 12 years. Connor's been storm chasing for 12 years, and we decided to kind of run this platform because there's a lot of them that hype stuff up and fearmonger, and so we're the opposite. We are the antidote to that. We kind of keep it a little more realistic and less, hey, gotta scare everybody. So yes, we definitely cover only Canada, but it's that's the reason we're out here. Yep. Okay, perfect. Let's take a look. Nothing much exciting happening anymore. So, again, just watching this march through the region and going towards St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake area. So, just expect some strong winds with this. Obviously, some moderate, heavy precipitation. And I just really hope over the next half an hour this starts to die out just because that sun going over the horizon, we do lose a little bit of that energy as well. So, yeah, Angela. Was it Angela? I just can't see the name. Give me one second here. Yes, Angela saying that I like the Weather Can and Weather Office apps. I hope I spelled those names correctly. Yes, I use the Weather Can one for certain things. I find it very good for people who need to get information, pretty keeping it pretty simple. Obviously, it's not a complicated app in the sense from a storm chasing or meteorological side of things, but that's why we have WeatherWise because we can really mine data on that. So. Um, else? Okay, see here. St. Paul just about on the edge of all this, but I think I'm again, winds are going to be the biggest issue at this point. So, still a lot of precipitation buried in some of this line, but we can see where those bright blues are. That's where our big strong winds are at this point. These are probably 80 to 90 kilometers off the surface, and we'll go from there. So, again, to the north, it's north of Vegreville, north of Highway 16, moving along and coming through and kind of in a northeast pattern. So again, I'm really hoping this misses Meadow Lake. It looks like the southern end might do that, and again, I'm hoping that it dies before it gets there. Same with the Cold Lake area, and but right now we still need a little bit of time. It's only 9:38 p.m. So it should be dark here. Actually, I can take a look at satellite. This is Alberta, so still, it's almost getting dark there on the eastern side of Alberta, almost dark in Saskatchewan as well. So we are losing that diurnal heating for sure. You can see some of that smoke on this satellite imagery, especially north of me. That is a bunch of, I'm just curious what I'm seeing out there. Oh, that line moving out front is pushing the smoke, but unfortunately it goes dark before we can see what's happening. So anyways, that's what's happening here. So we're going to watch this again. Hopefully now that it's getting dark, we'll see things as well. So give me one sec. Just reading some comments here. let you guys sort through that, and then we'll continue on things here. Thanks, Jared. Appreciate that. Definitely. It's definitely wrong to hype stuff up for sure. So glad you found us. I'm curious what your thoughts will be on reading velocity scans in Canada, because we have so much corruption in our velocity scans compared to, for example, US radar. So I find Canadian radar very difficult to read. It's an art form. And what I'm talking about is this Christmas confetti looking stuff. That is what we deal with all the time on Canadian radar. And when you're looking for reds and greens together, it obviously makes it a little more complicated. Where's another one? Calgary's got a really good area, I think, down here. Let me just take a look. Yeah, so this is typical minefield of Christmas confetti on velocity scans. So very difficult to read some of the velocities, and it does throw you for a loop. So I'm curious what your thoughts will be after looking at storms going through that. Obviously, very large circulations are easier, but when you have small, tight circulations, it's very hard to read velocity scans in Canada. It's one of the biggest pet peeves we all have. So what else? Give me a sec here. Oh, that's a cool way of saying it. Thank you for parting the fog in a storm. Absolutely glad I could help there as well. So, St. Albert, that was a long time ago. By Edmonton, that was when the line came in. That's got to be several hours ago. Let me just see here. Scan, bear with me. Let me switch radars. But back for St. Albert, I don't even know that. Yeah, that's before 8 o'clock. That would have been somewhere around 7:30. My scans don't go back far enough right now because the line right now is east of St. Albert. So that was several hours ago as far as St. Albert area near Edmonton when the line came through. So definitely nothing to worry about. Everything is east of Edmonton at this point. I'm going to switch to Cold Lake actually just to make sure I'm on there. But yes, St. Albert, you got nothing to worry about. Okay. Oh, look at this. Braden Morso in the chat. Awesome. We shared a bunch of your stuff and I retweeted it on our X account there. So good chasing there, buddy. I wish I was out there with you chasing. So I assume now that you're in the chat, you're done for the day. Otherwise, you're too busy doing stuff. But always good to see you, buddy. Okay. Okay. What just updated? Oh, yeah. So the severe box has been pushed a little bit further east as this line continues to move that way. Let's take a look here. 941 is our last scan. Let's see what our winds look like. Still strong straight line winds in this, where that bright blue area is. That is pushing out from our line as we move through. Heavy rain involved with that. Just on the doorstep of St. Paul. Again, Bonnyville, you guys are up very soon. It is only, let me just take a look here from Bonnyville. It's only about 37 kilometers to the edge of the storm and those stronger winds. So not long till it's in the Bonnyville area. And from Cold Lake, just to give you an idea, we are 72 kilometers away at this point. So those are still maintaining those strong winds. I really hope it starts to subside here. But we'll have to wait and see. Again, just coming, just about to be dark out that way. So, and to the south here, that is all dead, as I've been saying. Let me take a look up 63 here by Fort Mac to see if there's anything that is concerning. Little little bit of hail. Like I said, we've been seeing small hail throughout these precipitation cores. And again, it would be pea-sized hail or smaller at this point. So it's not super concerning as far as the hail is concerned, but heavy downpours in those bright red areas. That's the most significant thing. The winds up there are not, let me just double check here. Let me see here. Small pocket of wind, but overall just moderate to light winds throughout as this is moving through. Our biggest winds here are west and southwest of Cold Lake. You can see how that's marching with those bright blue winds. So that is our biggest concern in our line here. So okay, give me a sec here. Leave it to Canada to make it more difficult. Yes. Okay, let's switch back over here. Just watch this coming up to St. Paul and then Bonnyville and Cold Lake. That's where we're at this point. So should have Braden do a guest appearance here. Get him on the live stream. Okay. Yeah. So again, we're down to just this line. Things are definitely isolated to this smaller area. And like I said, I keep repeating myself a little bit here, but I'm hoping that over the next half an hour to an hour, this starts to lose its intensity as it moves eastward. Let me just look at some of the temperatures and moisture out in front of this. So still 22 degrees out in Cold Lake, roughly. That was an hour ago, so it hasn't been updated here in a bit, but 16 degrees Celsius dew point. So there's still a bit of energy available for this, but behind it, you can see the temperatures dropping down to 16, even back by Whitecourt, Edson, 16 degrees, 14 degrees. So again, this is the only show in town for tonight, I believe, for Alberta. I'm not expecting anything else at this point. So we'll continue to walk through this and update you guys on it. 9:41. We're about a minute out from our next scan. So didn't the Canadian government recently cut funding to various weather warning systems, i.e., radio? You are absolutely correct, John. And we had a petition that we shared on our Facebook page. There's an MP from Alberta who's trying to get it reinstated. I think that the weather radio was the worst possible move to cancel that because of how remote we are. For example, look at northern Manitoba tomorrow. How are they supposed to get alerts when there's barely any cell coverage? There's barely any radar coverage up there, if any at all. So yes, definitely we've been trying to get some kind of action behind that to help get the weather radio system back online. I hope they do that because it's crucial for even here in Ontario, Algonquin Park, huge area without cell service, people getting run over by storms without knowing there. So yeah, it's definitely one of those situations that we wish they would change their mind on that for sure. And they did. They upgraded all the radars have been upgraded to the latest technology. There was a whole pile of them that were done. Let me just take a look here. Okay. So yes, they did upgrade a whole bunch of radars. A lot of money spent on that for sure. But again, killing off the weather radio system, which quite honestly was very inexpensive compared to everything else, but served a huge purpose for getting those alerts out to those remote areas. I like I said, a bunch of us wish they would bring it back because it's instrumental. So. Well, glad to hear you installed WeatherWise. Definitely takes a little bit of time getting used to WeatherWise, but once you've got it set up and you play with it, it's like I said, it's phenomenal. I can't live without it at this point. I mean, I basically live with it. The amount of time I spend live streaming and using that software, but when you can do all sorts of things, we can do composite, we can do satellite imagery. Obviously, dark at this point. Some cool clouds off the coast there. We've got models and outlooks, so we can do almost anything on this. And again, it takes into account Canada, which is not as common as you would think with the big software companies for radar. So again, that's why I'm such a fan of WeatherWise, and the support that they have is phenomenal too. So. Just getting a comment. Well, so the radar, yeah, this is $1 million question, and it's basically, I believe it comes down to software. And as we know with government software, anything in the government, not software, but anything in the government moves slowly. And I wish I knew the answer why we have that confetti in our radar, why it's corrupt, why it's polluted like that. I assume there's a way to filter it out, but we don't seem to get it through the apps. Like, it's not WeatherWise, it's every radar scope, radar Omega, WeatherWise. Everybody has that same polluted kind of information, and I find it extremely frustrating. I was looking, what did somebody send me? I wish I could send. Oh, actually, I believe I have it here. I'm going to share it because velocity scans in the US. Just going to scroll back here because I think I've got an example of it. Bear with me for a second. It was. Go. Come on. Nope. It's not in there, so I can't find it now. Anyways, I was going to show you guys a velocity scan from a US radar that I had, because again, it's very simple to see on US radar, and I've spent most of my storm chasing career down in the US. I've chased across Canada as well, so I have a good comparison for both platforms in terms of National Weather Service versus Environment Canada. And like I said, who picked the radar, what we're doing with it, all that kind of stuff comes up to executives, not necessarily the people on the front lines with the desk work. So I don't, obviously we don't blame them, but at the end of the day, somebody somewhere, is responsible for us to have that kind of velocity scan. So I don't know where the fault lies, though. So let me get back to radar here. I think we've got 1 minute, so I'll wait till that scan comes out, and then we'll update everybody on it. So, Keisha girl, good night. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate all your support as always. They aren't still using Phoenix Pay system. I have no idea. I sure hope not, but you never know. Okay, so strong winds here, folks, around St. Paul, Bonnyville area. Definitely getting windy in here as this gets closer to the Cold Lake radar. These are definitely strong winds. We are not far off the surface with 100+ km/h winds, so 80 to 100 depending where you are in this line. Very breezy, especially on the leading edge, so stretching from St. Paul up to 55 directly west of Cold Lake at this point. So those bright blue areas is what you got to be concerned about. Definitely going to be gusty and blowing stuff around, unfortunately. The rain has mostly turned to moderate to light rain, some moderate heavy pockets, but overall getting broken up with the precipitation for a lot of it. And Lakeland Provincial Park, a little pocket of heavy rain in there. Same thing north of 881, and then moving our way up 63 towards Fort McMurray. Heavy rain, or moderate to light rain, I should say, in Fort McMurray right now. And storms are coming back from the southwest. You can see that moving up in that area. So that will come into Fort McMurray in the next hour or so after dark. A little bit of a light show, but there you'll notice there's no real lightning on the north end of this once we get past. What area is this? 63. Is there a park or anything? I have no landmark. I'm trying to find if there's any kind of landmark south of Fort Mac that I can show you. But the lightning is still south of Fort McMurray. The stuff to the north, no lightning on it. So that's what I'm trying to highlight, that there's less severity involved with it as this moves through. So it won't be really a light show for the most part into Fort Mac, more than likely. So let me switch back here over to our Cold Lake radar, and we continue to march towards that Saskatchewan border. So again, Bonnyville is the next one on the kind of docket here. Let's take a look. Bonnyville to the storm, less than 25 kilometers roughly. I went a little bit far there, so about 25, 26 kilometers till it's in Bonnyville. And to Cold Lake right now, about 60 kilometers, just under 59 kilometers there. So definitely making its way there. And again, the winds are the biggest component of it right now. So your cat jumped on the keyboard and typed a smiley face. That's pretty funny from Melody. uh, CBC is uh, is a touchy subject around here because they took Connor's footage and put it on the channel without permission. So yeah, definitely not cool when people steal. We don't steal anybody's footage. We always want to get permission before we put it up. Accidents will happen because I guarantee you somebody's going to submit a photo that didn't actually belong to them, and we'll share it, and then that'll cause issues. But at the end of the day, we try and not share stuff that we do not have permission to do. And yeah, CBC definitely took a whole bunch of audio from Connor's footage and used it without asking or anything. So Green Cube, when is the tornado risk going to end tomorrow in Manitoba? At this point, it's very hard to tell you because everything is going to change overnight for models. Tomorrow morning, we'll be able to answer that a little better. Again, follow our Facebook page. And if you do that, we will post some information on there as far as the outlooks when the tornado side of things are possible. And then we will be live streaming tomorrow as well if there's going to be severe weather in Manitoba. So we can kind of walk you through that same thing as well. So I just can't answer with any certainty right now. So this is where you can find all of our social media stuff as well. So I was just thinking about something that I was going to do, and now my brain stopped. So, okay, what time is it? It's midnight here. Is that what it is? Yes, it's midnight here in Eastern Ontario. It's 10 p.m. Alberta, Saskatchewan time. Again, really hope this darkness thing starts to pay off so that this weekends, but right now those straight line winds just continue to push in behind this line west of Cold Lake, west of Bonnyville, and going through St. Paul right now. So not good. Yeah. Cold Lake Air Weapons Range. I always love that. I read that for the first time, I think, the other night. Some storms kind of moving up through there. These popcorn pop-up storms, but they got intense with a little bit of hail on them, and then they subsided down. So less intensity on the precipitation, but those are just isolated popcorn storms, not severe warned at this point. Obviously, the severe warning for our line has to do with those really strong winds. I'm actually going to read whether, yeah, so they just have producing damaging wind gusts, quarter size hail, and heavy rain. It is very clear why this is severe warned. It's just to do with those strong winds that are pushing through. So very windy going through St. Paul. This is our latest scan, so yeah, you can see that this is going to be causing damage down in St. Paul area. This is 80-kilometer-hour winds, some pockets maybe up to 90, even closing in on 100. There's a 113-kilometer-hour marker there. And so this is definitely very windy, folks, coming through. So that is the biggest threat with the line, lightning and some moderate heavy rain within that. This is just a straight line wind threat at this point coming towards Bonnyville, and they have shrunk back the severe warning on the front edge of this. So we continue to move that severe box eastward and northeastward as this is moving through right now. So let's take a look at the very southern end of it. The wind's cut off just south of St. Paul at this point, at where those really strong winds are within the line. So just south of St. Paul to the north through 55, that's where it seems to be tucked in. So, okay. All right, I Must Pumpkin. Great work, everyone. Both helpful and entertaining. Have a safe and good sleep. Thank you for tuning in, Tara. Really appreciate that. And same to you. And we will hopefully see you on the next live stream. So thank you for tuning in here. And we will continue to walk this forward just through these strong winds at this point. Really wish somebody would turn off the light switch for those winds. I'm with you, Tom, out here in Eastern Ontario. So signing off for the night. Mark, appreciate that. Thanks for jumping in as well. So good to see everybody. And like I said, we're hopefully going to start seeing this taper off where everybody can go to bed and not be worried about what's coming at them. But right now, St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake, definitely going to see some strong winds as this approaches. So, and it is moving northeast. I'm just trying to see how much it's moving northeast at this point. So it's going to, this will, if nothing expands south, I know we've got some people in the Cold Lake area possibly paying attention here. It does look like, oh, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. What? Good Lord. I'm getting tired, folks. Sorry. And it's not even that long a stream. We're only 5.5, almost 6 hours. So I'm just looking to see where this southern portion of the line, it's just going to go north of Cold Lake by the looks of it. And the southern end is weak at this point compared to the rest of the line. So even I can move that up here. So the strong winds are going to be to the north of Cold Lake, I hope, at this point. If the line continues to track the way it's tracking, that secondary line that we have further northwest, that looks to be where the strong winds are going to go through. That can change, but right now I think that's a fairly safe play as far as that's concerned. So, okay. I think it's pretty safe that that's going to miss Cold Lake, Meadow Lake, I should say, not Cold Lake, to the north. Okay. If you guys have any questions, definitely throw them in the chat if it's weather related. We can fill the kind of the time between these scans. Unfortunately, they come in every 8 minutes, so it can be time or not time consuming. It can be tedious when we have to wait for those 8 minutes with not much to talk about here as far as where we're seeing our precipitation and everything. It's pretty obvious where that's happening. And let me just see here with our severe watch. Still 4 hours left on the Alberta side, and then our southern severe watch in Saskatchewan is only 1 hour left. And the one to the north of east of Cold Lake is still 4 hours. So that could be a good thing as far as Meadow Lake is concerned. So I do not understand this app that is clearly made for meteorologists. It definitely takes a bit of getting used to. They actually have some good videos on YouTube to watch that you can walk through. So hopefully that'll help you. If you have questions, by all means, email us. I'll do my best to help you out as well. Mark asking me what's my favorite meal. I definitely have fancy for steak after tornadoes. As a storm chaser, that's kind of a tradition. Sis Canada, thank you very much. Good night. Hope everything is good. And thank you for tuning in. But yeah, my favorite meal, I like simple meals. I love shepherd's pie, just the simple homemade meals. But I do like a good steak. That definitely makes me happy. So how does it look for Fort McKay north of Fort McMurray? Oof. Okay, let's see where Fort McKay is. Let me see. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let me find it. uh, Oh, you're just north of. Okay, I thought we were talking way up there, but yes. So you right now you just have, like I said, these are non-severe thunderstorms up in that area around Fort McMurray. They're going to be moving through over the next several hours. There's still more rain headed your way. There doesn't seem to be any lightning associated with this, and I can see that the colors, which when I talk about the colors, that red, orange, making its way out of this line as it makes its way north, and that's because again we are now after dark, so they're losing a little bit of that intensity. So you should see showers over the next several hours. Let me just double check the winds in here. Little bit of wind coming up 63, it looks like, into Fort McMurray. We might have to watch that a little bit. And but other than that, not too bad. It's just moderate to light winds for the most part, and then some showers moving through. The intensity is dropping off because again we are after dark as well. So hopefully that answers your question. Okay, let's swing back down here to Cold Lake, 10:05 p.m. We got our scan here about 3 minutes ago, so I've missed that. But strong straight line winds through the St. Paul area. You can see those bright blues just on the very doorstep of Bonnyville and along 55 west of Cold Lake. That's where these winds are headed. They are moving northeast, so they will come through St. Paul, Bonnyville, Cold Lake area, and you can see how this is progressing as it gets closer and closer to that radar. These are 80, 90, maybe even up to 100-kilometer-hour winds within that storm, and we'll go over the Cold Lake radar here shortly within probably less than an hour, maybe half an hour to 45 minutes at this point. Still moderate heavy rain within the line, stretching from just south of St. Paul for the rain and moving north along that. Just the leading edge has that a bit more intense precipitation as we're looking at this. So, but the winds are the area with bright blue. That is very strong straight line winds as that's moving towards the radar here. So, still continuing to sustain those winds, and we'll see if anything changes over the next several scans. So. Netuk, just sending in this one is when storms passed through Warspite, produced very strong winds, bending trees, some branches, 12 millimeters in the rain gauge, some pea-sized hail, and intense lightning. And that would have been back to the west here, so that's still off the line. Hopefully it's coming through quickly. Yes, you're behind it, so good. That is what you guys can kind of expect as this is coming through. However, I think the winds are definitely looking like they're a little bit stronger as we close in on the Saskatchewan border at this point. So wind is picking up, apparently, according to Shelby, in the Bonnyville area. And again, that is just on the leading edge. So I'm curious what it's going to be like for you. These winds do look pretty intense on radar. Hopefully, again, something causes them to weaken at this point. I would say 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface, roughly, in some of these areas, and even further south, kind of north of St. Paul, I would expect almost 100 kilometers an hour on the surface with some of these wind gusts coming through. So just be prepared, batten down the hatches, and again, drifting slightly northeast at this point. You can see that playing out right there. Okie doke. What time are we? 10:05. Yeah, so we're just about to get our next scan here. Wind is pretty strong now. It came fast. Yes, unfortunately, it goes from no wind to a lot of wind very quickly. That transition or gradient, you can see that right here. It goes from, okay, no problem to, uh-oh. So hopefully everything's good, and it's going to be windy for a bit there. And getting lots of lightning. Yes, that definitely associated with this line. There's definitely quite a bit of lightning at this point. So 10:11, still precip is just to the west of Bonnyville at this point. Most of the precip has made it through St. Paul area and moving northeast from there. So again, we are watching this. I'm going to just see if the winds, they're still, I'm trying to see if the wind field is shrinking at all, but it doesn't look that way. And just moving northeast at this point. So in line with Bonnyville, then into Cold Lake, and then it'll be northeast from there towards Ile à la Crosse along 155, but we're still quite a ways from there. So that's where we're at. I think Meadow Lake is going to get spared, hopefully with this the way it's looking. So I don't think this is going to make its way into Meadow Lake. I know we have some people watching from that area or trying to watch from that area, just with everything going on as far as last night's storm knocking out the power, and still 12 hours without power or more than that at this point. So that's a great comment from Melody. Yes, definitely. Bring in the chickens, batten down the hatches, make a cup of tea. And when you're done, finished drinking it, the storm will be mostly past you. So it is moving through fairly quickly, and that's the good news. But obviously, we want to prepare you guys for those stronger straight line winds. That's the only real major situation here, is just those strong winds. The rain, again, is moderate, heavy to light rain as it breaks up through that line a little bit. So okay. Oh yeah, we're just coming up on 6 hours here. So um a long day, but I think we got through this pretty well at this point. So and again, we're not expecting anything behind this. I'm just going to double check all radars. I'll take a quick span around here. Nothing around, basically in the mountains near Alberta, BC. Let me just see through all the other radars. Nothing happening there. Let's just swing around. Very, very little going on here. Yeah, that's so easy to pinpoint where we have weather in Canada at this point. As far as severe is concerned, it's just one pocket left. That's it. So, okay, we're going to keep plugging away here. I'm going to switch over to Cold Lake just so it's closer to it, and we'll wait for our next scan here. 10, 11. We're about 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. So again, St. Paul through most of the heavy precip, still some winds down there. Bonnyville on the edge of those big strong winds. And then coming into Cold Lake will be the next thing. And then it's going to head northeast from there. So we are about 10:15 p.m. In Saskatchewan and Alberta. 12:16 a.m. here in Eastern Ontario. So, yeah, okay. We'll see what happens here. I'm really keeping my fingers crossed that we start seeing something in terms of improvement. I know I've been saying it for a while, but sunset was 40 minutes ago, maybe. At this point, it usually takes about an hour till things start to really subside from when the sun goes over the horizon. So we'll see if that's the case here. And we're about 2 minutes from that. Wow, green cube. Holy cow, that's amazing. You've watched the whole stream. That's impressive. Like I said, I do appreciate when people do that. I find it interesting that people are willing to listen to me talk for 6 hours or 8 hours or whatever it is that we happen to be on. So appreciate that. What the? I don't know what Nightbot got upset about there. That's bizarre. Let me see here. Just going to take a look. Obviously, something ticked it off. What did it say? Woohoo, stop spamming symbols. What the? Let me turn that off. Sorry about that, Green Cube. Like I said, don't know what Nightbot was going on about, so I've turned that off. Just like I said, sometimes it just does things that is weird. Spammed the logo, like our emoji? And well, it should definitely not do that because that's important. Our logo should be in there. So anyways, that's just, again, it's one of those things. I think it cuts off at 10 is what it was doing. So if you put too many of them in there, it'll just give you a timeout. So that's probably what happened. Like I said, I know it's not perfect, but it does help us out. Okay, let's see whether we're in our next scan here, and we'll go from there. Righto, 10:17. That was just now. Let's take a look where our winds are at. Still quite a bit of wind here, just moving up northeast through Bonnyville at this point. Next stop will be Cold Lake. St. Paul almost out of it at this point. And then from there, we should be continuing again with some moderate heavy rain and down to light rain, and it is very narrow band and it moves through quickly. The backside of it, there's definitely a lot less precipitation, as you can see. This is moving northeast at this point, so gonna continue along here just through part of Saskatchewan here, west of Meadow Lake, and then moving northeast of Meadow Lake up to Île-à-la-Crosse, and then continue up from there. Where are my radars up here? I know I've got Cold Lake will go all the way up here. north of 155, and then I've got Fort Mac as well. Still some coverage left. So, okay, we're definitely good on that one. So, and just keep cycling that. This is heading up towards Dillon River Wildland Provincial Park. Just if you know anybody up that way, I'm just seeing that on the map here. So if you do know anybody up that way and can get them information, I know that's remote. There's storms headed there, heavy precipitation and some winds. I think this winds will be to the south, the really strong ones, but it's still worth letting them know if you can let them know what's happening here. So let me see here. No, no obvious weakening there or shrinking of the wind field. So a little bit of hail here by Cold Lake Air Weapons Range. This is north of Primrose Lake. I assume this is a very remote area, but there is some hail. They're probably going to have to severe warn that if it sustains that hail for the next couple of scans. It's interesting that it's just while it's over the water. So this is, I like showing this to people. So Primrose Lake, you can see that right here on our radar. And if I advance our little storms as they get over the water, they picked up that extra moisture, so that intensifies the storm. You can see the hail formed right over the water and is still continuing because it's over that lake. Once it gets away from the lake, I suspect all the hail is going to fall out of it, and because there's not extra moisture there, it won't re-intensify that hail. So we'll see that on the next scan. So oh, thank you very much for that. Just enjoying your weather reports. You're great. I used to talk with Greg Johnson. You have a great way to keep everyone safe. Thank you. Appreciate that, Thomas. Thank you very much for the kind words. And I definitely like sharing knowledge or helping people to understand radar as well. So, um, Connor just drove 18 and a half hours from Manitoba all the way to Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. So he made it alive to his hotel. So that's the good news. Okay, back to that. Connor's going to make it to his bed. That's always good. So yeah, that's what storm chasers do. We drive crazy distances. Him and I one Thursday night decided we were going to go from Ottawa and drive to the east coast to Cape Breton to chase Hurricane Fiona. We left Thursday night and we were back before Sunday morning. So yeah, that's the stupid things that storm chasers will do at times. So not sure about the question. Yeah, what? How many days is this predicting? This is live radar. This is not a kind of a model or anything like that. There are some channels or platforms that use what they call futurecast radar, which is simply a model output from a computer. This is live radar right from the Canadian radar station. So this is actually ongoing as we are reporting on it. And just so you know, when we do look at models, or futurecast radar type stuff, we look at 5 models generally when we're doing some of our forecasting. So one model will have one interpretation, another model will have something completely different. So we don't find that futurecast radar very accurate. It's generally off most times all over the place. So just my 2 cents worth as far as futurecast radar, just so you guys know. So Okay, so what time's our last scan? 10:23. So this just came in. So let me pause it here at the end. We'll take a look at things and still got some solid winds in here, tucked in around Bonnyville and moving up towards Cold Lake area. So still definitely a pocket of very intense winds as this is moving up northeast. And this will be into Cold Lake very shortly. You can see that bright blue area. That's where those stronger winds are. I'm going to see if some of it is subsiding a little, but we're still showing 100 kilometers an hour. So no, it's not really. It might be breaking up on the outer edges a little bit, but still continuing to see those stronger winds in there. So 80 to 90 kilometers an hour on the surface at this point. And we are still sustaining moderate, heavy to light rain on the leading edge of this line. And it is moving northeast at this point slowly as it marches through. So it's going to go through. Just going to take a look. Our hail is still on that storm that went over the lake. And there's one more behind it picking up some hail. So we'll see on the next scan if that's completely gone or still there. It may end up being there as well. And they've just updated the severe box for this storm. Pushed it to basically to the Saskatchewan border here north of Cold Lake and just east of Bonnyville. I'm surprised they didn't just throw that all the way to the Saskatchewan border because it is coming there at this point. So we'll take a look and see what's going on. So okay, so we'll keep going here, just watching this move through. I'll take a look back up by Fort Mac just to see if there's anything to point out. There are some winds, it looks like, moving up. Yeah, there's winds coming up to Fort Mac, folks. So anybody watching from Fort Mac, along 63, this is just to the southwest before the highway turns north, where the radar is located, actually. This is by Gregoire Lake Estates. There is some stronger straight line winds starting to build in behind the line of precipitation. I can switch that over. You can see that's our rain. So we do have some 60 to 70 kilometer hour winds on the surface starting to show up here. So we may have to pay attention to that. And you can very clearly seeing that march northward, northeastward actually. So that may come into Fort Mac. If I zoom back out here. So again, they're not very strong, but 60 to 70 kilometer hour winds will definitely move stuff around. So we just want to highlight that. They are just kind of materializing here. So I might scoot to the southeast of Fort McMurray, but we'll definitely update you guys on that as it does. So the rest of it around Fort Mac right now is non-severe thunderstorms. So the only thing you might be dealing with is some wind southeast of Fort Mac, but I'll update you guys on the next scan on that one. So, oh, C-Beam's asking, can I look further west? Absolutely. Right now, I can look as far west. You were just saying you need to move through a Jasper area. So we've got nothing happening down here on the Alberta BC border. I'm looking at a bunch of radars. So that is just where our storms are located that are currently ongoing. Everything else right now is pretty cleared out. There's just minor showers in BC at this point. So hopefully that helps you out. So let's take a look. So yeah, nothing behind it at this point. So, oh, there is, see here, Mariana Lake. Let me bring this up. Bear with me for a second. Okay, this is from Alberta Traffic Cam. This is Mariana Lake, and the rain is coming in sideways. This is from Veronica, who just sent me a screenshot of that. So, again, Mariana Lake Traffic Cam, obviously throwing quite a bit of precipitation through that. So, and that's um, just now at 10:26 p.m. about 3 minutes ago. So this, I guess, depends on what Global News was saying for tomorrow. Let me just take a look for an outlook here tomorrow. Uh, Whoops, wrong one. For tomorrow, this is the only thing that they had for an outlook from Environment Canada. That is from this morning. West of Edmonton, they're saying isolated thunderstorms possibly between 1 p.m. and 1 a.m. on Wednesday through to Thursday, and obviously overnight. And they're talking about hail in this corridor. That's right off the foothills. I can recognize that pretty quickly. So I don't think you're going to have anything as far as any kind of severe storms or anything like that tomorrow. Just an FYI between you and I. They are updating the boxes here. So let's take a look. They've extended the box on the Saskatchewan side to the northeast of Cold Lake through Île-à-la-Crosse or Isle-à-la-Crosse, depending how you pronounce it. They've extended that for 5 hours as this line continues to make its way out that way. So 10:29 p.m. This is our latest scan. Winds are still embedded in this, in behind that line. So coming through Bonnyville at this point, it is only, let me just take a look where the precip is in regards to Cold Lake. It is currently only about 20 kilometers outside of Cold Lake, roughly. And let's see where our winds are at this time. Getting close to the radar, so this is going to start reading a little funky, but those winds are about 30 kilometers out or less from Cold Lake area. So if you're up that way, definitely some winds coming through here, and they're going to be coming through the airport that's down there. Let's see where our winds. Yeah, so the winds are curling up a little bit at this point, so I'm pretty confident in saying that our winds are going to be, this is where the heaviest of winds are going to track roughly in that general direction. That's the bottom end of it. And if this sustains, it's going to be the same idea. That should be roughly the path of those winds. I've narrowed it down tiny bit just because I'm hoping that that wind field starts to shrink down and starts to subside as well. So we'll see if that's the case, but that is roughly where you can expect those stronger winds. And then the rest of it here that you're looking at is precipitation. Moderate, heavy to light rain is what we're looking at. So there's a lot of lightning over the CNRL and Cenovus oil sands plants and camps at Christina Lake. So definitely still quite a bit of lightning, and you can see that right here throughout the line essentially at this point. So still quite a few lightning strikes embedded with this. The more you zoom in, the more it kind of shows them. It just takes them away, so it's not super busy as we zoom back out, because we're I mean, this line right now, let's take a look at it. It's probably 200 kilometers plus long. It's almost 300 kilometers up to Highway 63 from there. So pretty significant area that we are covering with that line of severe. So again, the orange highlights here, that's where those stronger winds we expect right now to kind of carry through roughly. Then obviously some precipitation associated with that. So I have my nephew and his family living in Cold Lake, so this is heading onto their doorstep at this point. So it is definitely an issue coming in with those winds. That's the biggest thing I can say that you guys need to prepare for. Hopefully they are going to slowly subside here, but that's not been the case for the last little bit, unfortunately. So just cycle that up. Time 6 hours 17 minutes into this. I'm just gonna put my water away. Oh. Okay. And then tomorrow we're going to be covering Manitoba. Just anybody who's out in the Manitoba area, we do have an outlook. We'll see what the updates are, but they do have 2 moderates for severe storms tomorrow in southern Manitoba and then way northern Manitoba. There's no radar coverage up there, as I mentioned earlier on our broadcast, and definitely not something we can cover up there, but we will do the southern portion if there's severe weather that happens. As the story has been over the last week or two, smoke is definitely something that plays a factor in severe storms, whether they can get going. And we've had quite a bit of wildfire smoke from the US, from Canada, and that does affect things. So we'll see whether that's the case tomorrow. So back here. Down in Wainwright, I just got a question here. You're going to have a little bit of rain. It's dying over top of you. So no, this is moving northeast from you. You're not, it's past you at this point, essentially. So again, nothing to worry about down there. I'll just take a look what's our closer radar there, Radisson. Yeah, no, you're good in Wainwright. It's past you at this point. The stuff is all to your northeast. So definitely no problem down in Wainwright area. Do here. Sorry. I'm looking something up. So yeah, we still look like we have a narrow path of those straight line winds at this point. So okay, what else have we got going on? Not much else I can talk about at this point until we get another update. Still watching those winds up by Fort Mac area. They are moving along 63. Hopefully those are going to subside a little bit. They look like the wind field has broken down a little bit. They're tightening up here. You can see that has minimized. So that is good news for those along 63 moving northeast from there. They've just updated the box. There is some heavy precipitation behind with those winds. And they've put the box all the way along the Saskatchewan border, moving it ahead of this line. So it will now become a Saskatchewan's problem once it crosses over there. So let's see here. Winds are starting to break down a little bit, so that is good news. Over these last few scans, it's taken quite some time, almost an hour after sunset, which is what we talk about. And I'm seeing a little bit of relief with those winds, and they are shrinking down. So I'm going to keep that up there, and we'll stick with it for a little bit longer. Obviously, moderate to moderate heavy rain when the line is coming through, but it is getting close to our radar. Cold Lake radar is sitting right here, and as you get close to that radar, they are blind above them, so the storms start to look funny as they get real close to the radar itself. So it will look a little funny, but and it does look. It's misleading because it looks a little more intense than it actually is at that point. So just a heads up as that's going in. So yeah, no problem. Glad to answer your question there. Pimptorius, I love the username. Everybody, I do hope everybody is safe in front of this, and like I said, hopefully it is dying down at this point. So R of blue. Oh, yeah, so this is radar noise. It is just interference. Sometimes there's different things that create that, but it's just interference or noise. A reflection also is another thing that happens on radars. So you can see that kind of laser beams, we call them. That's just interference and noise. So again, not anything that's actually happening out there. That's just off the radar sensors themselves. Again, probably to do with reflectivity or noise within radar. Sometimes Wi-Fi signals can cause issues that are close to the radar. You never know. There's all sorts of different frequencies. So Veronica, we'll put you on the reading the names board of people that can help out with how to pronounce some of this stuff. The amount of cities and names I read on this live stream is crazy. I'll definitely put you in charge of that. Okay. Again, nothing else to talk about here. We're pretty good. Just looking down southern Alberta, but there was a bunch of smoke out there earlier today, and we're not seeing anything else out there. So at this point, we're just waiting between scans. And like I said, I hope that right now that wind field starts to collapse. That would be really nice. And we can pull the stream because people can go to bed at this point. So that's what we're hoping for everybody in front of this. And just that it's, a non-severe thunderstorm at this point eventually. So 10:35, so we're 1 minute out from our next scan. We'll see what happens here. So just outside of Cold Lake right now, in terms of this. So Goldie, you're welcome. Glad I could clear that up. Definitely. I like helping people with questions as far as weather radar is concerned. And yes, the wind field is collapsing. So this is starting to get better. There's definitely going to be less wind associated with it. We are getting on top of the radar. There's a bit of an outflow boundary, it looks like, in front of it. Yep. There's more of an outflow boundary, so this is going to start collapsing out with this line. So we'll see what's going on there as this, unfortunately, it's doing it right above the radar. So let's just take a look here. So you can see where I had my two orange lines. They were on the edge of those blue winds. You can see that has shrunk back, so it's not taking up as much space. And now there's a severe warning on the Saskatchewan side. Again, where those strong winds are going to end up. You can see that kind of path that I've drawn out. Obviously, I'm not an artist. I'm not good with a mouse in terms of straight lines, but that's where the intense straight line winds should stay. And hopefully the rain starts breaking down and a few other things here on the next few scans as it comes through Cold Lake area. Let's take a look by Fort Mac. We're going to see about those winds up there. So we do have some precipitation moving up, and I'll show you what's going on here around Fort Mac. But you can see to the west of that area, there's mostly just yellow and a bit of orange. So that is light moderate rain down to very light rain. And just along 63 is the one area that we have a bit of heavy precipitation tucked in here, and there's some straight line winds in here, but they are collapsing as well. You can see how bright it was back to the southwest as this was moving in and starting to come down. So the brightness goes down. That means the wind speed is going down as well. So that is good news as it's heading up towards obviously the radar itself and through to Gregoire Lake Estates. Just south of Fort McMurray at this point. So we'll stick with this on the south end, and hopefully in the next half an hour we should be done with this, and I hope it doesn't pick up any intensity. Let's all keep our fingers crossed at this point. So oh good Lord. The K and the U are silent in that word, in that name. That's insane. I would have never guessed that. So it's pronounced Wasetna, roughly, anyways. Wow. Melody just saying that they just got a cool breeze in Calgary from the outflow boundary on the QLCS. That was, it's laying out there. I saw that. So nice little breeze coming through. Addison saying I'm in Cold Lake and the winds picked up, and they're definitely going to pick up a little bit, but I'm hoping not too much. I'm curious actually if you can update us what you know, if it's very windy in Cold Lake or not. So we'll hope to see what your answer is on that. I live in Alberta and my brain still trips over trying to pronounce that. Yeah, I like I said, if I hear somebody pronounce it, no problem. I'll remember it. But trying to read it and then know how it's pronounced, that one's going to be a struggle. So cool. Addison and Steve both are in Cold Lake. So I'm, like I said, I'm really curious how windy it's going to be in there. And you're definitely going to get some moderate heavy rain. That is for sure based on what I'm seeing here on our precipitation scan. It's just the winds I'm really curious about to see whether they're actually coming down. We're just right over that radar. So it's, like I said, it's a little bit deceiving when we go right over radar. And let me see. Oh, those storms actually on, I'm just looking to see when they went across the lake, they still are sustaining the hail. This is over Primrose Lake through the Cold Lake Air Weapons Range. There's still definitely some hail in there. I'm actually shocked that's not severe warned. This would be kind of loony to toony sized hail possibly in there. So is there a warning? No, it's in the box, but it's not severe warned. Interesting. This would definitely be like loony sized hail based on that. So interesting. Keep that running. So okay, that's good. Just getting some information here that when the wind that went through Bonnyville wasn't too bad. It was windy, but no down trees. Power stayed on, so that is good news. Really like hearing that. So. If there's a cold lake, what about a hot lake? I don't think we have a hot lake in Canada. Most things in Canada are not hot. There's a hot lake in Oregon. Uh, nope, no hot lake anywhere in Canada that I can find on my software, anyways. So we'll see what happens there. In Oregon, yeah, definitely. I've heard about the hot springs. That I've definitely heard about in the Rockies. I've definitely, but they're not called Hot Lake, unfortunately. Okay, what time is it here? 10:47. So this is our latest scan. Let's take a look here. Good news is winds are definitely not that bad anymore, so that is phenomenal. And we still have some heavier precipitation moving through. It does look a little weird just because it's coming over top of the radar. Again, our radar is right here, so it's going to start crossing over top of it. We do have still some hail here through the Cold Lake Air Weapons Range. And I'm not even sure if anybody's out there, but other than government, obviously. Still got some winds along 63 making their way up just south of Fort McMurray. So I don't think those will get into Fort McMurray, but you're still going to have the line of showers moving through there. And then and that would be it. After that, there's nothing behind this, folks. Again, this is the end of the weather. There's absolutely nothing back to the west at this point. So that's Edmonton radar, or radar west of Edmonton, Carvel. And we've got nothing back there. So we are just literally sitting and waiting and watching this kind of unfold here. So. Yeah, no, I know you were making it as a joke as far as the warm lake is concerned, but I just went hot lake or whatever. I went to look to see if there was one because I was curious, and we've got time to kill between scans, so happy to do that. See here. Okie doke. Oh, cool. Steve's saying the Cold Lake radar is actually located at Jimmy Lake on the weapons range. I used to maintain it when I was with RCAF. Thank you for your service, by the way. Oh, who's going good night? Mark is cutting out here. Wimp, Mark, good night. Have a good one, buddy. Thanks for tuning in and being the eyes in the back of my head at times. So I appreciate that. Have a good one, sir. Let's just take a look here. So yeah, 1047. So again, I think we're looking pretty decent. The severe component of this is kind of fading out at this point. So thousands of workers at the camps on the weapons range. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. I learned something new. So they need to know about their severe weather as well. So that's I'm curious why these hailstorms are not severe warned. That kind of baffles me a little bit. Usually this kind of hail would get severe warned, and it's been there for a while. It has been sustained as well. So sorry guys, I'm yawning here. It's almost 1 a.m. here, Eastern Ontario. So bear with me. I'm not trying to yawn in your faces. Okay. Just looking around. It's our last radar. Nothing more north than that. I think Fort Mac is yeah, Fort Mac is basically the most northern radar that we have in Canada. So it reaches the furthest as far as anything we have. Okay. Well, we'll just sit here and wait for an update. So So there are quite a few people up this way based on what I'm seeing here in the comments from Momo. Thousands at Christina Lake as well, area as well. So like I said, that's why we're still, trying to provide the information as much as we can on this. And hopefully the information does get out and people heed the severe warnings that they have. Right now, there's only one on just east of Cold Lake on the Saskatchewan side for this line as it moves through. The last of it is just to the south of Fort McMurray on the Alberta side. So going to have a look at a couple more scans here, and hopefully this is kind of dying out somewhat. The winds definitely look much better than they were. So that is good news. And I'll be able to take away my little drawing here with the red lines. So we are 10:47. We're 1 minute out from our next scan here, so we'll see what's going on. Excuse me. Anything for Uranium City? I have not. There we go, Saskatchewan. I don't think so. Oh, well, there's no watches or warnings up there. I have no radar up that far, unfortunately. So I was going to say I've never heard that name, so I can't give you an update for Uranium City. There's just no coverage for me to be able to rely on or give you information, James, unfortunately. These storms are, let me see, they are headed up that way, so you're probably going to have showers. These don't have lightning on them, and they are not severe at this point, so I don't expect them to pick up severity as they move north. I don't even know if I have station plots up there. Bear with me for 1 second. I'll double check. and see if there's anything up that way. Oh, it's 17 degrees up there right now. I actually have a station plot right to the east of you. So again, you're going to expect showers. There's probably several hours of showers overnight, but they're probably moderate to light rain. Again, there's no radar up there, so this is just a guess based on what is transpiring here down by Fort Mac. So heading up that way, James. Hope that helps. And let's switch just in Cherry Grove. 3 trees just came down. That's from Shell. So where's Cherry Grove? Let me see where that is. Oh, that's on the Alberta side. And that's right where those winds are, near Cold Lake area. So yeah, that definitely still showing some winds obviously in there. So hopefully everybody's okay and wasn't too much damage there, but I appreciate that very much for updating me on that. So again, just in Cherry Grove, 3 trees just came down. So still some winds packed into this line that need to be kind of paid attention to. And Momo, I appreciate your info as much as you appreciate mine. So it's all about team effort, getting that information out to folks. Let me just take a look here. 10:53. So we got about 4 more minutes here. I'm going to delete off my track there and kill that. And then we'll just look at how this is progressing with the winds. So I'm just going to look here. Yeah, it's just right over the radar right now. You can see the line to the north is breaking up or spreading out. The precipitation isn't as tight and bright red, so that is also good news for that portion of the line. The further north this goes, the less there's intensity at this point, it looks like. So same thing as this continues to drift northeast, it will hopefully eventually die off or break up that intensity in it. Yeah. Like I said, I think things are tapering off here, so that's pretty good. Aaron saying, I'm at a camp north of Fort McMurray and we have thunder that's shaking the building with heavy rain and lightning, which is weird because I'm not showing. I believe you, like it's not, I'm questioning you. Sorry. I just weird that I'm not seeing any lightning up here unless suddenly the lightning doesn't report that far north. Let me Google something because maybe that's the case. Bear with me for a second here. I just don't see our lightning stops kind of south of Fort Mac. And I found that a little weird, but let me just see here how far north lightning is detected. Actually, I've got an app for that. Bear with me for a second. That's outside of this. Oh, look at that. Okay. So obviously this software or interface, wherever this lightning detection is coming from on our platform here, which I don't control, doesn't read any further north. But now that I've got Fort McMurray on the map and to the north, obviously quite a bit of mining up there. There are some lightning strikes, so I can show you guys this. I'll share it with you. So this is lightningmaps.org, and you can see around Fort McMurray and to the north. It doesn't stretch much further than the Muskeg River mine. There are a few more lightning strikes up there, but not many. And you can see the red dots and the orange dots as far as let me kill that off as far as where the lightning is striking. So interesting that our software doesn't detect it that far north. I'll have to talk to Steve to see if there's an alternative that we can get. So the most northern strike I've got here is by Curl. Hopefully that's being pronounced properly. So yeah, definitely still a bit of lightning moving north with that. Thank you for pointing that out. I've never kind of had to question it at this point, but that definitely makes sense that our software cuts off somewhere south of Fort Mac for the lightning side of things. But obviously the radar itself isn't what detects the lightning. It's just a database source that we have. So anyways, I've learned something new today, so that's cool. And I'm glad I have a tool to check it out or kind of corroborate it would be the way I could probably word it a little better. So looks like within the area here, I'm just zooming in, there's about 4 lightning strikes every minute roughly on average based on that map. And again, if anybody's interested, that's lightningmaps.org where I got that information from. So very handy tool to back everything up at this point. So okay, let me zoom back down here. Let's take a look at Cold Lake and just see what's going on. Storm line is right over the radar at this point. See here. Okay, so we still got quite a bit of rain, moderate to moderate heavy rain. There's our severe warning on the Saskatchewan side, northeast of Cold Lake. This is going to continue heading up in that general direction. And again, it looks like we're losing a little bit of intensity, but this is definitely going to carry on for a little while here, still for another couple of hours. So it's still going to be around for a bit. Heavy precipitation on the leading edge, but behind that it is more moderate to light rain, and definitely the thunder and lightning is one of the threats that needs to be kind of adhered to or taken caution with. But like I said, overall things are definitely subsiding down for the most part here. So let's just take a look at that. Then I'm going to look at our storm going up into Fort Mac from the radar up there. Obviously, we're not showing the lightning on our app, WeatherWise app. So one of those things I'm going to reach out to the developers about and see if they've got access to additional information for up north. So like I said, learn something new tonight. Let's see what our winds look like up here. Winds aren't too bad. They're subsiding a little bit, but there is some still embedded in this line. Leading edge definitely has moderate to moderate heavy rain and moving northward from there. So like I said, we're definitely looking a little bit better and better at this point as this continues on. So EC has more sensors up north and shows plenty of strikes north and into the oil patch. Interesting. So I'm going to have to find that as well. So I have not had to look this far north too often. So like I said, we're definitely learning some stuff here, and I'm actually going to make some notes for myself so that we can improve things. I appreciate everybody's help. Let me just take a look here. Okay, perfect. Cherry Grove, still some more trees coming down, and lost a large metal gazebo. I assume that's what that's supposed to be. So that doesn't sound fun from Shell. Sorry to hear that. As this is moving through, like I said, the winds are definitely something that we still need to take seriously, as well as that lightning. The heavier rain, for the most part, is out of it. Very narrow at this point. So yeah, as the forcing comes through, I'm just seeing the comment from Melody here to the north of Meadow Lake, basically in Meadow Lake, north of Meadow Lake Provincial Park. Definitely a few cells popping out ahead of this. So But yeah, these storms are going to continue. Unfortunately, it's 1 a.m. here. I've definitely got to start pulling the stream here. I hate to do that, but I do need to get some sleep, and I can't go right to bed. I have to kind of shut down my brain for half an hour to an hour. So at this point, I'm not getting to bed till about 2 a.m. And then we have another live stream tomorrow for Manitoba. So if you got any questions as far as what's going on right now, fire them in the chat. I will stay here for another 5 to 10 minutes, but then I'll pull the chat of the stream at that point, because like I said, I do need to shut down and kind of get the brain to wind down before I can go to bed. So look at so Steve's very technical as far as the lightning sensors are concerned. So I've always been curious how those all work in terms of the technology behind it. So interesting. 10 kilohertz to 500 kilohertz VLF and ELF bands. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, they're always around airports. That does make sense. Okay, so yeah, so we can't, like I said, I'll wait for one more scan here, which should be, let me take a look here. I think one just came in. I'll wait for one more after that. So there are still strong winds. You can see these bright reds now by Pearceland, Beacon Hill, and also Big Island Lake on the Saskatchewan side. These are moving northeast. So again, I don't think the strong winds for the most part will get into Meadow Lake. Some of the precip might just catch Meadow Lake at this point. I'm just looking to see here. Yeah, there's a little bit that initiated further to the south. It's going to be a close call, but the southern end of this is far less intense than along 55 at this point through Cold Lake area and moving northeast. So hopefully it's going to be okay in that regards. Veronica, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for staying up, and we will definitely catch you on the next one. So appreciate all your help tonight. And again, I'll stick around for one more scan, and then we'll probably end up pulling the stream at that point. Just going to take a look up here. Still a lot of precipitation, but again, the orange, yellow, green, and blue is less precipitation. That's on the lower end of the scale. It's when we see all this red, dark oranges. That's where things definitely have a far more intensity as far as the rain is concerned. So we're definitely seeing less rain in it other than on this southern tip by Onion Lake Cree Nation. There is definitely a narrow band of heavy precipitation on that as it moves into Saskatchewan at this point. So Steve, yeah, happy to help. Glad you found it. We are only about 1 year old, so we are definitely a growing channel at this point. And again, I'll always look to improve things. So with this lightning that I just discovered, you know, in terms of not having the coverage up north, I'm definitely going to make efforts to see whether we can improve on that. So, and always good to hear, you know, from somebody who understands this stuff. Both Aaron, I believe, had some good comments in there. And then Natuk also had some good comments. So thank you everybody for giving us some feedback on that. So what else? Yeah. 5. So yeah, we're about 4 minutes out from another scan here. There's definitely an outflow boundary on the front of this. I'll show you guys. So we can see that this is wind pushing out in front of the storm. So it's just out on the edge of the storm itself, but this would be your outflow boundary where you're seeing this highlight of a kind of a bow echo roughly in that general direction. And if I switch over to my velocities, you can see they line up with that. So this is your winds and wind speeds. And then the previous scan is where your precipitation is. So how heavy it's raining. So this orange line is showing is showing where that is pushing out, so that we do have an outflow boundary on out in front of this. So again, that does mean that things are collapsing on the storm line itself. And my headset is dying here, so bear with me for a second. And I'll put this one in for a few minutes because, like I said, we're gonna switch over here. Let's go. Steve saying, my pleasure. I'm full of useful, useless info. Awesome. It's always useful to somebody, but it's finding that somebody that it's useful for that's hard sometimes. I hear that. Okay. 2 more minutes, and then we'll see what this is going to do here. So. Say a whole separate stream just to say goodnight. Yeah, that seems like a lot of work just to say goodnight, Tony. And I can't believe you're still up. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You're definitely you like to hang out on the streams, that's for sure, and you're definitely loyal. Appreciate that. See what this next scan shows, and then we'll wrap things up here, and we'll do this all over again tomorrow. That's basically what it's going to boil down to. So let's take a look. The hail, the one good news is wait, that's not the end. There's the end. Through that Cold Lake air weapons range, the hail has come out of those storms. So now they are just heavy rainmakers with those dark red areas, but the pink has definitely worked its way out. You can see that they were there for a little while, and now that's gone. Still lightning associated with it, with obviously some heavy precip in a small pocket, but hail has come out of it. That's obviously good news. So okay, 1 minute to our next scan. Green Cube, literally, good night. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being on the stream today. Oh, I know. Tony, I didn't catch that. Obviously, a little bit tired, just saying. But with how long these goodbyes are, you might as well do another stream. That's what I meant. Totally understand that. Yeah, Joel Fisher. Yeah, definitely. I like tracking storms as well. If I'm not doing it on the live stream, I'll watch in the US. I kind of follow Max Velocity in the US. I think he does a great job with his platform as well. So I definitely watch Max as far as things go. So yeah, we're weather people. We follow weather wherever it happens to be, whether it's near us or not. So okay, here is our latest scan. Let's take a look and we'll do an analysis here. So strong winds along 55. Again, we're seeing that coming out of the radar on the opposite side here. Still moderate, heavy to light rain throughout the line. This is going to continue moving northeast. I'm just trying to track some of the southern portion is probably going to come through Meadow Lake. Unfortunately, it looks like a bit of rain, but those stronger winds shouldn't make it into Meadow Lake. That's the big key. So I hope that's what stays to be the case tonight. And this is now crossing into Saskatchewan for the most part. And let's flip over here. So up by Fort Mac, we're over the radar. Essentially, you can see that right here. The precipitation definitely dropping down on this. And throughout the Fort Mac area, that is moderate to light rain. And obviously the lightning still associated with it. And that's what's going on, folks. So what else? Melody saying Max Velocity can do his own upper air soundings by just standing up from his computer. So Yeah, he's tall guy. I'm 6'3", so I don't know. I can't remember how tall he is, but I think he's 6'5" or something like that. But anyways, guys, okay, thank you very much for everybody. I appreciate all my moderators. You guys are awesome. And anybody who's subscribed, thanks for subscribing to the channel. Just make sure you turn on notifications so you do know when we go live. And anybody who donated or who became a member of the Sunshine Club, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We will be live tomorrow, most likely for Manitoba, southern Manitoba at this point, for some severe weather. We will look at models tomorrow morning and do an assessment and post to our Facebook page, and then go live when things do get severe. So I hope everybody can sleep tonight and at least have a little bit less anxiety. These storms will continue and hopefully slowly weaken as they march northeast, and hopefully they die off overnight as this progresses. So again, thanks everybody. Have a good night, and we'll catch you on the next live stream.